can help play these guys. Got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Welcome everybody, the World Poker Tour Cyprus Championship.
Let's wait for the final table.
Or final table.
You can do it. We wait for the delay to get there.
We're going to be playing down to the final table today. Coming back in the money. You can see the blinds at the bottom there and our table lineup here. I'll be your host for today, Brian Paris. And I'm excited to get into some Cyprus action here. It's always a very aggressive environment out there in Cyprus. Done this tournament a few times. And we're getting right off to a good start here as it folds to Mehdi on the button with a pair of kings. Nothing like coming back to the day 3 and picking up kings immediately. And he's going to come in for an open to the surprise of nobody. Bernardo gonna come along with the Queen 10 in the small blind. Saeed in the big blind with Ace 8 suited. So we got 3 playable hands right off the bat here. We're gonna go 3 ways to the flop. And it is an action flop. Bernardo has flopped a open-ended. Saeed has middle pair and Mehdi has pair of kings. So it's gonna be kind of interesting to see how Mehdi navigates the kings here. Obviously, he figures to be ahead at this stage of the hand, but it's the sort of spot where even if you are ahead, it's very likely your opponent is going to be close to flipping with you. And he does check back. That's something I was wondering if he was going to find. A good turn for Mehdi. Does put 2 flush draws out there. And Bernardo with both a queen and with a diamond and a heart in his hand is going to be tempted to lead this one, I think. Looks like he is reaching for chips, and there's the bet. Saeed is going to call, and now Mehdi with an excellent hand. But a lot of stuff out there is also just going to make the call. We'll see what the river brings. It is a king. That's definitely the card Mehdi is very happy to see. Now Bernardo has missed. He blocks flush draws with both of his cards, so it doesn't seem like a great spot to follow through on another bet. But he is going to give it a shot. Saeed will get out of the way, and I cannot see Mehdi folding here. Assume he's debating between calling and raising. Yeah, I think around the margins, having the diamond and the heart makes it a little bit worse to bluff here. You want your opponent to have called the turn with a flush draw, so they'll be more likely to fold on the river. That said, that is a fairly marginal consideration. It's certainly a hand that you can consider bluffing with here. Unfortunately for Bernardo, he has run into top set, and Medi is announcing all in. And he's going to win a nice big pot to start off the day here. That is a great feeling. You come back for the day, immediately win a huge three-way pot with top set. So to go over some of our numbers here, this is a $3,500 buy-in. We've had 520 entries. There's a pretty big overlay in this one, $2 million prize pool. So about a 20-25% overlay. 65 players have made the money. We're coming back with 45 today. The winner is, of course, going to become a WPT champion and etch their name onto the coveted Mike Sexton trophy. First place is $368,900, includes a $10,000 seat to the World Championship in Vegas. And this is our third consecutive year at the Hamada Prestige in Cyprus. And we're right back into the action. Andres is raising Queen-9 suited. Good hand to open with from most positions. Ron has just called on the hijack with a pair of threes, which, can't say I'm a huge fan of that, but we'll see how it goes for him. I think jamming would probably be preferable to calling off of this stack size, but I think folding would probably be the wisest option. But, as they say, you can't win it if you're not in it. And he is slightly ahead. Flop is not a whole lot. King 6-6. Both players miss. Ron is going to be out in front with his threes for the moment, but he does have to fade a lot of counterfeits, as well as a queen and a 9. This is the problem with flatting threes. Ron is ahead on the flop, but it's hard to see how he actually realizes his equity. Yeah, he's going to do it. And Ron wins a nice pot. I would have just folded pre, but he picks up quite a few chips on that hand. Well, Ron navigating a difficult situation well there post-flop. A nice overlay for everybody in this field. From the player's standpoint, you love to see it. From the operator's standpoint, not so much. But there was some issues earlier in the year with the Cyprus tournament where they had to postpone it due to the outbreak of the war. It's nice to see them get it back up and running here. And we have a couple of hands back up and running with Ace-Jack versus Ace-King suited. And Medi so far has gotten Kings and Ace-King suited. He won a huge pot with the Kings. We'll see what he does with the Ace-King suited here. He is going to 3-bet. As one would expect. And Andres with a pretty good hand, but it's a tough hand to continue with a 3-bet from these positions. Flatting is not particularly appealing. He could 4-bet. It wouldn't work in this case, but this is a reasonable hand to throw into the 4-bet range. Some percent of the time. I think folding is probably just going to be his best option, though. This is Cyprus, so he is not folding. He's going to make the call. So we're going to a flop. Andres is out of position and has to hit a jack And this is not the flop he was looking for. Mehdi has hit a king. Gives him a lock on the hand, nearly. Andres could technically win with a backdoor straight, but very unlikely.
One bet 45.
Mehdi's going to make the small C bet. No reason to size too big here. He doesn't have to deny equity to anything really other than spades. Against the majority of his opponent's range, he is going to be way ahead. So a small C bet is going to be a nice sizing to allow him to bluff more cheaply the times he doesn't have the king. And Andres will have to just check fold the flop. Mehdi continuing his hot start here. Two monster hands, two good boards. And that is very much how you want to start day 3.
Seven fold. 8 fold. One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Pulls over to Ido on the button with king queen.
4 ace.
And he's got a million. That's a lot of big blinds. He's in there with the raise. Mihai will fold Anatoly in the big blind. I feel like he was on the stream last year. He looks familiar. I'm pretty sure he was on this stream last year when I did the commentary. He is just going to fold. Getting a good price, but that is a pretty raggedy hand. At least in its offsuit form. Yeah, those big blind defense spots are interesting because on the one hand you're getting a fantastic price, you're getting like 4.5 to 1, but on the other hand, it's not easy to actually realize your equity in a hand like that out of position. You're often just going to make a bad one pair. The deeper the stacks are, the more trouble you're going to have reaching showdown the times that you're good. It's pretty hard for you to hit a hand that's good enough to actually make money from a slightly worse hand. You're mostly just hoping to reach showdown the times you hit one pair. So totally understandable fold there from Anatoly. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he made a deep run in this event last time around.
8 fold. One fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Ido with the 7s on the cutoff this time.
4 ace.
A fine hand for a cutoff open. Mihai's got king 10 offsuit on the button. This is a hand you can consider doing some stuff with. It's towards the lower end, but you can call, you can 3-bet. It looks like he is going to 3-bet. You can also just fold. But 3-betting is certainly well within the range of options here.
6 fold.
Anatoly and Andres will get out of the way, and now Ido is going to be about 50 big blinds effective versus his opponent here. He does have the best hand. It's a little bit much to jam. You can do it if you think your opponent's 3-betting as wide as king 10 offsuit, of course. And calling has some issues with post-flop navigation. So he's going to have to decide which option he wants to go with here. Looks like he is going to make the call. Nothing wrong with that, but it's going to be hard for him post-flop. And this is a great example of why. He does have the best hand here with 7s, but his opponent has overcards and a gut shot, and the betting lead. Mihai is going to come in for a small C-bet here, about 20%, 25%. And Ito will call for one street. And if the turn brings another high card, it's going to be rough for Ito. And there's the king. So Mihai doing a great job of showing why you can 3-bet this hand. You know, he is involved in a fairly bloated pot here with kind of a marginal hand pre-flop, but he does have the best of it. He has position. There's only one card left to come. He's going to check the turn. And he makes a straight on the river. And now Ito might be tempted to bluff this. He's not winning at showdown. He could try to target his opponent's 1-pair hands and get them to fold. Of course, we know that he's certainly not going to get a 10 to fold, but from his perspective, his opponent might have something like ace-jack, and he is going to go for the bluff. And it is not going to work this time. Mihai deciding between calling and going all in. Folding certainly not on the menu. Mihai will make the call, and he wins a nice big pot there. Thank you all for joining us today on the World Poker Tour stream. I'm doing this from Florida, so it's 5 in the morning for me, but I had to get up for this one. It's always a lot of fun. Sorry, Scarlett. It's been a lot of fun for Mehdi so far, as he is up to 1.5 million. Only one orbit into day 3 here. Saeed's got a pair of 6s. That's good enough for the open.
3 raise 30. What one? 5 1. 6 1.
Fortunately for him, he's run into 8s from Andres.
7.
In the small blind, Andres is just going to make the call. A little bit of an awkward stack to go all in with. I think if he had less than 20 big blinds, he would just be going all in. But for slightly more, I can see why he's just calling, and Ron will come along with the 9-5. He does have one live overcard. And there it is. Ron has made the best pair.
7 check.
This is the type of hand that can be hard to navigate post-flop. Ron basically hoping it just gets checked all the way down and that he gets to win at showdown. Saeed is going to c-bet 3 ways.
35.
And Ron is going nowhere. So Ron, a big favorite to win the hand if it goes to showdown. Saeed might be able to multi-barrel, but he doesn't exactly have a hand that's good at that. 4 on the turn is good for Ron. This is a turn card that you actually want to lead small out of the big blind a lot. He's thinking about it. He might actually find it. He does not this time. His exact category of hand doesn't really want to lead, but your draws want to lead small. Your 4s obviously want to lead small. Even your jacks can benefit from leading small here when the bottom card pairs like this. It's very unlikely that the earlier position raiser has a 4 in their hand, basically only ace-4 suited. And Ron going for some value here on the river.
35.
The tiny bet. Now, Saeed is really only beating something like King-Queen or Queen-10. He could consider raising as a bluff, but he's not representing a whole lot if he does that. And this is always an annoying spot. You have some showdown, but it's very unlikely you're actually beating anything, but you're getting like 7-1. And you have to ask yourself, do I give him that last 35,000 or do I just fold the hand? I think he'd actually be more likely to be good against a bigger bet. This sizing looks very much like a mediocre one-pair hand. A larger sizing would be a little bit more polarized, like King, Queen, Queen 10. But Saeed is going to correctly make the fold, and Ron off to a hot start himself, making a couple of optimistic pre-flop calls and winning both the hands. We'll see if we get right back into some more action here. We've already had some pretty big pots for only being an orbit in. Ito lost a big one with the 7s last time around. And Andres on the button with King 5 offsuit is going to make the fold. Ron in the small blind only has to put in 5,000 to see a flop, so he's getting 8-1. Interesting quirk of live poker. Sometimes the small blind is 2/3 of the big blind, due to the way the chip races work. And Mehdi does have the option to bluff raise here. This is the sort of hand that you want to do it with. Very little check back value. But that's a flop. And Ron likes the flop too. I mean, he's got a pretty good hand. He's got second pair in a spot where it's very unlikely his opponent has an ace. I won't say very unlikely, but fairly unlikely. A lot of ace-x is going to be raising back pre-flop. So when you have a hand like 5-4 and get a flop like this, you expect to be good a lot of the time. Mehdi, of course, has the stone-cold nuts, not even a flush draw out there to worry about. He is going to bet 15,000, trying to keep his opponent in the pot. Very good sizing in this particular case. Unfortunately for Mehdi, the run out is not particularly favorable. Obviously, he still very likely has the best hand. He's only losing to Jack 10, but his opponent is going to have a hard time calling a bet on the river here with the 5. Although, the way the hand played out, it's unlikely that Mehdi actually has a king or a queen, so I could see Ron talking himself into calling the river here. No, he gets away from it pretty quickly. Mehdi is continuing his very hot start to the day here. So far he's made top set, top pair, top kicker, and flopped straight, and we can see our stacks right here. Mehdi is leading the field with 104 big blinds. We have not seen Anatoly do much yet, but he's got a lot too. Mihai is in fine shape after hitting that straight with the King 10. Bernardo Neves. I think I've seen him online. I think he's... Although it's possible I'm confusing the name with another one. Everyone's got a lot of chips to play with here, though. It looks like I did recognize Bernardo. He is the 9th place all-time money winner in Portugal. He has a live cash for almost $1 million. And his total live earnings are about $2 million. So definitely a very capable and accomplished player. Thought I remembered seeing that name from GG Poker back in the day. Of course, nowadays I'm playing on Club WPT Gold, which is a fantastic site. If any of you guys are in the States, I would highly recommend checking that one out. Big fan. Yeah, it looks like Bernardo got 3rd in the WSOP circuit here in Cyprus last year for $500,000. So he's coming back to Cyprus to try to get more. Natoli with Queen 10 offsuit. Going to be patient. That's a hand you can open, but you're pushing the envelope a little bit from that position. I think in the Cyprus metagame, you probably want to err on the tighter side. Tournaments in this region tend to play a lot more loose and aggressive. So passing on some of those marginal opens seems like a reasonable adjustment to make. So Mehdi opens the button with 6s. Saeed is just going to call in the big blind with King 10 suited. This is a hand that you could shove with, but the hand calls very well. It would be profitable to shove this hand, basically, but you'd rather have it strengthening your calling range. And Mehdi is going to be ahead on this flop. But Saeed does have the right price to call if he wants to. And Mehdi's made a full house now. And he is running insanely hot. We're 2 orbits in, or something like that, and he's already made some incredibly strong hands. Unfortunately for him, his opponent's not going to be able to call multiple streets. But he's still going to win the hand. Well, I guess I was wrong. His opponent is going to be able to call multiple streets. Well, he surely can't call a 3rd street. I'm confident in making that prediction. I was wrong about the turn call, though. Mehdi has announced all in, which is the right sizing with this hand. You want to try to maximize the times your opponent has a 9 or a good ace. Basically just targeting a 9 at this point, but I mean, I guess any ace can talk itself into calling. But King 10 gonna have a hard time calling here, I think. He is thinking about it. And from our perspective here in the booth, we know that Mehdi has just been running extremely hot, but from the table's perspective, it looks like he's being aggressive, trying to run people over. He's putting in a time chip. I saw him flick a chip in, and I was like, no way he actually called, but it was just a time chip. This is a pretty long tank with King 10. You'd have to really be catching your opponent blasting here to make this call, I think. I mean, Medi could be multi-barreling with something like a 7-8 or busted clubs or busted hearts. But he also has plenty of 9s in his button opening range. As well as, of course, all of the aces. And he does find the fold eventually. And wisely so. He was certainly not beating 6s full of 9s.
Good fold, good fold.
Good fold indeed.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck.
Check out our Flex Fit hats. Rocking that WPT logo. It's nice to see the World Poker Tour thriving. I came up watching all these tournaments on TV.
6 pass. 7 pass.
And the brand is definitely thriving right now with multiple online sites. In the States, we have WPT Gold, and for the rest of the world, we have WPT Global. From what I understand, it's a very good site as well. I was playing on there a little bit before I came back to the States last year. I am a huge fan of Gold, though. I recommend it to everybody.
1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass.
As we see Ron opening the hijack here with King 10, perfectly reasonable. Mihai in the big blind is going to come along with Ace 7 suited.
Heads up. 5 check, 8 check.
Mihai has flopped a single club, so he's got a little something. Ron checks back the flop.
5 check, 8 check.
Both players check again to the river. We got Ace High versus King High.
5 bet, 20,000. 8
Mihai is going to bet for value and get paid. Nice little value extraction on the river there from Mihai. .42 players remain. I believe we are playing down to the final table today. And then tomorrow we'll be back with the final table action. These players are battling it out for over $300,000 for first.
7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 all in. 5 pass.
How much is this?
Please. Thank you.
And Saeed is going to be all in with the Ace 10 on the button.
100.
Anatoly in the big blind with Ace 3 has to think about it.
6 call. Showdown, please.
Ace-3 is going to make the call. It's only about 13 big blinds, so Ace-3 is within the calling range. No help for Anatoly just yet.
Big fold. The fold.
And Saeed is going to hold and get the double up here.
$45.
45.
It's a tough spot for Anatoly there, but Ace-3 probably does make it into the calling range. It's very close. The button is going to be jamming 13 with a wide variety of hands. A lot of them do not contain an ace. So Ace-3, even though your upside is being 55%, that's enough upside to probably justify calling there. Unfortunately for him, he was dominated, but it's a lot easier for us to know that here, seeing the whole cards. Ron's got the deuces. The man does not like folding low pairs. Deep in the tank. He does make the fold. Good fold.
1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 5 raise. 30,000.
Be high raising the button with 8-5 suited. Anatoly's got ace queen offsuit. We'll surely be putting in the 3-bet here. We'll get some big stack on big stack combat. Gonna be hard for Mihai to call this one. But if he does make the call, he'll have pretty decent equity and position. Andres will get out of the way. And Mihai will also get out of the way.
1 time collection, please. In front of you. 1 time collection. Or time collection. Time bank. Yeah.
They're charging Anatoly a time chip for that one. I thought he 3-bet pretty fast, but
It's making
I don't
one
see
sound.
it from here.
I guess he took longer than 10 seconds.
It makes on 5 seconds and after in the end. Look.
Let's check it.
Gonna get 5 seconds? That seems like a
You see? On 10 seconds.
small amount of time to charge a time chip for, but she has the tablet and I don't. So.
Listen, it's 10 more tables. It's 5 more tables. So you hear from everywhere. You don't know that it comes from here.
Can
So
you
please announce
your
just 5 seconds.
for them because we cannot see work. Okay, I will announce.
Thank you.
1. Position 1, raise 30.
Betty coming in for an open under the gun with Queen 10 suited. Bernardo right behind has a pair of jacks. I expect we'll see him 3-bet.
80,000.
80,000. I was going to say 75, so I was close.
5 pass. 6 pass. 5 seconds. 7 pass. 8 pass. 5 spades.
Medi's got a pretty good hand, but he's also early position versus early position. He is going to see a flop. He has a third of the equity and he's getting 3 to 1, so he's got the right price. Does not hit on the flop though. Bernardo is ahead with a pair of jacks.
1 check. Two bet 50,000.
Bernardo will come in for the small c-bet, 25%, and Medi, with no backdoors or anything,
1
is
pass.
going to have to get out of the way. Nice easy win for Bernardo there, looking to build on his success from Cyprus last year. Not in this particular tournament, but he did win $500,000 out here last year.
Two pass.
Saeed with 4s under the gun 1, going to fold. These low pairs go down in value a little bit the deeper in the tournament you get.
6 pass.
And that is an awkward stack size to raise with 4s from that position.
7 pass.
Folds to Ron in the small blind. Getting that 8 to 1 again. This time he is not even going to try, and he wisely avoided it as Medi was lurking in the big blind with a very strong hand, ace-10 suited.
I have one more, please. Funny.
Three pass. 5 pass.
Anatoly on the hijack with king 10, going to come in for the raise.
30,000. Seven pass. 8 pass. One pass. And 2 pass. Five pass. Six pass.
Anatoly going to fold the deuces there. And Ron on the cutoff with ace-5 offsuit. He's got about 14 big blinds. This is right on the borderline.
8 pass.
He is going to pass on it. I think that's probably correct. He would be shoving the button, I'd imagine.
1 pass. Five seconds. 2 calls.
Bernardo going to come along for the limp.
3 check.
Saeed will make the check.
Heads up.
Hard to fold much of anything in the small blind, getting 8-1. And both players miss the flop. Saeed does have a heart in his hand. He also has a backdoor straight draw. And these things are very marginal, but in blind versus blind situations with the ranges this wide, you do have to consider every aspect of your hand to try to find enough floats. Saeed is going to fold this one, though.
Six pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 calls.
Saeed in the small blind, ace-4 offsuit, a little bit too much to jam. Awkward stacks to raise. He is just going to limp.
5 seconds. 5 raise. 50,000.
He has going to bluff raise out of the big blind. This is something you definitely want to do a lot of the time, especially when the small blind is so cheap to complete. You can expect your opponent to have a very wide range, and you want to choose hands like this to attack it with. Mihai will not be too sad if he gets limp or re-raised, as opposed to if he had a hand like King 9 or King 10 offsuit. That would be kind of a disaster to get limp re-raised off of that hand. But with Jack 5, you can bluff here, try to take down the pot pre-flop, and if you get raised and have to fold, it is not the end of the world.
5 seconds.
It's like Mihai is going to, or Saeed rather, is going to go for the limp
Yeah,
re-raise
little
here.
ones to see if- I know.
Good hand to do it with. It's a hand you expect to be ahead with pre, especially if your opponent is finding these light raises, but it's a hand that flops very poorly. So a well-played hand on both sides there. Mihai would have benefited from checking and seeing a free flop in this particular case, but that is very much a hand that you want to bluff raise with out of the big blind sometimes. And the limp jam with ace-4 offsuit also very much in the range of things you want to be doing.
Seven raise. 30,000. 8 pass. 1 pass.
Andres raising under the gun with King Queen. Bernardo on the cutoff with Ace Jack. He can flat, he can 3-bet.
80. 2 raise. 80,000.
I believe he is going for the 3-bet here.
3 pass. 5 pass.
I think ace jack suited would certainly be flatting.
6 pass. 5 seconds. 7 pass.
And Bernardo is going to win that one uncontested. King Queen had decent equity there, but there's a lot of hands that you're just way behind.
This one I think is right. Wait a second.
Even in that pot, he was slightly behind, so hard to call the 3-bet out of position there.
This is a good way.
Pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 raise. 30,000.
And we got some big hands here. Saeed's raising the cutoff with a pair of aces. Mihai has 6s on the button.
5 call. 6 pass. 7 pass. Heads up. Check.
We go heads up to the flop. Saeed's going to start with a check.
Five check.
Turn pairs the king.
3 check.
Saeed's still well in the lead. He's going to keep checking. Try to get his opponent to start putting some stabs out there.
Bet 40,000. Three call. Three check. 5 check.
Mihai content to take his showdown on the river there. I believe he was trying to deny equity on the turn. Wasn't trying to bluff. And Saeed will win a nice medium-sized pot there with the aces. For those of you just joining us, we are here on day 3 of the World Poker Tour Cyprus event. $3,500 buy-in. We will be playing down to the final table today. First place is a little bit over 300,000. We can see our stacks here.
Hello guys. Okay.
Ron is hanging in there with 14 big blinds. Mehdi is leading the table with 107 big blinds. So everyone, for the most part, has a decent amount to play with. We will be getting a blind increase soon. I believe we're playing hour levels today.
Five. Four pass. Five. Six pass.
Anatoly's been fairly quiet so far. He's waking up with kings on the button.
7 raise. 30,000. Five. 95. Raise 95,000.
And Andres is going to 3-bet with the ace-3 suited. He has picked a poor spot for it because he's up against kings. And he's just going to make the call. Playing it slow, try to get some more money post-flop. Andres is a 2-to-1 underdog, but he can very much hit something. He did not on this flop. Anatoly has a diamond as well. So Andres is way behind on the flop here. Andres is not even going to try to stab at this one. He's giving it up right away, and wisely so in this case. His opponent is very much not folding this hand. Andres did get the all-red flop, but it was the wrong kind of red cards. Although, of course, from our perspective, it's blue cards, but we have the 4-color deck displayed on stream, but they are playing with the standard 2-color deck. Blinds are going up. You can see the top view of the table there. That's pretty cool. Looks like some comfy chairs. Always a nice feature at the feature table. Sometimes you're out on the floor and they give you those low-tier chairs. When you get to the feature table, you get the nice, comfortable ones. Our new player at the table has aces. Welcome to the table, sir. He's going to come in for a raise to 40,000. And Andres has picked up ace-king, and this is very likely going to be the end of Andres.
300.
Take risk, 300,000.
And Andres is going to need a lot of help to stay alive here. Very unlucky spot. This is sort of just like stepping on a landmine in a tournament. Ace King, you're supposed to get all the money in pre. You're in pretty good shape against everything but aces and kings. Even against kings, you have 30%. Aces is the one hand that you really do not want to see.
$1,125,000.
And Andres might be tanking for a pay jump or something here because he doesn't really have a decision. He's put in most of his chips already. I don't know the pay jumps off the top of my head, but it's possible there's one at 39. And that would explain him waiting a bit. That is an option to use your time banks in this fashion. Of course, if he ends up winning the hand, he might wish he had him later in the tournament, but... we may be sitting here for another minute and a half, waiting to see if he wants to put in his last 90k with 300 already in the middle with Ace King. He does put the call in. And he is going to get the bad news. He's up against the one hand he very much did not want to see. Well, he's got some life on the flop. All he needs is a queen. When your spot is that bad pre-flop, you're happy to flop a gut shot. You're happy to have any live equity. 8 on the turn, that is not it. He needs a queen on the river or he will be out of the tournament. And that is a deuce. So Nariman is going to come to the table, get aces against ace king immediately, and add to his million chip stack. He is up to 1.6 now. That's one of those hands that just plays itself. Nothing Anders can do there.
Alright guys, one announce. Dealer doesn't have to say you 5, 4. You have to pay attention by yourself.
Sometimes you gotta just hit the rail. You guys are looking for some WPT swag, check out the shop WPT. 15% off online orders if you use promo code WPT stream. Represent the greatest brand in poker.
It takes long time with the ace king after
He wants pay jump. So one more people pay jump. It's like 40. It was 40 and...
So get 2,000 more.
Yeah, but...
You are for Romania or Russia? You are for Romania or Russia?
Italy.
Moldova?
Moldova. That's why I'm speaking both.
Speak both language. Moldovanechka also.
Does not exist.
Nobody speak.
It's like a mix of these two languages. Officially, does not exist.
Nariman has picked up a slightly less good hand this time, but still good enough to play. And he will come in for a raise.
40,000.
I think you go and play in Bucharest.
I would. Anytime.
Yeah, I remember. I think from Bucharest.
Ron on the button has about 9 big blinds. He's got Jack 10 suited. This is actually a spot that you might want to do a little bit of calling in, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I've seen the solvers come up with spots like this sometimes. At least out of the small blind, you would definitely do some calling. The button, I'm not entirely sure, but it is a reasonably playable hand. Bernardo closing the action here with 6-4. This hand does get a little bit better multi-way, but he is going to pass on that one. So we're heads up to the flop. Narman is in the lead. And both players miss. So Narman has to try to think which hands his opponent would flat here for this stack size.
Okay. 30,000.
And he is going to come out with a small bet, and that will get the job done.
Seven days, 40,000.
Until he's opening the eights, Ron will be all in with the ace-10 of diamonds. We're going to have a coin flip on our hands here.
135,000.
We are going to be flipping some coins.
Three plus 7. Oh, 7.
Anatoly a very slight favorite as we head into the flop here. And now he is a big favorite. Ron is going to need an ace or a 10 or backdoor diamonds. There's the ace.
Six days, 40.
Mihai with the queen jack suited under the gun. Saeed with ace king, about 25 big blinds. And he's got to decide whether he wants to just go all in or whether he wants to 3-bet to some smaller size. I think with this specific hand, I do like the all in, and he agrees. Ace King offsuit, obviously a fantastic hand to get in pre-flop most of the time, unless you're Anders a couple minutes ago. But if he had 3-bet to something like 7 big blinds and gotten called, he's only a 60-40 favorite, so he does not want to let his opponent see a flop for any sort of reasonable price. Mehdi on the hijack with an offsuit Broadway hand. This is good enough to open. And he will open.
40,000.
Saeed will make the call with Jack 10 suited. And Saeed has flopped a gut shot. Mehdi does have a slightly better hand, but he doesn't have any particular draws here.
Moldova or Romania? Ah, so you come sometimes to play poker in Romania.
Not so often because
35,000.
small tournaments.
He is going to make the small c-bet.
They
And
don't
Saeed
make
will
it
certainly be sticking around for at least one street here.
It's not possible.
The flight is 1 hour. The flight. You live in Chisinau.
It's less than 1 hour. Two flights, two companies.
Turn is a 3.
Event in Cyprus there. Here every 2 months, married every 2 months. Every month I come there almost.
But 60,000.
Spent this summer 3 times inside.
In tournament.
Where are you from? From Israel?
40 minutes flight.
40 minutes.
40 minutes only.
Mehdi going for the second barrel.
It's close by.
And that's actually going to do the job. Wow.
I think
Small
the Barcelona,
sizing, too.
But here it's easy. And I'm a businessman, I cannot get time.
A nice second barrel from Mehdi there. I would have expected the sizing to be a little bit bigger. He only bet about a quarter of the pot. And he got the fold. I mean, Jack 10 was behind, but he still had the gut shot in position.
Did you play Onyx
Yeah,
also?
yeah.
How's it going?
I would bust it. I make 1 cash from tournament.
You played 10,000
10,000.
and which one?
10,000 was
Many.
10,000 of it. I think 10,000. No, it was another one.
Another one.
No, there was there was 1 by 1. It was before the small one I win, not the 10,000. It was before this event. Before the annex was another.
You have like a time.
No, I pass. Before was another tournament, almost 10 days. So I win one of the small ones. Not win, I win cash.
Okay.
Bernardo's got 10-9 suited on the hijack. I expect he will be opening this one.
2 days, 40,000. 3 pass. 4 pass. 6 pass. 7 pass.
And that's going to be good enough to take it down. Armin on the cutoff with ace 10. Sunglasses are on. And Anatoly in the small blind. At this stack depth, you probably want to make a call with this hand. Little dice here when you're shallow, but at 50, 60 big blinds, this is worth seeing a flop with. Anatoly's been hitting all the spots so far, so not surprised to see him hit this one. Ron with ace-5 suited should probably be going all in here. Calling is also an option. In this case, he's probably lucky he didn't go all in. He would have run into ace 10, but I think, generally speaking, all in out of the big blind is the correct play here. Everyone misses the flop, so it's going to go to whoever bets it, which is likely going to be Narman. He is putting out the small C bet, and that should do the job. And Narman's been off to a very hot start since he got to this table. Immediately picked up aces against ace king to bust out Andres. Picking up some small pots elsewhere as well. Narman has kings. And Ron with Queen 10 suited in the small blind. We are going to go 3 ways to the flop. I do like Ron's call here out of the small blind. I think you can also go all in. Calling definitely better than folding, though. Both players with a gut shot here. Ron has a gut shot with the jack. Mehdi has one with the 6. Mehdi is in a lead out of the big blind here. Eight on the turn does not directly improve anybody. Looks like Mehdi wants to continue betting. Norman is still not going anywhere, especially for this size. And Ron's stack is getting a little awkward. If he calls this bet, he is essentially going to be all in. If his overcards were live, he'd have about the right price, but of course, as we know, his overcards are not live. He needs exactly a jack to win this hand. He will wisely get out of the way. And Betty is going to cut this one off on the river. Narman has faded all the gut shots and the overcard. He has the winner. He may try to get a little bit more money out of it by betting here, but I think he's made as much as he's going to make on this one. Barring some sort of especially heroic check raise bluff from Mehdi, I think that is going to be the end of this hand. You can see our updated chip stacks here. Ron is hanging in there with 8 big blinds. Armin is now the leader at the table. Mehdi and Anatoly are both in fine shape as well. Mihai hanging in there as well. We are playing all the way down to final table today. And then we will have the final table tomorrow. Thank you all for joining us for this World Poker Tour Cyprus stream. I'm your host for today, Brian Paris. I believe Matt Savage will be joining me for the final table commentary tomorrow. Always nice to get his perspective on things. Going to be playing a WPT myself in a couple weeks here in Jacksonville. About 20 minutes away from me. As we see Saeed coming in for an open here under the gun with a suited ace. A suited wheel ace, even. Medi will get out of the way. Bernardo in the big blind has the king and the 5. And he will make the fold. That is a type of hand you might want to defend with against a cutoff open or a button open. But against under the gun, it's simply too likely that you're dominated. Of course, as we know, he actually had 2 live cards, but a lot of the under the gun range will be smashing a hand like king 5 offsuit. Holds around to Medi here on the button. He's got ace-8 suited. He will come in for the raise. And Saeed in the big blind, king 3. This is kind of similar to Bernardo's king 5 from Lost Ham, but in this case he's up against a button raise rather than an early position raise, so he is going to make the call, see a flop. It's important to consider the properties of your hand and how it interacts with your opponent's range. And a button range is going to contain a lot more hands that king 3 is straight up ahead of, whereas an under the gun range, you're going to be in much worse shape. So even though they're getting the same price, it makes sense to call king 3 versus the button raise and not versus the under the gun raise. Medi checking back the flop. Good check back. He's picked up the nut flush draw on the turn. And now he is going to bet. He's also ahead, of course, so he doesn't actually need to bet, but can't hurt. I've been very much on the WPT grind myself lately. I've been playing a lot on WPT Gold. I'll be playing the live WPT in Jacksonville next week, hoping to get my name on that trophy. For those of you not in the States, you can check out WPT Global. As it folds around to Bernardo on the button here with a pair of sixes. He is going to come in for the open. Nariman in the big blind with king 2, very similar spot to last hand. And he certainly can opt to make the call. He can also fold. He's up against a very good player, and he has an offsuit hand with a 2 in it. I think both options are fine here. He could also 3-bet bluff this hand. He's using time bank, so I guess he's considering all of the options here. You do want to use some of these offsuit kings to 3-bet bluff against button opens. The button is going to have a very wide range of hands. Not all of them can stand up against a 3-bet. Of course, this one can, but a lot of them cannot.
For raise 120.
And he is going for the 3-bet, and I think we'll see Bernardo just go all in here. I've played with him online quite a bit. He has won a lot of money both online and live. He knows his way around a poker table. And I would imagine we'll see him just jam with his pair here.
2 all in.
There it is.
Four fold.
It was a good attempt to 3-bet bluff there, but didn't work out that time. You have to find those light 3-bets out of the blind from some portion of your range, and choosing a hand with like a king or an ace in it that's not particularly good to call is a nice place to start. Your opponent will not have a pair to jam on you the vast majority of the time, but Bernardo did have one that time. Anatoly with aces. He's been pretty patient today. Been playing well, and now he gets aces.
Four fold. Three fold. Four fold.
Mihai in the big blind with the king 10. I'd imagine we'll see him make the call here.
Five fold.
And he does. We're going heads up to the flop. Anatoly is well in the lead so far. And it doesn't look like that flop is good enough for Mihai. It's got something, though. He does have top pair. It's good enough to continue. But it's not good enough to beat aces. Not yet, anyway. Mihai's still about a 5-1 dog against the aces here.
Fourteen.
Anatoly going for the small c-bet here. I might like sizing up a little more on this texture.
Five fold.
Turn is a 9. That does not help Mihai.
Five
He still
fold.
has 5 outs going into the river.
5 bet, 45.
Mihai going to do a blocking bet on the river here. That is not going to win him the hand. But he is setting his own price. Avoiding check calling a larger bet.
Six raise.
Anatoly is going to raise for a little bit extra value.
165. Five raise.
Oh my goodness, this hand got interesting real fast. Wow. Mihai is turning his hand into a bluff on the river, and this might actually work. Anatoly is, he cannot be happy about seeing this. This is some, this is not how I expected this to go. Ooh. What a fantastic bluff there from Mihai. Wow. Anatoly getting a little greedy there with the value. I mean, he was ahead, but then he wound up getting blown off his hand, and that is an incredible line from Mihai there. Very well played.
Все равно будет интересно остаться. Надеюсь, что это ранит из-за этого.
Only
8 all in. Rolling 165.
That was certainly the hand of the day so far.
One fault.
Mihai getting himself in a rough spot on the flop. Top pair, good kicker against aces, and finding a way to win the hand on the river. Ron just managed to get eights to fold. He was going to be in rough shape there, but the eights was in too early a position to call. Too many players behind. So Ron finds himself in a much better spot now. Oh, he's running to tens. Never mind.
6 call, all in call.
you take your chips back.
Actually, but anyways, good luck.
Man, du hast es.
I can't beat you. It's fourth time.
Then
Fourth
before
hit.
against.
There's the 4 on the flop.
Why are you trying?
Very bad run, kid. Flapped and bad beaten.
And it looks like Ron is going to stay alive here, hitting the 2-outer. He had to shove. He only had about 10 big blinds. Certainly a fine shove with a pair. You are going to run into a higher pair sometimes, but when that happens, you can always hit the 2-outer, as he just did.
Very lucky.
Bernardo coming in for a raise under the gun one with the ace 10. Mihai on the button with ace king. But man, I'm still just marveling at that king 10 hand. That was very impressive from Mihai. Really, really sick hand. Anatoly's going to be all in with the sevens here. And he's actually in quite good shape. This is a little bit of an out of line jam. Not totally out of the question or anything, but it's a little out of line. Perhaps steaming a bit from that ace's hand.
Либо дама, либо король думаю. Ну, с блокером на нас. Да, нет, я понял. Спокойно превратил.
And Mihai is going to take the rest. Mihai just crushing Anatoly's soul there. Getting him on that river 3-bet and then winning a huge flip. And that is going to be the end for Anatoly. Wow. What a sequence for Mihai. I mean, the ace-king hand sort of played itself, but that king-10 hand, man. That was some high-level stuff. Really, really impressive. Ron is going to come in for a complete from the small blind. He folded Jack 4 in this spot earlier, but it was only a 5K to limp, but he's coming in with the 9-2. He is slightly ahead, though. Still holding up on the flop. He has a pair of deuces. Medi picks up a gut shot, though. Medi is not going to call the turn. Ron will win the pot on the turn.
Now is the 6 max or they give us another
No,
player?
2 players coming right now. 4 tables.
Three five. Four four.
With all the players?
Bolts around to Mihai on the cutoff. He's got a suited king that is good enough.
14.
He is in there.
8 4. One four.
Bernardo's got Jack 6 in the big blind. He is getting a decent price, but this hand is not particularly playable post-flop. I'd imagine we'd see him calling with like Jack 8, maybe Jack 7, but Jack 6 is not going to cut it off. Not going to make the cutoff, rather.
Very low, right? Very low.
They will change.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like a kid.
Feel like school.
Yeah, I feel like school.
Put hands like this and
Parece o Freeza. Esta cadeira não sobe. Não sobe. Vou trocar.
Cards are back in the air here shortly. We have a new player joining our table with 22 big blinds. A couple new players, as we've lost a few. We'll see how long Alexander manages to stick around with his 7 big blinds. Certainly possible to spin that up, but he's got a battle in front of him. As we are playing down to the final table here today at the World Poker Tour Cyprus. 32 players remain. We started the day with 45. We are proceeding at a decent clip as Mihai picks up kings, looking to add to his already very hot start today. Anatoly played a great game the whole day, and then the 7's hand, I mean, he got it in ahead, but I think that was a little bit ambitious to 4-bet jam that much. Ron is going to call the cutoff with deuces. And Bernardo is folding a deuce, which means Ron is in very rough shape here.
Check. 5 check. 8 check.
One has caught the last deuce on the turn. Mihai does still have a live flush draw.
Raise 160. Sweet. Five raise. 8 all in call.
And Ron is going to be in fantastic shape here. Mihai in disbelief The pre-flop call was a little bit ambitious. Mihai does still have quite a few outs to win the hand here. And this is quite a large pot. If Ron holds up, he's going to have almost $1 million. And a full house on the river is going to be more than enough. Mihai's hot streak has been stalled a little bit. But he still has a lot more than he started the day with. Pretty unlucky for him. He actually got one outed on the turn there. As we know, Bernardo folded the case to
120.
Well, we're going to see what our new players have in store for us here. Alexander going to be all in on his first hand. Ace-5 suited, 7 big blinds. All in.
7 all in. 140. 8 fold. One fold.
Nobody's picked up much to call him with yet. He's got to make it through 2 more players after Bernardo folds.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
And Alexander going to pick up 50K there. That is a 33% increase to his stack. It's always a good feeling when you got that short stack, you get those jams through. You can build very quickly that way. And that was certainly a prime candidate for a jam there, Ace-5 suited.
Thank you.
You can see our updated stack counts now. We still have some massive stacks at the table. Mihai still has 80 big blinds, so he's still in fine shape, but that was a rough spot getting one outer there with kings. Alexander bringing up the rear with 10, but that is certainly something you can spin up, and he will be attempting to do that here. Alexander's got another shove in hand here. He's got 7s under the gun 1 for 9.5 big blinds.
Classic one, just fold.
One pass.
Small in.
Two all in.
And we got a big coin flip spot here. Alexander has run into quite a few strong hands behind. He's going to need a 7. Bernardo is going to be in the lead against Saeed's Ace King, and if Bernardo can win this pot, he will have quite a lot of chips.
Half pass.
Yeah. Yeah,
Any pass with chips.
Usually long.
How much? 580 here.
And can I count this pass?
Oh, okay, I fold.
6 pass.
Mister, I go.
Cards plus.
What the hand? Okay, I tell after. I don't block any outs, but I tell after.
Yeah, you can say.
They all in.
No, maybe some outs for someone. Okay.
Like this?
I don't know. Send for.
Bernardo's holding up.
Finish of card.
Joao sounded like a Portuguese name, so I assume these guys know each other.
Valets from Andy, don't.
Bernardo is going to scoop a massive pot there. That is the type of hand that makes or breaks your tournament.
The box the table.
You get jacks, you're facing a short stack shove, ace king wakes up behind, you hold on the flip, and suddenly you are among the chip leaders.
Nice hand.
Bernardo's been playing very well all day, and he is rewarded
We are
there.
moving you on the table 1. Please put the chips in the rack, move, and after you will have your full break. But first we are moving in the same crew, in the same position, like number of the boxes, on the table 1.
Кажется, нам нужно еще один. Table one, двое сейчас. Table one, yes.
Ну все балансируется. Шукайте, просто перейдите. Yes, 164, 161, 162.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
WPT Global, exclusive player protection. Our platform automatically identifies each player's skill level and ensures no more than 2 pros play at any table. If the pro spots are full, other pros must wait or switch tables, effectively protecting the recreational player pool's ecosystem. WPT Global, fair game, always. WPT Global, world-class security team. We use smart AI to detect in real time all forms of cheating, collusion, bots, real-time assistance, and other prohibited software, making cheating impossible to hide. Transparent hand history and instant reporting. Review every opponent's hand history instantly. See something suspicious? Report with 1 click. If confirmed, you'll be generously rewarded thanks to our rewarding integrity and poker program. WPT Global, fair game, always.
WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour, where champions are crowned every day. Join the action and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
The WPT Asia Series Overdrive is here. From July 19th to August 30th, 43 days, over 200 million yen guaranteed. Every week, the night run lights up the strip. Climb the series leaderboard for a share of 2 million yen in cash. Clear daily missions and flip your way into the nightly finals. 2.1 million yen in prizes. Shift through the phase pathway, day 1 flights into the day 2 finale. Chase one of 13 WPT rings, from ignition all the way to the Grand Prix. Win 3, and the 3 million yen bonus is yours. Start your engines. WPT Asia Series Overdrive on WPT Global.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Tournaments in this region tend to play a lot more loose and aggressive. So passing on some of those marginal opens seems like a reasonable adjustment to make. So Mehdi opens the button with 6s. Saeed is just going to call in the big blind with King 10 suited. This is a hand that you could shove with, but the hand calls very well. It would be profitable to shove this hand, basically, but you'd rather have it strengthening your calling range. And Mehdi is going to be ahead on this flop. But Saeed does have the right price to call if he wants to. And Mehdi's made a full house now. And he is running insanely hot. We're 2 orbits in, or something like that, and he's already made some incredibly strong hands. Unfortunately for him, his opponent's not going to be able to call multiple streets. But he's still going to win the hand. Well, I guess I was wrong. His opponent is going to be able to call multiple streets. Well, he surely can't call a 3rd street. I'm confident in making that prediction. I was wrong about the turn call, though. Mehdi has announced all in, which is the right sizing with this hand. You want to try to maximize the times your opponent has a 9 or a good ace. Basically just targeting a 9 at this point, but I mean, I guess any ace can talk itself into calling. But King 10 gonna have a hard time calling here, I think. He is thinking about it. And from our perspective here in the booth, we know that Mehdi has just been running extremely hot, but from the table's perspective, it looks like he's being aggressive, trying to run people over. He's putting in a time chip. I saw him flick a chip in, and I was like, no way he actually called, but it was just a time chip. This is a pretty long tank with King 10. You'd have to really be catching your opponent blasting here to make this call, I think. I mean, Mehdi could be multi-barreling with something like a 7-8 or busted clubs or busted hearts. But he also has plenty of 9s in his button opening range. As well as, of course, all of the aces. And he does find the fold eventually. And wisely so. He was certainly not beating sixes full of nines.
Thank you. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 all in. 5 pass.
How much is this?
Please. Thank you.
And Saeed is going to be all in with the ace 10 on the button. Anatoly in the big blind with ace 3 has to think about it.
6 call. Showdown, please.
Ace 3 is going to make the call. It's only about 13 big blinds, so ace 3 is within the calling range. No help for Anatoly just yet. And Saeed is going to hold and get the double up here. Low tier chairs. When you get to the feature table, you get the nice comfortable ones. Our new player at the table has aces. Welcome to the table, sir. He's going to come in for a raise to 40,000. And Andres has picked up ace king, and this is very likely going to be the end of Andres. And Andres is going to need a lot of help to stay alive here. Very unlucky spot. This is sort of just like stepping on a landmine in a tournament. Ace king. You're supposed to get all the money in pre. You're in pretty good shape against everything but aces and kings. Even against kings, you have 30%. Aces is the one hand that you really do not want to see. And Andres might be tanking for a pay jump or something here because he doesn't really have a decision. He's put in most of his chips already. I don't know the pay jumps off the top of my head, but it's possible there's one at 39. And that would explain him waiting a bit. That is an option to use your time banks in this fashion. Of course, if he ends up winning the hand, he might wish he had him later in the tournament, but... we may be sitting here for another minute and a half, waiting to see if he wants to put in his last 90k with 300 already in the middle with ace king. He does put the call in. And he is going to get the bad news. He's up against the one hand he very much did not want to see. Well, he's got some life on the flop. All he needs is a queen. When your spot is that bad pre-flop, you're happy to flop a gut shot. You're happy to have any live equity. 8 on the turn, that is not it. He needs a queen on the river or he will be out of the tournament. And that is a deuce. So Nariman is going to come to the table, get aces against ace-king immediately, and add to his million chip stack. He is up to 1.6 now. That's one of those hands that just plays itself. Nothing Anders can do there.
Alright, guys.
Natoli's opening the 8s. Ron will be all in with the ace-10 of diamonds. We're going to have a coin flip on our hands here.
135,000.
We are going to be flipping some coins. Anatoly a very slight favorite as we head into the flop here. And now he is a big favorite. Ron is going to need an ace or a 10 or backdoor diamonds.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Dealer doesn't have to tell you 5-4, you have to pay attention by yourself. And if you throw all your time banks, it means even if you think only 1 minute, all the time banks will be taken. So please don't throw it if you don't mean it. We are ready.
Good to know.
We are back in action here, folks. Back for day 3 of the WPT Cyprus main event. $3,500 buy-in. 32 players remain, I believe. Something in that region. And we have a fresh table for you here. So you see an open with 8s from under the gun +1. The price of poker has gone up, as it tends to do in tournaments. We're playing hour levels today.
One call. Two plus. Three check.
And we have a set of 8s on the flop here, unfortunately, for, I'm going to butcher this name, Muad. Nobody else has much of anything. He is going to win the pot there. I'm sure he would have liked to have been up against a pair of kings or something, but he's going to have to settle for just winning the pot. There are certainly worse fates. Better than getting your set cracked, but... So the big one has gone up to 25,000. Nazari is going to open the hijack with ace-9 offsuit. Ollie's got deuces on the cutoff. He is going to make the call. It's about 10% of the effective stack. And Rizk in the big blind will come along with the ace-8 suited. No help for anybody on the flop. Ollie is out in front with his pair of deuces. He also has a backdoor spade draw to go with it. This is why the deuces flat is kind of rough, though. Not a big fan of the flat pre-flop, especially this deep in the tournament. He's quickly folding the best hand on the flop, and you can't really blame him. There's so many overcards out there, but that is kind of what happens with deuces. A lot of overcards come out. There are spots you want to continue with it at deeper stacks, or when you're on the button, or when you're in the blinds, or whatever, but I think flatting the cutoff there for that amount was a little bit too much. But then again, he is deep in the tournament, and I am in the booth, so what do I know? We will be playing all the way down to the final table today. Let me pull up the prizes here real quick. First place is $368,900, which includes a 10K seat to the World Championship. And the deuces are coming right back in there. Nazari is raising the deuces, but he does have quite a big stack. So I like this one a little bit more. Seeing Ito again, we saw him at the feature table earlier. And the deuces raise is going to make it through. I probably would have preferred folding that one as well, but I think when you've got a big stack like that, you can justify raising with a pretty wide range of hands, and it makes a better raise than a call. Nazari is sitting pretty there with almost 2 million in chips. And Wayron, under the gun with fives, is going to make a similar raise. Fives, of course, a couple notches better than deuces. But he's also got quite a few chips. Sergiu on the cutoff has Queen-9 suited. It's a hand you can consider a few options with, and it looks like he is going to come along for the ride. with very deep stacks in position, this is something you can do. But unfortunately for him, Muwad has woken up with jacks in the small blind, and I would imagine he is just going to be all in.
Ten. Five raise. 6 plus. 215.
Basically all in.
Seven plus.
Get a glimpse of the trophy there as we see our stacks at this table. Pretty good spread of stacks here. Sergiu is leading with 75 big blinds, and Ryan in last with 22 big blinds. So everyone's got some chips to play with here.
Pitching or sliding? Pitching or sliding? Whatever.
Winner will get to put their name on the coveted Mike Sexton Champions Cup. What happens when they run out of space on there? Let's make a bigger one.
9 plus.
Well, these guys are hoping to get to find out.
1 raise 50. 2 plus, 3 plus, 4 plus. 6 call. 7 plus.
So Ollie is opening with Queen 10 suited. Muwad comes in with King Queen. Wayron is going to come in with the Ace 6 suited. Three pretty good hands here. Let's see what the flop brings. Wayron is out in front with an ace. Ollie has a gut shot, and Muwad has middle pair.
One bet 55. Six call.
Ollie's going to start the betting. And Wayron does have the backdoor flush draw to go with his ace, so I don't think he will be going anywhere just yet. But in a three-way pot like this, it is entirely possible that he's beat. Of course, we know that he's not, but he doesn't know that yet. Turn is a 6. That gives Wayron 2 pair, and that makes his hand look a lot better.
Check. One check.
Ollie's going to check over to Muwad with middle pair. Got to check those suits. He is going to check it back. We'll see what the river brings. It is a 3, and Wayron is going to be the winner in this hand, barring some sort of wild bluff, which we have seen so far today. Wayron's going to go for some value here.
Bet.
2 pair on this board after the turn gets checked through should be more than good enough.
The bet is 185.
I don't think he's going to get a call from anybody here. Certainly not from Ollie. Muwad could at least consider it, but he's only beating bluffs, and he has the queen of diamonds in his hand, which makes the busted draws a little bit less likely. He's going to fold as well, so Wayron will win that one without too much consternation. Kind of nice to get back to tournament commentary. That is my wheelhouse. I've been doing the cash game commentary for the Best Bet live stream, which is where we're hosting the WPT in about 2 weeks. The Best Bet Jacksonville. I'm excited to play that one. But I am very much a tournament guy, so it's nice to get back to doing some tournament action here.
One, pass. 2, pass. 3, pass.
Rizk is going to come in for an open with a nice one, the Queen Jack of Spades. That is a good looking hand.
7, pass. 8, pass.
Nazari in the big blind has ace-8. That is good enough to take a flop.
75. 1, pass.
Apparently it's not good enough to take a flop. Oh, it was a larger open. Rizk made it 3 times the big blind. I guess that's why. The more standard sizing at this stage of the tournament is to go between 2 to 2.3x. But Rizk goes for the full 3x there, gets rewarded by folding out the best hand.
Two, pass. 3, pass. 4, pass. 6, pass.
Pulls all the way around to the cutoff. Rayan's got king 3 suited. That is openable. Unfortunately for him, he is up against 2 kings. Not quite what you're hoping for with king 3 suited. And Nazari is going to put in the 3-bet here.
9, raise is 135.
Ollie could have called the big blind, but I think he has to get out of the way now.
1, pass. 7, pass. Can you push me chest, please?
And the kings are going to take it down. King 3 suited is towards the bottom end of a cutoff opening range, but certainly can open with it. But once you get some pushback, you got to get away from it real quick. Kind of a shame for me that we switched tables because I was hoping to see more of Mihai after that river 3-bet bluff with the king 10, but I expect we'll see him again later in the tournament if he keeps playing that well.
None of diamonds is exposed.
We are shedding players pretty quickly today. We've started with 45, we're already down to 29. After about 2 hours of play, we will be playing all the way down to the final table today. And I believe it is a final table of 6 in World Poker Tours. As we fold over to Rayon on the cutoff here with Ace Jack.
50.
And he will be opening that one.
9 pass. 1 pass. 2 call. 9 of diamonds. Cost 2 players. Two check.
Ito defends the big blind. Queen 7. He does have the Queen of Clubs.
7 bet 35.
We could try to get a little funky here with a check raise.
Raise 2.
And it looks like he is taking that option. Unfortunately for him, he's up against Ace Jack, which is not going anywhere.
Call. Bet was 35, raise was 80.
And that turn is going to pretty much lock the board up for Rayon. Ito could still hit a queen, but he's giving up on his check raise now. The idea is to fold out hands like, you know, ace 10, ace 9, or pick up a club. He has done neither of those things. He also can no longer credibly represent a 3. There's only one of them left in the deck. So he went for the small check raise and then gave it up.
7 bet 25.
Check raise on the flop is like a little bit wide. It's certainly something you can do if you think your opponent is c-betting too much and folding to check raises too much. You'd ideally rather have something with like a backdoor straight draw. Maybe like queen 10 with the queen of clubs. Or something like 5 or 4 5 a heart, something like that. But he cut it off pretty quickly on the turn. So it was a pretty reasonable attempt. Didn't work out that time. Risk under the gun with a pair of deuces. People seem to love deuces in this tournament.
4 raise 75.
He is no exception. He's coming in for the raise. I'm not a big fan myself of the deuces, but I seem to be in the minority here, as Muwad right behind has queens.
Independent circles. 6-3 raise 210. 7.
He's going to put in a healthy 3-bet to 200,000. For all intents and purposes, this is basically an all-in. He's only got 320 behind. He made it 210. He's never doing this and then folding. He's basically hoping to string his opponent along here. Sergey will quickly get out of the way with the 8s. And wisely so. He is in very bad shape here. And now Rizk. The math does not quite add up to try to hit a set here. And it's early position versus early position, so you're very likely up against a strong hand. And he comes to the same conclusion, gets out of the way. Muwad will take that one down.
Pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 9 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass.
He folds from early position here. Sergey in the small blind with King Jack. He is not going to be folding. Confident in predicting that one.
85.
He is going to be raising.
4 pass.
And he's going to take it down uncontested.
Pass. 8 raise 50. 9 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4.
Wayron is opening with the King Jack, but Muawad again is woken up with a nice hand. Ace Jack suited.
6 4.
He is just going to make the call. He's well ahead so far, but we will see what the flop brings.
Check.
Now he's even further ahead. He's got the top pair. Wayron does have the pre-flop betting lead. He also has the King of Spades.
8 bet 30. 6 call. 6 check.
Muawad check calls the flop, and we will see if Wayron wants to continue with his bluff here. Not a particularly favorable turn to do so.
Check.
He gives it up. River's a 7. Muawad does still have the best hand, but the board got a little bit scarier on the river.
Bet 85.
He's going to go for a little bit of value here. There's no value to be had against King Jack.
8 pass.
And he will win a small to medium pot there with the Ace Jack suited. Some big money up top here, and only 28 players remain. $29, rather. Graphic coming in and correcting me there.
1 pass. 2 pass. pass.
Holds to risk on the button. Queen 9 offsuit.
Four.
Not a great hand. Usually good enough to open the button with, though. But he was up against a much better hand in the small blind. Muawad's got the ace 9.
Raise 6, 8. 7 pass.
And he's going to raise blind versus blind and take it down. Raising to a little bit more than 3x. Blind versus blind is the one spot that you want to size up. If you're out of position, the ranges are pretty wide. If you use a smaller size out of the small blind there, like 2.3x, your opponent in the big blind just gets to call with everything. So if you are going to raise there, instead of limping, you usually want to bump it up a little bit. And we saw that there. He made it a little more than 3 times the big blind.
Nine pass. 1 pass. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass.
Risk passing another hand that you could consider opening with ace 7 on the cutoff. That one's a little bit
6 raise.
less clear than the queen 9 on the button, I think. Muawad happy to open king 2 suited on the button.
7 pass.
Rayon will fold, and Weyron's got the nut worst hand in Hold'em. Got to show that one.
Gentlemen, move small blind.
If you guys are looking to play online, you can check out our online sites, WPT Global if you're not in the States, and Club at WPT Gold if you are in the States. I am a huge booster of WPT Gold. Big fan of the site. I dabbled in Global a little bit before I moved back here last year, so I've played on there too. They're both good sites. Check them out if you're looking to play some online poker. Maybe get ready for the next World Poker Tour event coming into your neighborhood. They are all around the world. Coming into my neighborhood next week with the WPT Best Bet Jacksonville Scramble. That's going to be a 5K main event. And I believe it's $1.5 million guarantee. It might just be $1 million, but either way, should be a good one. I'm looking forward to playing that.
7 raise 50.
You see it fold over to Rayon on the button here with the ace 10 offsuit. A good hand for the button, but unfortunately for him, he's up against a much better hand with Weyron's ace queen in the small blind.
Raise 175. 7 re-raise 175.
Weyron is going to put in the 3-bet. And now ace 10. This is a really difficult spot to navigate because you are actually pretty high up in your button range, but the hand does not call particularly well. You can 4-bet jam it, but if he does it here, he's going to be smashed. If you fold it, you're raise folding a lot of hands on the button. So there's really no good options here. All the options are kind of close in value and kind of unattractive. You can see him putting the time bank in, trying to figure out what to do here. Of course, from the booth, we know that he should be folding, but from the table, that is a much harder decision to make. And if you are folding this hand, you are going to get folded off the best hand a decent chunk of the time. Nothing he chooses would really surprise me too much here. I think they're all pretty close in value. Good spot to use some of those time banks. Trying to get some information out of Weyron here, but he is giving nothing away.
Pass. 7 pass.
does make the fold, and he dodged a bullet there. That is a tough spot. That is a legitimately difficult spot. He wound up making the right decision.
Three, pass.
Riz with jacks now.
Four, raise.
He's going to open to 55 this time. He's off to 3X's. This is a much more standard sized open.
Seven, pass.
Wayron's got a suited king on the button. This hand has some playability to it.
Eight, raise, 140.
He is going to 3-bet. A little bit out of line, but not entirely unreasonable.
140.
Now Riz can either go all in or just call.
Call.
Looks like he is just calling. And that is definitely better for the King 7 suited. You get to realize your equity now. He's behind, of course, but he's still got 30%, 32%.
Four, check.
And there's the king on the flop. And that is why you generally want to 4-bet the jacks here.
8, bet, 75. Four, call.
Oh my goodness, okay. Well, that's why you want to flat the jacks. Sometimes you turn a set.
Four, check.
Wayron's probably not going to lose too much more here. The board is not particularly favorable. He has top pair, but his kicker's no good. He might just go into showdown mode now. He might also bet again just to try to get some value from something like Queen Jack or Jack 10.
Eight, check.
He is going to check, going into showdown mode. River's a queen, so that's going to ice the action a little bit.
Four, check.
I think Wayron will be very happy to just take showdown now. If he bets again, it's a bluff.
Eight, check. Showdown, gentlemen.
A fortunate turn there for Risk. He was well behind on the flop, but he was also very ahead pre.
Pass. Four, pass. Six, raise, 55. Seven, pass.
Muawad's going to come in with the ace-queen offsuit. He's been running pretty hot since we joined this table.
One, pass. Two, call.
And Sergey is defending with 6. We don't know his other card. He might, if he has 2 hearts in his hand, he might like this flop. or if he has king 6. If he has 2 hearts and king 6, then he really likes this flop.
6 bet.
Muad's going to go for the c-bet. A little bit on the bigger side. And it looks like it was not hearts or a king. Muad is going to win the pot on the flop.
Six pass, 7 pass, 8 pass, 9 pass. Two raise 60. 1 pass. 4 call. Heads up.
And we got an interesting spot here. Risk has flopped the nut flush draw with the ace of hearts, and Ito has top pair.
To bet 35. Four call.
Risk has made his nut flush on the turn.
It's up to you.
You check, yeah?
Ah,
you check?
check.
Ah, okay. Thought it.
We did not see. 4 check. 2 check.
River is the 10 of diamonds. Risk has the nuts. Well, I guess the second nuts after the 3-4 of hearts, but realistically, he has the nuts.
4 bet 75.
He is going to bet small on the river. And Ito has to decide if his opponent is bluffing. He's beating something like 7-8. I guess he could also be beating a blocking bet with like King Jack, but that seems unlikely.
Call. Showdown, gentlemen. Big line on purpose. Good luck to everyone. Change dealer, good luck. Thank you.
Let me see our updated chip counts here. Everyone's got some chips to play with. Even the short stack has 20 big blinds. The bigger stack's up towards 70. Ito on the cutoff, going to come in with the Queen 8 of diamonds. Pretty good hand to raise a cutoff with, but unfortunately for him, Sergiu has jacks right behind. And the jacks are going to win that pot uncontested. Queen 8 suited, very much a hand that you're fine with opening with on the cutoff, but you cannot withstand any scrutiny. Have to just fold to a 3-bet. And Ito made the right decision there. Risk raising with jacks on the button. No takers. He's up against some real stinkers in the blinds there. Folds around to Rayan in the small blind. He's got the King 4 of spades. The hand you want to limp with. And we're on in the big blind, 10-8. Fair fight going into the flop. No help for either player. We're going to be down to 3 tables in this thing soon. We are getting deep. Already shed about half the field today. Only a couple hours in. Guess we're about 3 hours in now. Turn is another brick. Rayon's King High is good. Kind of at an awkward spot there with King High. You expect your hand to be good. You can't really bet, though. And you just have to give your opponent free cards, and then they get to river a 10, like Weihan has done right here. Weiron. Rayon perhaps thinking about bluffing. He does not, and Weiron is going to go for a little bit of thin value on this river here. Or get called by a 5 or a 6, I suppose. Seems a bit thin, but he does have the best hand. And his opponent has not immediately folded. He gets a call from king high. Nice value bet by Weyron on the river there.
25.
Can't blame Rayon too much for calling. There's a ton of bluffs your opponent could potentially have. Those spots where it goes limp check and then checks all the way down, the river spots there are always pretty interesting. Because there's so many bluffs you can draw from, and you have to call with a certain percent of your range, and king high is, you know, it's in there. It's close. Really comes down to opponent tendencies there. You have to figure out if your opponent is the type of guy to be bluffing the river very wide, or if they're the type to be thin value betting with third pair like Weyron did there. Folds over to risk on the hijack. This hand, he's got the ace queen. He will come in for the 3x again. Every open's been a 3x except for the jacks. The jacks was a 2.2. 3x is actually a pretty good size here. In this particular matchup, he's forcing Farbod to pay a little bit more to see the flop. Farbod does have 40% of the equity going into the flop here. Sort of highlights how vulnerable these high offsuit hands can be. Ace queen off, obviously a very good hand, but even something like 6-4 suited has 40% against it. Looks like risk checked back the flop. This is a flop you usually want to be betting with most of your range as the pre-flop raiser. The 2 high card, 1 low flop. Risk is going to start betting on the turn. And Farbod has a choice to make here. He does have a pair. It's not a very good one, but it is a pair nonetheless. He's not going anywhere just yet. River's a king. And if it goes check-check here, Farbod is going to win the hand. I don't think he would have folded the flop either, so it's probably hard for risk to win here unless he wants to fire multiple barrels. Farbod getting a showdown with his pair of sixes there and winning the pot. A nice outcome for him. Sergiu has picked up the aces under the gun. Ito is going to defend with 7-6 suited. A good hand to try to crack aces with. He's got 23%. It's about as good as you can do against aces. But he did not hit anything on the flop. He does have some very long shot backdoors, but it's not going to be enough for him to see a turn with. I don't believe. Ito has shown a propensity to check raise bluff a little bit wider, so it's possible he tries to take this one. But he is not going to against under the gun. And we have a new player joining the table here. We're down to 24 players remaining in the World Poker Tour Cyprus event day 3. We're playing down to final table today. First place is somewhere in the neighborhood of 370,000. Not bad. A little bit of overlay on this tournament for those of you value hunters out there. As Risk is going to come in with the Queen Jack, making it 50 this time. And Sergey in the big blind has live cards, but this is not a particularly appealing hand to defend with. He's going to come in there, though. Depends on how well you think you can realize your equity post-flop. And he is ahead on the flop, but only slightly. It's basically a coin flip here. Both players at 50%, Risk with overcards and the open-ended. And Sergey with middle pair and a gut shot, but he does not want to hit his gut shot. He will be way behind if he does. Three on the turn. That's going to keep Sergey in the lead. Risk is going to check back. And another 3. Sergey is going to have the winner here. Sergey going for a little bit of value on the river, but not getting it. Still happy to win the hand, of course. Defending against under the gun with 9-6 and winning the pot is always a pretty good outcome. We're on opening from early mid position with the ace-8 offsuit. These sorts of hands do go up in value the deeper in the tournament you get. There's less post-flop play in the deep ICM stages. Having an ace in your hand becomes more valuable as you block people's 3-bets. So I like the open there from Wayron. It's important to know what types of hands go up in value and what types go down and which stages of the tournament. In the early stages, you'd rather have post-flop playability, but in the late stages, you are optimizing for things like pre-flop blockers. So a hand like deuces goes down in value a lot later in the tournament. And a hand like ace-8 offsuit goes up in value a lot. The deeper stages of the tournament often play out more like a game of pre-flop chicken rather than the post-flop game. And we have a interesting matchup here. Muawad does have overcards to the 7 and a backdoor backdoor flush draw, but probably not enough to continue with an ace on the board. Cosmin going for a somewhat lighter open on the hijack with Queen 7 suited, but when you have a big stack, you can do things like that. It's well within the realm of reason. We're on coming in under the gun with ace-9 suited. That's a good one. Not as good as ace-king suited, though. Muawad is going to put in the 3-bet. Weiron will wisely get out of the way there. Good fold from him. That is a tempting hand to continue with. You do have position. You have a suited ace. Ace-9 suited is a pretty good hand in the grand scheme of things, but when you get 3-bet from those positions, it's overwhelmingly likely to be strong. So he decided to not press the issue there. Cosmin raising with the Queen Jack. Very reasonable hand to raise with. Risk on the cutoff, though, has him beat King Jack suited. He's going to make the call. And we're going 3 ways to the flop. Weiron's actually in the lead with ace-5 suited, but he is out of position. And is mostly going to be missing on the flop. It's a pretty good flop for him. He has a gut shot. And he does have the best hand, but we'll see who puts the aggression on here. Cosmin is not going to take a stab here. multi-way. He's going to check. Turn is a deuce. Doesn't change a whole lot. Osmond might come alive and start betting now that he's seen no interest from the other two players. He's certainly not going to win by going to showdown with this hand. And here it comes. Risk does not have enough to continue. Weiron does have ace high and a gut shot, but he's not getting direct odds to draw to any of that. If he's going to make the call here, he is going to have to think that he's ahead some of the time. And he is not going to make the call, so a nice turn bet from Cosmin there. Showing some good situational awareness. Osmond's been dealt another perfectly good raise in hand. He's got the king-queen suited. He is in there. Weiron's got a slightly worse version of the same hand. He's got king-jack suited in the small blind. And that is a hand you usually want to go to a flop with. He will be doing so. He is out of position, and he also has the worst hand, so a couple of disadvantages to overcome here. He does hit one club. He was looking for a couple more, though. If you're in the big blind, you can credibly represent this board, but in the small blind, it's a little harder to do so. Big blind is calling with a much wider range of the low connected type stuff. Cosmin content to check back, see a turn. And Cosmin has picked up a flush draw. So if Weiron wants to start bluffing, he's going to have to fire twice. He is going to make the first bet. There's no way Cosmin's going anywhere just yet. That is not the outcome Weiron was hoping for. River's a queen. Cosmin makes top pair. Weiron may decide to follow through on the bluff here. He's certainly not winning if he checks. To bluff or not to bluff? And then if you do bluff, what's the sizing? He gives it up, and wisely so in this case. Now Cosmin has to decide whether he wants to go for value with his hand. I don't think it's going to matter. But he could try to get some value out of something like pocket nines, maybe. difficult for Cosman to have a queen in his hand here. He basically has to have a flush draw in order to have a queen in his hand. He is going to go for value and wear on, unless he wants to go for a bluff shove. Is going to be given up on the hand at this point, I reckon. Cosman will take that one down. Every pot counts this deep in the tournament. We are 24 players remaining. Final 3 tables of the World Poker Tour Cyprus main event. These players are playing for just under 400k first. And a chance to get your name on the trophy. We're going to take a look at the stacks here. Cosman is leading the table with 84. Ito is bringing up the rear with 12. But when you're this far into the tournament, all you got to do is win a couple hands in a row, and you can easily spin it up from whatever stack you have. The blinds are going up to 30,000 now. Going to make things a little bit more expensive for our short stacks.
Four is 16.
Wad is going to call the hijack here. Again, risks open with 5s. Anyone's game going into the flop. The king-queen suited is probably slightly advantaged in having position and also having more post-flop visibility. But Risk has flopped a decent flop for his hand. He has a gut shot, and his opponent does not have any piece of this board. But Muawad's going to be the one doing the betting. Risk not going anywhere just yet with his gut shot and pair. We'll see what the turn brings. It's a deuce of clubs. Nobody has a club. Muawad does not have a particularly favorable hand to keep bluffing with here, although the river may change that.
Check. Price break. 155.
Muawad is going to go for the bluff on the river, and Risk without a club is going to have a hard time calling this one. It would be quite a heroic call if he manages to find it. He is only beating a bluff. And Muawad's aggression is going to take that one down for him.
3 fold. Four raise 60.
Risk coming in there with the queen jack.
5, 6 fold.
We're on the cutoff with ace 7 suited. It's a hand you can do some stuff with. He's going to 3-bet. Perfectly reasonable course of action.
Two fold.
And now Risk out of position with a hand that makes it into the opening range, but does not usually make it into the defend against 3-bet range. He did have the right price against his opponent's exact holding, but Queen Jack offsuit very hard to navigate post-flop in a 3-bet pot. So he wisely chose to cut bait on that one. And that is a good 3-bet from Weyron, using one of his less strong suited aces as a 3-bet bluff.
Fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
Barbot on the cutoff has a nice one. Pair of jacks.
8 raise.
That's going to be an open.
Fold.
Ito in the small blind with a short stack. He's got to start looking for some spots here, and he is going all in. Unfortunately for him, he's up against a very strong hand. Bit of a loose shove here. I think this is a spot you can call the small blind with, try to hit a flop. Queen 10 suited, definitely a spot you want to play. Queen 9 suited is right on that borderline. He's going to have to hit his 32%er to stay alive here. No help on the flop. He needs exactly a queen. He can also hit a backdoor straight. That actually gives him a lot more outs. His opponent turning a set has given him 2.5 times as many outs. 10 on the river's not going to do it, though. Farbot's jacks are going to hold up. And Ito is going to be eliminated in 24th, I believe. Good run. Ran out of gas at the end there, and I think the bust-out hand was perhaps a notch too thin. But you do have to take some sort of spot when you're getting that short. Can't wait forever. That's the brutal thing about tournaments. You play for 3 days, you get this far, and one slight misstep and you're out. But he's still going to cash for a nice chunk. When you're this deep in the tournament, everyone's a winner. Some people are just going to be bigger winners than others.
7 raise 60. 8 fold. 1 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
Check out our official hat partner of the WPT, FlexFit. If you use promo code WPT Stream, you get a discount. Buy one of the hats and you can represent the best brand in poker, the World Poker Tour.
Police get you.
Also, check out our online poker sites, WPT Gold if you're in the States, and WPT Global if you are not in the States. I am practicing what I preach on that one. I've been playing Gold quite a bit lately. Very good site. Highly, highly recommend. And Risk is going to raise the small blind, get a fold from Muwad in the big blind. Risk chose a little bit of a bigger sizing there. Managed to get Muwad to fold a hand with a king in it. His kicker, of course, was not particularly inspiring. Sergey opening the cutoff. Risk is all in.
Ace.
Good days.
And that's going to do it.
Ace come. You take hold. Ace 50. Ace 50. Maybe we have more over.
A little bit of a lot to go all in with Ace King suited this deep in the tournament. You want a 3-bet to a smaller sizing there, try to induce. Obviously, you're making money by shoving, but you might be wasting the potential of the hand. So you see Sergey opening the hijack with a pair of 3s. Pretty unattractive hand at this stage of the tournament, but he does cover everyone behind him. So he's opening up the ranges a little bit and gets that one through. Folds around to risk in the hijack. He's got some trash. He's out of there. Wayron in the small blind has a real junker. He's going to try to see a flop, though. If you don't expect your opponent to raise much, you can try to see flops of basically anything. But Farbod is raising. And he's picked a good hand to do it with. The King 4 is a great hand to raise blind versus blind against a limp. You have a high card, but you also don't have a whole lot of value in checking back. And Wayron trying to get away with a little bit loose of a limp there, got punished. Wayron on the button with a pair of 8s. A fine button hand. And that's going to be an open. Farbod passing on the King 4 that time, and Cosmin with Ace-Jack. Now this is an interesting spot, because your hand is good enough to 3-bet, but you don't really want to be getting it in for 40 big blinds. So he can 3-bet, he can call. We're going to see which one he chooses here. Looks like he is going for the 3-bet. And now Wayron with 8s. Certainly not going to be folding. But he does have a choice between all-in and call. There's upsides to both. If you call, you get to play in position. But your hand's probably not going to get any better. And if you can go all in and fold out a hand like Ace-Jack offsuit, that is an even better outcome, because now you don't have to worry about losing the coin flip. Now Cosmin has put himself in a bit of a pickle here, and this is why the spot is interesting pre-flop, because he is flipping, but on the other hand, this is a lot of chips to risk at this stage of the tournament. The chips you lose tend to be worth more than the chips you can win when you get to the ICM stages of tournaments. And it looks like he has made the call. And now these players are involved in a very high variance spot. Whoever wins this flip is going to be in fantastic shape. It's all Wayron so far. But he's still got to fade 2 more cards. That's nothing. Cosmin needs an ace or a jack exactly. He did not pick up any backdoor equity on the turn. River's a king. And Wayron is going to win this one.
1,140. Can I take?
Very nice double up for Wayron there. Cosmin choosing the higher variance line in that hand and getting punished for it, but he could have had quite a few chips if he'd won the flip there. Once you 3-bet that hand, you're sort of compelled to call, but it's really a lot of variance to be taken on when you're this deep in the tournament with that big of a stack. Those are the flips that'll make or break you deep in tournaments. Rand is going to move all in on the hijack for about 10 big blinds. Farbod has sixes, and this is a close spot for him. He expects to be doing pretty well against the all-in, but he also has to fade a couple players behind if he makes a call. It's not a huge chunk of his stack or anything. This would be an easy call on the small blind or the big blind. It may still wind up being a call on the button, but it's a little bit dicier.
Call. Okay, call.
He is going to make the call. Osman, though, is lurking right behind with a pair of sevens, and this is an interesting spot for him, too. He's got great equity here, but it's a tremendous risk to his stack if he tries to risk all 40 against Farbod. And overcalling gets kind of ugly too, because then he has to play out of position post-flop. It will be a dry side pot, so he's a little bit less likely to get bluffed. But definitely a difficult situation. It looks like he has announced all in. And based on the hands, it turns out that is the right move, but it's a high-risk maneuver. Risky business. And Farbod now with 300k stranded out there already.
1,265 all in.
Needs to get away from this one or he is going to be in for a world of hurt. He does get away.
All in call.
And we have a fair fight here. But Rayan actually has a great spot because if he wins this flip, he will triple up. Thanks to the dead money call.
Hold on for a good in the flips.
They say 7 is always coming. That's what they say.
Oh.
Rayan has hit his jack.
Not this time.
And that's 2 flips in a row for Cosman that he has lost. He still has plenty of chips. He's still got about $1 million. An unfortunate string for him and a very, very nice spot for Rayan. Tripling up, getting to be heads up against one player with a coin flip situation, that is a dream spot when you're a short stack. And he made the most of it by hitting his jack there. And just like that, he is in great shape after being down to 10 big blinds.
وانا كان يسعوجني كمان
انت وجهك بجنبك.
معناه لك جود لك يا خيي ان شاء الله عزل لك
Beautiful spin up for Rayan there. Those are the spots you dream about when you're short.
One raise 60.
Holds over to Cosman on the button. He's going to open with the ace and the king. And Sergey has got ace queen. Oh boy. This is going to get ugly real fast. Sergey is all in for 30 big blinds, which is pretty much what you want to be doing here against the button. a quick call from Cosman, and all he needs to do is fade a queen, and he's right back where he was.
Asta nu mai e flip.
Can he do it? So far he can. Oh my goodness. What a string of bad luck for Cosme. He loses 2 flips in a row, and then he gets 3 outered. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal ending for him. Goes from 2 million to out. Had good equity in all 3 of the hands. Way ahead in the last one. But that's tournaments for you. Sergeyev certainly was justified in getting it in there. Can't blame him for getting it in with ace-queen against a button open. But got very lucky there. And now Sergeyev is going to have a lot of chips as we head into the final stretch of this WPT main event. Brutal game sometimes, man. Cosman could have taken a lower variance route with the ace-jack, but he got it in flipping. And then he got it in flipping again with the 7s with some dead money. And then he gets it in way ahead with the ace-king, loses all 3. And just like that, he's out of the tournament. It's tough out there. And we got another setup spot here with Rayon having kings against Muawad's ace-queen. Fortunately for Muawad, the positions are early enough that he's just calling. If this was coming from later positions like the previous hand, the money would likely be going in pre-flop. But Muawad wisely choosing to just call from these positions. You don't want to get it in for that much with ace-queen. And he has missed the flop, so this could be a quick one. He's sticking around for the turn. But he did not get any help. Oh my goodness, Rayon tried to throw in a tricky turn check, and he let his opponent get there. The board was getting a little bit connected, so I can see why the kings might want to check, but he let his opponent hit the only 3 cards in the deck he can win on. And Muawad not leading this river. Maybe trying to induce a bluff from his opponent, but it's going to go check-check on the river. And Muawad is going to win. Rayon missed his turn bet and got punished for it. I think you can mix in some checks there with kings, and you have to bet with like 10s or jacks just because it's more vulnerable. Kings, you're really only worried about the ace unless, you know, the opponent had a hand that would have called you anyway. But he went for the tricky check and got max punished. As we see our updated stacks here, we have 6 players at the table now after losing a couple. See the spread of stacks there. Risk is bringing up the rear with 26, and Sergeyev all the way up to 99 big blinds after hitting that queen. He is in fantastic shape with 3 million chips. And I believe we're going to be going on a break here fairly soon as the blinds are going up. Maybe not just yet, but before too long. So that will be a 15-minute break, and then we'll be coming back to a 40K big blind. We're down to 20 players left on day 3. And Wayron opening up the ranges now. We are playing 6-handed, so it's not quite as under the gun as it was a few hands ago. And he's demonstrating that principle I was talking about, where you want to have the ace in your hand. The deeper in the tournament you get, the more these offsuit ace rag type hands go up in value. Rayon is going to come along for the flop, though. He's got 40%. That is plenty to see a flop with. He did hit an 8, and that is going to be good for the moment. I'd imagine Wayron will at least be c-betting, but we'll see what happens after that. Here comes the c-bet. Rayon is not going to go anywhere just yet. He makes the call. Let's see what the turn brings. The turn is a 6 of diamonds. Not a particularly good card for either player. If Wayron had a diamond in his hand, we'd expect him to keep betting here. He might just give this one up. He might also find the bluff. He does not find the bluff. Wisely so, I think. The big blind's going to have plenty of flushes here. Interesting river. Rayon's hand has shrunk up in value quite a bit. And if he checks it over to Wayron here, Wayron has absolutely 0 showdown value, and he's also under the gun, so he's got plenty of high diamonds in his range. I think we might see him bluff this river. Wayron has been maintaining some very good table composure, not giving anything away at all. He is betting the river. And Rayon now only beats a bluff. And a bluff is exactly what he's facing here. Does he want to be a hero? He does not. Nicely played hand from Wayron there. Taking advantage of his perceived range to bluff that river. Arbad under the gun has picked up a very nice holding here, the ace-king of clubs. And that's certainly getting raised.
865. Three pass.
Well, risk is all 3-betting. I thought he said all in, but he said 180. And I would imagine the money gets in here. Farbod reaching into his giant stack of time bank chips here. Trying to decide exactly how to size, or whether he wants to just call. That is technically an option. He has announced all in. And will Risk take a risk here? You'd have to imagine so. It's six-handed. You've already put in a quarter of your stack with queens. He does make the call, and we are going to be flipping for a massive pot. We've got the queens and the ace-king suited. Could go either way. What will the flop bring? Let's find out. It's going to be 2 clubs, so we get the good sweat. We get the full sweat all the way through. Farbod actually a slight favorite after this flop. That's a brick. It does give him a 7 for the chop. Should be a somewhat anticlimactic outcome. Farbod looking for an ace-king clubber 7. That is a jack of hearts, and Risk is going to get the double. Well, that's one of those hands deep in tournaments. It just plays itself. Ace-king against queens. The money's going in. Who's going to win the flip? This time it was Risk.
790.
And he's going to be sitting on a nice stack now.
ثانك يو حبيبي ان شاء الله نروح كلنا. اول بتاعنا دي كانت 10000. لا لا بس تبيع على طول. نشتريها انا ابو الجواهر. ان شاء الله بنروح ليلتنا خير ولا انا هلا رايح على شو اسمه على روزفادوف على الفينيكس. قريبه امريكا قد ايام لتوصل.
Sergey opening up the ranges as well. We are playing six-handed, and the big stacks get a little more leeway to raise wide with hands like this, so he's taking advantage of that and raising with the Jack 10. Farbod's going to defend the King 2 suited in the big blind. Yet another coin flip style situation. Farbod's actually in the lead here, but he might have a hard time continuing after the flop. He does have a backdoor flush draw, but not much to go with it. And Sergey is going to c-bet here as the pre-flop aggressor. That's going to get the job done. Farbod folds the best hand, but hard for him to do much else in that spot. Risk under the gun with ace queen, burning a time bank there.
5 plus, 7 plus, 8 plus.
He does find the raise. Seems like they're giving the players plenty of time banks here.
I'm big, no?
Yes. Five plus. 6 plus. 7 plus. 8 raise 7 5. 3 plus. Four plus.
Barbot's going to raise his button with the king jack and take that one down. Looking to make a little comeback after losing that enormous flip. But he's still very much alive. He's coming in for another raise on the cutoff. With a pair of fives, and that's going to take it down. Winning a few small pots certainly helps after losing a big flip. They add up quickly at this stage of the tournament. Risk on the button with the 9-7 suited. That is normally going to be an open. A bit risk averse there. But these guys are playing for large sums of money, so passing on hands that you're not comfortable with is a thing that happens. Blind versus blind, we got a limp and a check. Muawad has flopped a gut shot. Ran has a whole lot of nothing. He does technically have the best hand if he manages to continue with it, but it's going to be hard to do. Folds over to Ran in the small blind. He's got suited cards. He's not folding just yet. You have to at least try to limp in there. Weiron's got a hand that's a little bit too good to bluff raise with. King 7. I think you'd see him raise a little more with like King 2 through King 5. And that's a good flop for Rayon. He does have a flush draw. Also got some backdoor straight potential. That's going to be a bet. And Weiron may see a turn here. He has King High, which doesn't seem super appealing with an ace on the board, but when you're in these blind versus blind spots, the ranges are so wide that you have to find ways to continue. King High, especially with a club in his hand and 2 overs to the 6, is going to be enough. The turn brings a club, and Rayon has made a flush. Weiron also has a flush draw, but he's actually drawing dead. Weiron did pick up a gut shot, though, so he might be tempted to call another bet here. Rayon is not betting. He is going to go into check mode, trying to get some bluffs out of his opponent. Weiron has a pretty good hand to check back with, I think. He's got a lot of showdown potential. He doesn't in this exact spot, of course, but well, looks like he's going for the bet. And Rayon's got to be happy to see that. I think he should just call. And I'm not just basing that on the actual hands, I'm basing it on the ranges. But against this actual hand, he should definitely just call. He does just call. We'll go to the river. Rayon would love to see a 4. Get his opponent to value bet a straight. King of clubs. So Rayon is not happy to see that river. He is still going to win the hand if it goes check-check. But that is an ugly river to see when you try to trap the turn with a flush. And Weiron will get the bad news. I liked his flop call. I didn't really like his turn bet, though. I think he has enough showdown to try to just take it to the river. But all these blind versus blind spots are pretty close. The ranges are so wide that as long as you're not folding too much, it's hard to mess it up. Check out our official hat of the WPT. You can get 15% off online orders if you use the promo code WPTSTREAM.
It is 65. So fast.
Sergio has picked up a pair of queens. That's a nice one. Let's see if he gets any customers, though.
5 plus. 6 plus. 7 plus.
Barbot is going to call the big blind with a suited connector. It is both suited and connected. And that's a good flop for Farbot. He's got an open-ended and a backdoor flush draw. He's also in the big blind, so he can check raise and represent the 5 if he wants to. I think I would like to see a check raise here from the 4-3 suited. And I think he's just calling, which is also a fine option. As long as you're not folding. Turns an 8, doesn't help his hand at all. And he certainly wasn't getting a fold if he did check raise the flop. So he might have to give up on the turn here if Sergio bets again, which I assume he is going to do. It looks like the players might be heading for a break after this hand. So if that is indeed the case, we're going to be going on a 15-minute break, and then we'll be coming back to 40K big blind with 18 players remaining. Farbod does still have 8 live outs here, but now he's out of position. Doesn't quite have the right price to draw. Going to be hard to get paid if he gets there. Might have to let this one go now. Nope, he's still in there. We'll see what the river brings. It's a 7. Not quite. Not quite. And if Farbod wants to bluff here, he's going to have to lead, which would be very awkward. He is not going to try to bluff. It looks like Sergey is winning this pot one way or another. He is going to go for a 3rd street. Hard to get called. Your opponent basically has to have turned an 8 somehow to call you here. Farbod doesn't look like he's going to go for the bluff raise, though, so I think that Sergey will be winning the pot here. And he does. He does. All right, folks, we're going on a 15-minute break. It looks like they're breaking this table, so when we get back from our break, we're going to another table. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll take a quick look at the stacks before we head off. Sergey is in front with 82 big blinds after hitting that queen with the ace-queen against ace-king. Ryan still hanging in there with 19, but a lot of playability in this structure. Even the short stacks are in pretty decent shape. So when we come back, we will be playing down to the final table. 18 players remain out of 45 to start this day 3. First place is going to be just shy of 400,000.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
WPT Global, exclusive player protection. Our platform automatically identifies each player's skill level and ensures no more than 2 pros play at any table. If the pro spots are full, other pros must wait or switch tables, effectively protecting the recreational player pool's ecosystem. WPT Global, fair game, always. WPT Global, world-class security team. We use smart AI to detect in real time all forms of cheating, collusion, bots, real-time assistance, and other prohibited software, making cheating impossible to hide. Transparent hand history and instant reporting. Review every opponent's hand history instantly. See something suspicious? Report with 1 click. If confirmed, you'll be generously rewarded thanks to our rewarding integrity and poker program. WPT Global, fair game, always.
WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour, where champions are crowned every day. Join the action and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
The WPT Asia Series Overdrive is here. From July 19th to August 30th, 43 days, over 200 million yen guaranteed. Every week, the night run lights up the strip. Climb the series leaderboard for a share of 2 million yen in cash. Clear daily missions and flip your way into the nightly finals. 2.1 million yen in prizes. Shift through the phase pathway, day 1 flights into the day 2 finale. Chase one of 13 WPT rings, from ignition all the way to the Grand Prix. Win 3, and the 3 million yen bonus is yours. Start your engines. WPT Asia Series Overdrive on WPT Global.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000, The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Mihai in the big blind with the king 10. I imagine we'll see him make the call here. And he does. We're going heads up to the flop. Anatoly is well in the lead so far. And it doesn't look like that flop is good enough for Mihai. It's got something, though. He does have top pair. It's good enough to continue. But it's not good enough to beat aces. Not yet, anyway. Mihai's still about a 5-1 dog against the aces here. Anatoly going for the small c-bet here. I might like sizing up a little more on this texture. Turn is a 9. That does not help Mihai. He still has 5 outs going into the river.
I bet 45.
Mihai going to do a blocking bet on the river here. That is not going to win him the hand. But he is setting his own price. Avoiding check calling a larger bet. Anatoly is going to raise for a little bit extra value. Oh my goodness, this hand got interesting real fast. Wow. Mihai is turning his hand into a bluff on the river, and this might actually work. Anatoly is, he cannot be happy about seeing this. This is some, this is not how I expected this to go. Ooh. What a fantastic bluff there from Mihai. Wow. Anatoly getting a little greedy there with the value. He was ahead, but then he wound up getting blown off his hand, and that is an incredible line from Mihai there.
One foot. Two raise 40. Fourth one.
Bernardo coming in for a raise under the gun one with the ace-10. Mihai on the button with ace-king. But man, I'm still just marveling at that king-10 hand. That was very impressive from Mihai. Really, really sick hand.
Seven all in.
Anatoly's going to be all in with the sevens here. And he's actually in quite good shape. This is a little bit of an out-of-line jam. Not totally out of the question or anything, but it's a little out of line. Perhaps steaming a bit from that ace's hand.
Либо дама, либо король, думаю. Ну, с блокером на нас. Да, нет, я понял. Спокойно превратил.
And Mihai is going to take the rest. Mihai just crushing Anatoly's soul there. Getting him on that river 3-bet and then winning a huge flip. Alexander's got another shove in hand here. He's got sevens under the gun one for 9.5 big blinds.
One nine.
198.
Yes, it one just fold.
One pass. Two all in.
And we got a big coin flip spot here. Alexander has run into quite a few strong hands behind. He's going to need a 7. Bernardo is going to be in the lead against Saeed's ace-king. And if Bernardo can win this pot, he will have quite a lot of chips.
How much? 580 here.
Can I count this?
Oh, okay, I fold.
6 pass.
Mister, I go.
Cards plus.
What the hand? Okay, I tell after. I don't block any outs, but I tell after.
You can say.
No, maybe some outs for someone for straight.
Like this?
I don't know.
Bernardo's holding up.
Finish of
Joao sounded like a Portuguese name, so I assume these guys know each other. Bernardo is going to scoop a massive pot there. That is the type of hand that makes or breaks your turn. Barbot on the cutoff has a nice one. Pair of jacks. That's going to be an open. Ito in the small blind with a short
Now is the
stack.
perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to play down the final 18 players in this tournament. Well, I guess 12 more need to bust, then we'll be at the final table, which will come back tomorrow. But we are deep into this thing. We're off to a new table. All new faces here. We got stacks ranging from 52 to 6 big blinds.
You're not playing. Only me.
First race must be double. Double is for
I didn't see you. Okay.
You and me, friend.
So we will see how this goes.
If someone raised, you said no.
I said no, so
Yeah.
80.
80. Race is 80.
She's right.
Race all in. And can you complete please big blind? 5 more thousand plus. All in. $855. 2 pass. Thank you.
Well, Peter is rejamming with King Jack versus an open from Ace 4.
55. 9 pass.
And that's going to take it down uncontested. I think that was correctly played on both ends, even though Ace 4 folded the best hand there. It's very hard to actually call off a shove with that hand. You're basically just hoping that your ace blocker gets it through a little more often. Oscar under the gun. He's got 6 big blinds. Gonna pass on that one.
7 pass.
It's tough, especially live when you're that short, though, because you got to post the big blind ante the next hand, and that just wrecks your stack.
Never, never.
1 pass.
That was me.
Yeah.
He folds over the small blind. He's got a pair of 8s. That is a fine hand for a blind versus blind spot.
2 raise 80.
He is going to raise to 80,000. And Milad in the big blind has the 7 and the 3.
10 banks, sir.
Looks like he's going to do something.
Thank you. Pass.
He is going to fold. That's what I expected, but looked like he was reaching for chips for a sec there.
Yeah, sure.
You do want to defend pretty wide against the min raise there, blind versus blind, but 7-3 offsuit is not going to make the cut. Even though you're getting an amazing price to see a flop, it's just too bad of a hand.
No, 240 anymore, man.
There's got to be a limit somewhere.
240? Just 200?
Now it's now it's 200.
That's okay.
Pass. 9 pass.
One pass.
1 pass.
Doing the dealer announcement for her there. Rolls over to Buruku on the button with the Jack 7 suited. The big blind is very short, I believe. That does complicate matters here slightly.
Two raise 85.
Milad in the small blind has king 4 offsuit. Can't do much with that. And now Oscar in the big blind. Ooh, that's a stinker. That is not what he wanted to see.
No bueno.
4 pass.
That's a rough one. You want to see something you can go with in the big blind there. And getting the old 2-3 offsuit, that's a beating. I think in a live structure, he might have wanted to go with that 9-8 suited under the gun for 6.
Right, sir. And
I mean, I can see why he folded. That's not exactly an amazing hand or anything, but in a spot where you're going to be posting 17% of your stack as the ante the next hand, I think you have to widen your range a little bit.
9 raise 80. One pass. 2 pass.
And we got some hands here. Milad's got aces against Doshti's 8s.
3 re-raise 210.
He is going to make a small 3-bet,
4 pass.
which I think is optimal. He should probably go even a little bit smaller given his stack size, but
7 pass.
the deeper in the tournament you get, the smaller you can 3-bet.
Pass.
And a good fold with the 8s there.
Baby. What a feeling.
Good fold, good fold.
Fold kings? No. I fold kings. Even if I see the aces, I'm calling.
I'm calling.
Let's see the flop first.
Kings, yeah, he didn't fold kings, buddy. Come on, let's be real here.
You show me because I can see it after 1 hour.
He folded a good hand, but he did not fold kings.
I know. By the way, half an hour or 1 hour delay? Half an hour delay?
You deserve it.
Thank you.
It is a 30-minute delay. That is correct.
Yes. One pass. Two pass. 80. 3 raise 80. Four pass.
Milad opening the cutoff, and Ayub in the small blind has a pair of jacks.
Call. 7 call.
He's going to just call.
9 pass.
That's interesting.
More than a little bit. Thank you.
Depending on the flop, this might work out in his favor, but I'm pretty sure you were supposed to be 3-betting here. Not the worst flop for Ayub. 2 aces is certainly better than 1. With that said, I'm sure he can't love seeing any number of aces, but if there's going to be an ace on the flop, you would much rather there be 2 of them when you have pocket jacks. So Ayub will not be going anywhere just yet, especially for a min bet.
Seven call.
We are going to the turn. Turn is a 4. Doesn't help anybody.
Seven check. 4 check.
Check, check, turn. And the river's a 10. So I'd imagine Ayub will be reaching showdown and winning this hand.
7 check. 4 check. Showdown.
A relatively uneventful pot post-flop. Ayub actually made a little bit more money flatting than he would have 3-betting, because a 3-bet probably would have induced a fold. But I still prefer 3-bet in that spot.
2 pass. Three pass.
Oscar find a hand to go with.
Raise all in.
6s for 3.5. Oh man.
We need to be sure.
200, right?
140. Right.
That is brutal.
Not 240.
Poor guy finally picks up 6s to go with his last 3 big blinds, and he's running into 10s right behind him. He grabbed his cards for a sec there like he was going to fold, but I'd imagine he's deciding between raising and calling.
7 call.
He is going to make the call.
9 pass. 1 pass. Calling calls.
And Oscar will see the bad news here. That is very unfortunate. You wait all day, you get 6s on the cutoff with 3.5 bigs. That hand looks great.
2 players.
You think you might have to win a flip or something, but you don't expect to run into 10s. And a 10 on the flop is going to kill any last hope he had. He does still have a running 4-5 for the straight. That is neither a 4 nor a 5.
Thank you.
And Ayub wins a fairly small pot, but they all help at this stage.
The killer.
And we have lost another player. We are rapidly closing in on the final table here. We started the day with 45 players. We are down to 16 or 17, I believe.
Yep, thank you. Raise 80, 3, raise 80. Seven, pass.
Milad coming in for a raise with the king-queen suited.
One, pass.
And Varuku in the big blind is going to see a flop with the ace and the 5. Ace 5 slightly ahead, of course, but out of position against an early position pre-flop aggressor.
Two, call.
It's harder to realize your equity.
Thank you.
So the ace 5 is going to wind up folding with the best hand on the flop a lot. This is an interesting one. Milad flops a flush draw, and Varuku has the ace of diamonds in his hand. This is a spot you could actually choose to check raise as a bluff with your ace 5.
Yeah, exactly.
Knowing that you block the ace of diamonds, you also have some backdoor potential on the straight side of things. And we'll see which route he decides to go here.
Two, pass.
He is going to just fold.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ayub has the ace jack on the hijack.
Raise 80. 7, raise 80.
He's raising to 80,000.
1, pass. 2, pass. Thank you.
Yeah, Milad does have some equity here if he wants to defend, but defending these types of hands gets a lot worse at these deeper stages of the tournament. He's going to do it.
3, raise 260.
Oh, he's in a 3-bet. Oh, man. And this might actually work. Ayub played those jacks very cautiously. And when you're facing a 3-bet like this out of the big blind with ace-jack offsuit, I mean, ace-jack's a pretty good hand, but the big blind's 3-bet range that he is representing here is much stronger. This might actually do the trick. I did not have 3-bet on my radar there. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier, how these, the deeper in a tournament you get, the more it just turns into a game of pre-flop chicken. normally your lighter 3-bet bluffs are going to at least have like a king or an ace in them. But Milad is just going gangster mode here, and it works out. Very nice. Excellently timed 3-bet.
You'll see it later.
You will see it.
Really, really big.
When you understand that I 69 60 GPU, you will understand.
I
Nine,
I already hate you, but I hate you.
You hate ace 10.
Little bit.
Yeah. Ace 10?
One, pass.
Ace jack?
Baruku on the button with a nice hand, a pair of 8s.
After this hand, you will not have respect for me, but
Two, raise,
I still
100,
love you.
25.
I know you want.
3, pass.
This raise?
Raise is 125.
And this is going to be a big spot. Ace-king suited against 8s. From these positions. Ayub did just flat with the jacks before, but he's got ace-king suited now, and he's up against a button open.
You borrow?
I
Borrow
didn't get, yeah.
sometime.
I don't need.
You're fast.
One time.
Got to be ready to play for stacks with this one.
Fast in everything? Yeah, shit.
Beautiful.
325 is a re-raise. 7, 325.
Oh, shit.
And Baruku, 30 big blinds effective on the button with a pair. This probably should be going in, but he has been playing with Ayub the whole day, and Ayub did just flat the jacks in the other hand, so it's possible he's a little tighter than most of the players in this tournament. We saw this exact spot come up at the other table with 8s against ace-jack. It's not the exact spot, but it was button versus big blind, and the 8s got it in pre. Then he just folds the 8s. Big fold.
Good fold.
Perhaps having more of a read on his opponent's tendencies.
Big blind answer, please. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
احنا قاعد شنو ساعة ولا لما
Let me get a look at the stacks here.
ادري مو ساعة.
Ayub is leading the table with 58 big blinds. Peter bringing up the rear with 23, but everyone's got some chips to play with here.
I told you.
No, I didn't.
I really told you that.
You told me that I will laugh. I will hate you more.
6, 9 off. You will see.
We'll see.
6 of clubs, 9 of spades.
Okay.
I told you this one you will not like.
Sorry.
To be honest, I was thinking you are much like not so stronger than this. A6, A7.
Pass. One, pass.
Put my blinds, right?
No,
No, no.
did not.
2, pass. 3, pass.
Hands up.
Monster. Good
7,
fold.
pass.
In your pants or only?
And we get a walk there with the ace-3 suited. It's a pretty hand, but getting a walk this deep in the tournament is almost always a good outcome.
Where's the Colombian guy? What? The bald guy that was making games here. Colombian guy? No.
Which I me? Who? What about that?
No, the guy that was making games here, from Dubai, the Lebanese, Colombian.
Baruku going to come in with the King 10 from the hijack.
Not here? Is it back to Dubai?
No.
80?
I think he went somewhere else.
Back to runaway?
9 pass. 1 pass.
And Peter folding that one in the big blind. The intensity increases this deep in the tournament.
And that?
Every pot starts to count for quite a bit.
One time. It was 6-9. If it was 9-6, I would not do it.
I'll get you back.
Children are watching. My children might watch.
3 pass.
Let's watch together. We laugh together, okay?
Yeah. Maybe one will laugh only.
That's me or you?
That's you.
7 pass.
Doshti on the button with a pair of 10s.
Raise 85.
There, we could smoke.
1 pass.
And he's up against a couple of trash hands here.
I'm gonna give him 2 tables.
Baruku is going to see a flop. He has a live overcard. But generally speaking, deeper in tournaments, this is the exact type of hand you want to start folding in the big blind. It's fine to call this hand in the early stages, just because you are getting a great price from the pot. But when you get deep in tournaments, the chips are no longer the same value. The chips you lose are worth a lot more than the chips you can win. With that said, he has flopped a jack here. So that's exactly the card he was looking for in this spot. Doshti's still got a pretty good hand.
9 bucks, 75.
He will bet. And we go to the turn. The turn is a 6. Doesn't change anything. The river's an ace. That should further kill the action. And they're going to show down. And the jack 2 is going to win the hand.
Good hand. Thank you.
Good hand. Perhaps a hint of sarcasm there. But it was good enough to win the pot. If you are going to call that hand, that's exactly what you want to see. You want to see a small pot where you flop a pair, gets bet once, and then check down. And we'll take an updated look at our stacks here. Ayub is still in front with 58 big blinds. Peter's got about 20. But nobody is really in desperation mode.
Open card, please. VC. Open.
No. It flashed something, but
I didn't see.
It's okay.
What was it? Folded it.
I say only 5. I said, but I think it was. It's okay. You don't see, you don't know 100%. Think.
Player saying one of the cards might have flashed, but I guess nobody saw it. Holds to Peter on the button. He has a pair of fives, and he is going to simply move all in. A little more than 20 big blinds, but it's a pretty reasonable option. It's a lot better than raise folding against a shove, which is what might have happened if he had raised normally. And we cut back to our other table here. Seeing some familiar faces from earlier at this table. Oh no, we just got these other players moved in. Okay, we're down to 16. That makes more sense. So we've combined to 2 tables left in the tournament. We are getting down to the wire here. Every decision is for a lot of equity. As Peter opens the cutoff with King Jack suited. And Weyron in the big blind has Queen 6. A bit marginal for this stage, but it is close enough that you can go either way on it. And he's going to 3-bet, it looks like. And Peter's got a pretty nice hand, but it's not a hand that you really want to play for stacks with. He can call and see a flop. He will be pretty far ahead if he does that. He could 4-bet shove if he suspects his opponent is up to something. Looks like he's going to call. This is a pretty good hand to call with. You have position You have good visibility on a lot of flops. And we'll see what happens post-flop here. Well, Weyron has nothing. But Peter only has the gut shot, and he does not have any backdoor flush potential. So if Weyron wants to put the pressure on, he might be able to steal this one.
125.
A small c-bet. Peter now does have the best hand, but without even a single spade out there, it's not super attractive to call, knowing that you're likely behind. Of course, we know he's ahead, but he doesn't know that. Looks like he is going to make the call on the flop. Now Weyron is going to have to put in additional bluffs with a real piece of cheese of a hand here. Oh my. That is exactly the card Peter was looking for. Weyron did turn a pair, but he's still behind against pretty much everything. Now Peter's betting very small on the turn here, but there's so much money in the middle already that any bet on the turn is basically committing stacks. It's hard to imagine Peter having a lot of bet folds here, so Weyron is going to fold despite having the pair. Great turn for Peter there. But Weyron was going to have to keep the pressure on to steal the pot. It's an open question as to whether he would have been able to find another bluff on a future street, but in any event, Peter is very happy to win that one, even though he didn't get paid with the nuts. Big swings this deep in the tournament. Peter got close to doubling his stack on that hand despite not getting paid after the turn. The blinds have... Oh, they haven't gone up. He's just opening big. Ooh, Weyron's got a nice one here. The ace and the king. Beautiful hand. He is simply going to go all in, which I think is a fine choice with this particular hand. Risk in the big blind as king-queen, but not much to consider with an all-in in front of him. He will get out of the way, and Veruku is also going to have to get out of the way. So Weyron getting some of his chips back there. Yeah, Peter up to 1.4 after that hand. Very nice pickup for him.
One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Four pass.
Wayron's got king 6. Pretty marginal. You could open with that if you thought that you were up against some extra tight players or something. Or if there were stacks you could pressure, but he does have 2 big stacks behind him in the big blind. So I can certainly understand the fold.
7 pass.
And Risk is going to win with king 3.
Unkick.
Too much coffee, you're right.
Hyperactive. Huh? Hyperactive. Yes, I am. Sometimes my teacher kicked me out. I cannot.
That's good. Next time you're thinking, I go like this.
One pass. Two pass. Three pass. Four pass.
Pulls over to Risk on the button. He's got king 10 suited. It's a good looking hand.
120.
But Ayub in the small blind has a better hand, ace 10 suited. And he is going to 3-bet this one. Kind of surprising after seeing him flat with jacks earlier. This hand, I think, makes for a better flat. You really don't want to get into a 4-bet war with this hand against another big stack at this stage of the tournament. You are expecting to be ahead of the button open range. But if you get 4-bet here, it's very, very ugly. Luckily for Ayub, I don't think Risk is considering 4-betting here.
Don't try the 9-6.
He's not even going to call. Ayub is going to take it down uncontested pre-flop.
Try your 9-6 again.
What told you before, yeah, about the dinner break?
What?
Dinner break. The previous clock told you?
No, but no.
You will have a dinner break after this level 24, so it's like 1 hour 16 minutes.
That's the long one. We'll have the 40 minutes.
40 minutes duration, yeah. After level 24, minutes.
After 1 hour?
And 16 minutes.
Ah,
If I make it.
One pass. Three pass. Four pass. Six pass.
Folds to Ayub on the button with a pair of jacks.
7.
That's a call? Yes. Okay, cool.
He's going to call.
8 call.
The man does not like putting in more chips pre-flop with jacks, I guess. Well, he's up against some pretty low-card disconnected trash in the blind, so this should work out for him, but we'll see what the flop brings. Yep, that's pretty good for jacks.
8 check. 9 check. 7 check. Back.
He's going to get some action now. Action he would not have gotten if he had raised pre. Sergiu is drawing dead at this point of the hand. Ayub maintains his lock on the hand here. How much can he get on the river?
215.
He is going to get paid, it looks like. Sergiu could not figure out what the hell was going on there. Decided to pay off with middle pair. Can't really blame him. It was a very strange line from Ayub, but it worked out. He got max value. Pre-flop raise would not have gotten paid anything. But the limp worked out great that time.
Between this, you get 1 time 9-6.
You can have that 9-6.
Sometimes you got to switch it on him. Flip mode.
I like this. You see this mindset, I like it. Now you're unbeatable.
Pass. 3 pass.
You're on with the King 10. That is good enough for the open when you have the big stack. But Sergiu has ace king. And that is going to be a 3-bet, I would imagine. It is a 3-bet, 230. And Wayron was not planning on getting 3-bet with this hand. Good open, but not good against a 3-bet. I would imagine he gets out of the way now. But you never know. He might go for the 4-bet. I don't think we'll see a call. He is going to get out of the way. Risk has picked up 2 aces. He's going to raise. Nobody's got much to push back against him with. Peter has a hand you could think about flatting the small blind with. I don't think you want to this deep in the tournament, but in the earlier stages, certainly. Looks like he's doing something, though. I think he might be 3-betting. And this might work against a lot of Risk's opens, because he has been playing relatively risk-averse. But it's not going to work against this one. The question for Risk now is, do you 4-bet, or do you just call and try to trap your opponent post-flop? I think there's some merit to both options.
Total.
If he does 4-bet, I think it's got to be small. Going all in with this hand would be a little bit too fast. I believe he has announced all in. Bad timing indeed. But that is part of the challenge in this game. It's all about timing. As we see our stacks here, Ayub is leading the pack with 72 big blinds. Milad is in last with 22, but again, a lot of playability. Even 22 big blinds is plenty to work with in tournaments. But the blinds will be going up soon. Risk has picked up a decent hand, not quite as good as the last one, but this is good enough for a raise. He does come in for the raise. Peter now deciding whether he wants to go back to back. Looks like he's just going to make the call. I think this is the sort of hand that would be a fine call in the earlier stages, but this deep, it's hard. He's putting in a pretty big chunk of his stack here pre-flop, almost 10%. It's a spot where the median outcome is not winning, but we'll see how it goes post. Baruku has the best hand, but also the worst position. But now he's got an excellent flop here with ace-jack. Peter does have a gut shot.
$75,000.
Peter is going to be the one to reopen the action here. Baruku is going nowhere with top-top. River's a 9. That does give Peter a pair. And he might wind up paying off a river bet here. And this hand is a really nice illustration of why the flat pre-flop can get you in a lot of trouble this deep in the tournament. Even if he doesn't lose stacks, if he loses, you know, a third of his stack on this hand or whatever, that's a pretty big ICM hit. Peter's going to go for very thin value on the river. And he is going to lose to a pair of jacks.
I have fans all over the world. Only fans. Maybe only fans. Maybe I do only fans. The leg, feet. 69. Swear when I see that 69. You didn't see? No. I can show you. Big. It's okay, one time. I used my one time.
Peter on the cutoff with 5-4 suited, going to pass that one. And we are at the flop. Milad is flop top pair. We're on with king high and a backdoor flush draw. And that's going to be good. No odds bet on the turn will take it down.
Blinds up.
1,000 is 150 entity. After this level, you will have a in the break duration 40 minutes. No, this one.
After this hand or level?
This hand, 50. 25.
After this level or after that?
You can see the top view there as our blinds are going up to 25,000 and 50,000. You always got to keep adding in tournaments. No matter how much you have, the blinds will catch up with you. Peter on the hijack with 14 big blinds, 15 big blinds. He's got ace-8 suited.
On raise, 100.
He is announcing a min raise. And Varuku right behind with a superior hand, but going to be hard to continue here. Also has to worry about the 3 players behind him. He will get out the way over to risk in the big blind. He's got King Jack offsuit. And no help for risk on the flop. Turn is a 3. That gives Peter a gut shot to go with his ace high. Risk still with just king high. We'll go to the river. And if Risk wants to bluff at it now, he might be able to, but otherwise Peter's going to win the hand. Peter deciding whether he needs to bluff. Of course, we up here know that he does not. And he's going to get the good news here. He is going to win with ace high. Josh T will come in with the king queen. And Ayub in the big blind thinking about it with 9-8. That is a hand you can see a flop with, even this deep in the tournament. It is marginal, though. But he's in there. It helps to have more than your opponent. It's going to slow them down post-flop a little bit. Very good turn for Ayub. He's picked up an open-ender. Dashti is not going anywhere just yet. You do have to find a lot of calls on these turns, and that's the river he was looking for. King high was good, but top pair of queens is even better. Very nice run out for Dashti there. And he is going to win a medium-sized pot.
I had to call. I always call my wife, but my queen.
You did indeed have to call.
She saved me, I guess.
Well, Ayub's line might have worked there on a lot of different rivers, but not going to work on that one. Risk is going to open the button with the Jack-9 suited. And that is going to be good enough. Baruku's got the ace-queen. That's certainly worth raising. Ayub with ace-3, that is not worth calling. Over to Dashti in the big blind. He's got suited cards, getting a pretty good price. His hand can technically make a straight, so he's in there. Let's see what the flop brings. That is a fantastic flop for Dashti. He's got middle pair and a flush draw. Riku is going to take a stab here.
150.
Doesn't change a whole lot. Ooh, that does change a whole lot. Ace Queen got there. That's very unfortunate for Dashti. He was very much in control this hand. He's going to lead out the river for a very small bet, try to set his own price. And he is not going to get raised, so that worked out for him. But the queen on the river did not work out for him. It had to be a queen not of diamonds, too. An ace or a queen not of diamonds. So very unfortunate for him to lose that hand.
Good night. We will see.
Milad's got the deuces. Are we going to see someone fold deuces for the first time today? We are. Very nice. Everyone's been playing deuces in spots where I wanted to fold him, but Milad finally found a fold. You love to see it. Risk has King Jack suited on the hijack. That's a nice one. Nice one to come in for a raise with. Peter in the big blind. He's got 10-8. That is just connected enough to make the call. So we'll see a flop. Both players flop a gut shot. Risks is a little bit better, though. Peter also has backdoor clubs if it comes to that. Turn is a king, and that's going to put Risk firmly in the driver's seat here.
300. Very strange. I mean, only one. 6 bet. No, very.
Risk is going to bet the turn for 300 and take it down. A little bit on the larger side there. Not wanting to take the risk of his opponent hitting something on the river. Trying to see how many puns I can work in with the name by the end of the day here.
No. We were there. We left. Yeah, then probably end of August. Yeah.
Couple of folds around to the button. Doshti has picked up ace king. And we'll see if Veruku has found a hand he's not willing to defend with. Looks like no, he's in there. The 7 and the 3. Well, let's see a flop. He does have 33%. And he's hit a 3. Ace king content to check back. Picks up a 10 on the turn. That's pretty good. Gives him some gut shot outs. Ooh, trip threes. 3 of a kind. And now we'll see if Doshti is tempted to call the river here. When you play ace king in this fashion, it is always tempting to look someone up on the river. He already lost to his opponent's jack 2 in a somewhat similar spot with the 10s.
It's a good TV, I guess. If I win. Hero call.
He does make the hero call.
Oh. Look at that.
He's going to see the 7-3 offsuit.
What you have? I show my hand.
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
Wonderful 7-3 option.
Doshti understandably getting a little bit frustrated at the big blind defends he keeps losing to. Wonderful 7-3 offsuit, yes. Well, on that board it is actually pretty wonderful.
I will raise him a lot.
Again, that's another defend you could maybe make in the early stages, but this deep in the tournament, it's tough to defend hands like that. I mean, sometimes you make trips, but most of the time you're going to find yourself in some pretty ugly post-flop spots there.
Thank you. Yine bekleriz. When I come your country, we play again.
Of course. Anytime. 7, 4. Yeah, 100. Oh, of course. This time queens.
This time I gave the same mistake, I swear to God.
You sure?
I promise.
Ayub is going to keep the limping going. Keep that limp train going. It worked out for him with the jacks. He's trying it now with the ace queen.
Raise you. I'm afraid to raise.
He's going to go multi-way post flop, which is not ideal for ace queen offsuit, but he's getting a lot of light over limps. Throwing a limp and everyone loses their mind. Peter is going to go for the big raise here, and we'll see if Ayub wants to flip against him. It is about a 16 big blind jam. And if the money goes in, both players will have about half the equity with a bunch of dead money in the middle, so it's kind of a good spot for both of them.
Yeah, behind. 280. 280.
Ayub is putting the rest in. So we're going to have a coin flip. We'll see who comes out on top. Peter probably going to be pretty happy to see that he is not up against a higher pair.
See, he was not trolling.
Let's see if it's working again. Counter. It will be counter.
So Ayub does have quite a few outs here.
Oh, more outs.
Picks up a few more. 9, 10, Jack, Ace, or Queen. That's almost half the deck.
3 of them.
Can he get there? Oh, it's a 10. The most painful way to lose there. Getting counterfeited. So that is the end of the line for Peter. He found a pretty good spot. But he had to win the flip, and he did not win the flip.
Your turn. I have 8-5. If he does limp, we chop.
And we will see our updated chip stacks here. As we are down to 7 players at the table now.
2 time banks for ace queen? Huh? You needed 2 time banks for ace queen? Yeah, that was first to act. First to act? Yeah. Fuck, man.
He was scared because he's making traps and maybe now he killed you. If it happens one more time,
You can see the spread of stacks. Ayub is all the way up to 71 big blinds now. Milad is now in last with 16. But as we've seen before, there's plenty of playability in the middle.
Small line, 25 is.
You know what? You're right. Russia. Ace. What's your name? What's your name?
Duck.
Duck?
5-4.
Ace? That's slow.
6-4. 7 raise, 110. Eight four. 2-4. 4-4.
Interview is in there with the King Queen. Dashti is flatting the cutoff with Ace 10. I think this is the sort of hand you want to 3-bet or fold at this stage of the tournament. But he is ahead. Or he was ahead. He's not anymore. He was briefly ahead. Sergey is going to lead. Doshti will call the flop. Doshti does pick up a gut shot to go with his ace high. And these are the exact type of hands you don't want to get roped into as you approach a final table. These hands where you float the flop with ace high, call pre-flop, reach showdown. Even though he's only losing a medium pot here, a small to medium pot, those pots add up very quickly. And in ICM, when you approach final tables, every chip that you lose is worth more than the chips you stand to win. So you generally want to be making a little bit more decisive pre-flop actions and not trying to go to the streets as much.
130.
And I would imagine that Doshti is going to have to fold to this. He will get out of the way. I do think ace-10 is a playable hand in that spot, but you probably want to 3-bet with it pre and then fold if you get shoved on.
Raise 110.
Sergey coming right back with the ace-queen. Sergey has the second nut flush draw as well as overcards.
Raise 250.
Risk is going to raise here. That's a bold maneuver. A risky maneuver. If Sergey continues, he's going to have a fantastic chance to get there. As well as post-flop for the later streets. Position for the later streets, excuse me. He is not going to continue. Risk took a risk and won the pot there. Check out our FlexFit hats, available now on shopwpt.com. If you use promo code WPTStream, you get a 15% discount, I believe. Represent the greatest brand in poker. The World Poker Tour. We are indeed all around the world with this event coming to you from Cyprus. We are at the final 2 tables. Today we will play down to the final table, and then tomorrow will be the final table. We're approaching the promised land here. Ayub has ace jack. Looks like he got a walk. Pretty good hand to have in the big blind, ace jack. But again, this deep in the tournament, you're never too sad to get a walk unless you have aces or kings or something. Winning chips without taking any sort of risk at all is a very attractive proposition this deep in a tournament. You love to just gradually accumulate. You don't want to get into big coin flips if you can avoid it. Milad is coming in for a pretty light raise here with the Queen 9 offsuit. And this is a perfect hand for Ayub to attack this sort of short stack open. He does not. Generally, these min raises off of short stacks are a little bit more polarized, so you'd rather 3-bet, get it in against him with like ace-5 suited than something like pocket sixes. Because with ace-5 suited, you always have your escape route. Whereas pocket sixes can easily be smashed. Milad has actually flopped the best hand here, but Sergiu has some stuff going on. He's got a gut shot. He's got a backdoor flush draw. Got a few different things happening here. King on the turn gives Sergiu the best hand. He has top pair. And now does Queen 9 want to keep betting or go into showdown mode? That is the question. He is going to keep bluffing. And that's the right answer in this case. Milad has been making stuff happen at this table without getting very many hands, and it looks like he is going to do that again here. Sergiu is way in the lead, but when he's up against such a strong range, it's hard to call again out of position on the turn here. He does make the fold. Very nice play from Milad. Taking a somewhat questionable open pre-flop, but making it work with the right level of aggression after the flop, and specifically after the turn. Flop bet was pretty automatic, but turning his hand into a bluff on the turn is where he really made his money there. You can get away with being a little more out of line pre-flop if you're willing to do the right stuff post-flop, and we saw that there from Milad. We saw it earlier from him too, where he 3-bet 6-9 offsuit out of the big blind and got ace-jack to fold. And he's been quite card dead, but he has been making it happen with some unorthodox hands. We'll see if he can keep that up. He's trying again. He's got king 3 suited. See if he's pushing his luck here, if he can make this one work too. Wayron right behind with ace jack. I'd like to see a very small 3-bet here from him, I think. And that is what he's doing. Perfectly executed by Weyron. And I would imagine this should work out for him, but you never know. People do find some heroics sometimes in these tournaments. Milad will make the fold. Got a little greedy with that one. A little bit greedy. Can be tempting, though, to try to make something happen when you've been card dead. You're getting shorter and shorter. And it has worked out for him 2 out of 3 times. And he only lost the minimum on that one, so he's still ahead. But might be one of those games you want to quit while you're ahead. Blind versus blind battle here. Doshti is limping with the Jack-9.
Thank you.
And both players have a gut shot. Check, check. Varuchu picks up a double gut shot. Doshti has picked up second pair. And he is facing a reasonably large bet from his opponent here. Will he find the call? Looks like he does. He gets a few of his chips back from those earlier hands.
بس لو حتى لو يفتح مرة ثانية خلاص تروح عليه صح؟ حتى لو عنده ستريت. اي خلاص اي. انا خفت انه مو شايف ستريت. بالباك صار.
كان بيده مسكرة.
اي
ما فادي بالماك يمكن يزعل بيني.
اي بس اي خلاص اي اي اوكي.
خلاص لو بيان
بس هذا مجنون هذا عباله. مو شايف.
Risk is not going to risk it with that one. Sergio is, though. He's got a nice hand. Ace-4 suited. That's going to be a raise. And Varuchu is going to call a pretty nice one this time. Ace-5 suited. Out of the small blind. Milad in the big blind has Queen-9 suited. Is he going to get out of line here? A jam might actually work. He's just going to see a flop, though. Probably the default option. Jamming would be a little bit ambitious. His cards are live. And he hits one of them. Milad has top pair up against middle pair and a gut shot with a backdoor flush draw. Pretty decent hands for everyone here. Sergiu is going to c-bet with his backdoor flush draw, gut shot, and overcard. And Milad now, there's already 600k in the middle. He's only got about 750. Seems like you want to just put it in now. He is going to put it in. Nicely executed here by Milad. His opponents both have decent hands, but hands that probably can't call this all in. And he is going to chip up quite a bit with that one. Very nice hand for him. Those are those spots you're looking for, is the short stack. You chip up, he almost doubled up on that hand. He didn't even have to show his cards down. Beautiful spot. Sergiu coming right back in there with a suited ace. Doshti right behind has king jack suited. 24 big blinds. Interesting spot, I think. Very appealing to flat. I definitely like this flat more than the ace 10 suited, but it is inherently difficult this deep in the tournament with that stack size to flat anything. And unfortunately for him, he's running to kings right behind. A very sloppy 3-bet there. Firing a bunch of chips out there. Small sizing, though. Very small. Now, Sergiu is getting a fantastic price. If he closed the action, he would have an easy call here, but he does have to worry about Doshti behind him. So what's the move? He's going to try to see a flop. And Doshti's sandwiched in the middle now. Also getting a fantastic price, but he is drawing nearly dead. Can't even hit clubs. He would have to make a very unlikely straight or trip jacks to win this hand. But of course, we know that from the booth. He does not know it from the table, so he's in there. We'll see a flop. Sergiu looking for an ace or a club draw. And that is a very good flop for Verruccio. Sergiu does hit middle pair, so that might keep him around for a street here. He bets $1 million.
How much did you say?
1 million, you mean?
1 million, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
1 million.
Well, Sergio can't stick around for that much.
Okay, what do you accept?
I think he would have wanted to see a turn for a smaller sizing than that, but for $1 million, I think you got to just get out of there.
It does the same shit.
1 million.
1,500,000 in this spot the same. So ask floor, okay, ask floor is your right. Ask floor.
Has to be some debate over what he'd bet.
100 decide.
I believe he verbalized 100, but intended to bet $1 million or something like this.
25.
I know. What is
Trying to figure it out.
How this spot 1,000? 1 million.
You understand 100?
What's the bet going to be? For 100, Sergio's certainly calling, but for $1 million, he cannot.
Announced for 1,000 because I think he wanted to say million, but it's like 1,000 and
I push my chip.
keep like this.
No. He said 1,000 after he took some chips. He said 1,000 and he took some chips.
Yeah.
After he said 1,000. I don't know what means 1,000.
Okay, afterwards, but he says 1 million. His intention, if you see that there's two stakes, he's
Wait.
going with two hands.
Wait. You were there before she grabbed the chips. He said 1,000, and after he put like I don't know.
String bet.
No.
It was a string bet. Then 100, then more. String bet. So the string bet. At the end.
Chips keep like.
I did hear him say 1,000 or something like that, which is obviously not a number at this stage of the tournament. But it's a valid dispute here. We'll see what the floor winds up ruling.
Yeah, all these chips like put after.
Everybody's at the
To be honest, it didn't like
I know, but everybody who's at the table.
1,000, and then
Sergio wants to see a turn.
But keep in the hands like.
But
Dashti doesn't have much to draw to here, but
I know. I'm
for
just
Sergio, the difference between 100,000 and $1 million is quite relevant.
No. He said 1,000, and then after he put some chips. And then
some chips are not
you can check the camera. String bet.
We don't need to check the camera. I think it sounds like everybody's saying the same thing, so I think we don't need to check the camera. It seems like
Everybody says.
Okay. We're gonna go to the closest number that 1,000 makes sense for. 1,000 chips doesn't. It's not a bet. You can't hold them to anything because it's not a bet. So it's gonna be 1 million. 1 million.
1 million. Not 100,000.
I'm going to step off for a sec while they figure this out. I will be right back.
String bet. So the string bet. If you ask
I show all my chips.
was not fold.
But the 1,000 is gonna count for something. The 1,000 has to mean.
And then he said 100. It could be 100K. 1,000 and 100. And then he called a million. And he said, yeah, million. He didn't even know the word million. You said million, right?
Yeah, but it's like million.
Yeah. Then he said, yeah.
So we corrected it right away. He was trying to bet $1 million. We're gonna let him bet $1 million.
With a string bet? I mean, he pushed and then he
Right. But he said a word that clearly meant to be $1 million. There's no reason to not let him bet $1 million. It's gonna be the bet's gonna be $1 million.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Look, how 1,000?
Aces or kings.
Look.
Just be more clear in the future.
Yeah,
If
thank
you're
you.
gonna say a word,
Don't announce. Don't announce.
make sure she understands what you're saying, or all the chips go out at once.
Okay, don't announce.
But 1,000 it means
100.
minimum no 50.
50.
Minimum 50.
No, but Habibi, he goes like this.
I must say all in.
And then, but
1,000, 1 million, of course, mean all in, yeah.
Yes.
I understand the
bro, but
mistake.
before the flop comes, we know he has aces and kings.
Yeah, everybody
When the
knows.
flop comes, he will never bet 100. So it's like
I know, but he said maybe he wants to maybe has set and put 100,000. I don't know.
this is good. You can flush draw and
Yeah. It has some.
Okay, I will not talk.
You can talk.
no talk.
No.
You can talk,
No.
but talk better.
Only show.
Understand.
Only show, don't talk. Okay.
Only shove.
Next time I will not show my card.
Raise.
Took a quick bathroom break and missed the end of that hand. But I'm guessing they let him bet $1 million and everyone folded.
Fold.
Interesting spot.
8 fold.
The Sergiu's flatting the 7s. And I think at this stack depth you can do that.
Cool.
And Verruccio now with ace queen. Is he going to come back in for a squeeze? He is just going to call.
Not
Now Wayron on the small blind with a very playable hand, but going to pass on it out of position 4 ways. I think that is a very disciplined fold. I think it's closer to a squeeze than it is to an overcall, and he didn't want to squeeze, which I totally get. So we're going 3 ways to the flop. And Sergiu is in the lead so far with 7s.
Bet 75. 7 call.
Ayub going to c-bet with the nut flush draw. Verruccio has not flopped much of anything. He is in there. Turn is a 4. That gives Sergiu an open ender to go with his pair. Ayub has picked up a gut shot. You see Savage in the background there, I think. He's going to be doing the final table with me tomorrow. Checks through on the turn, and a jack hits on the river. So Verruccio could actually bluff here and win the hand. But if that doesn't happen, I expect that it's going to get checked around and Sergiu is going to win. I don't think Ayub will be doing the bluffing here.
Pocket 9s ring.
And check through. Sergiu's 7s are good. Let's see the updated stacks here. And we're going to be going on a dinner break before too long.
That's working. Yeah, it works.
You don't call anything.
Yeah, well.
بعد العشاء راح ننزل هم اللي يبدلون ولا
لا
نظل؟
سألت قالوا لي شكله احنا
نظل؟
انا غلطت شيء.
شوف راح نظل؟
Big mistake.
كنا جبناه هنا؟
I refuse.
ايه ننفضح راح ننفضح.
Minimum bet 50,000.
You had something?
No, not more.
Is Milad going to go for this one? No. Okay. He's made some unorthodox opens, but I figured Queen 2 off is a bridge too far. Wayron gets another shot at the King 10 suited. This time he's opening the button. Much more favorable than the previous one. very good flop for Weyron. He has a flush draw, as well as overs. And Ayub has missed.
You or I with the queen would be the end. Yeah, right? Would be, we would.
For bet 110.
King jack, clubs.
Weyron is going to bet and take that one down.
Luckily. Well, maybe we lost a little bit.
The players are going to have a chance to refresh on dinner break here soon coming up. I think it'll be 40 minutes, but I'll double check that. Seems like an odd length for a dinner break, so I might have that wrong. It is a 40-minute dinner break, I guess, because the field is kind of smaller. Usually it's 60 at least. Milad on the hijack with queen 6 suited. I think that would have been within the realm of reason to take that one, but he passes. Certainly should be a default fold. Weyron's going to open with the king jack on the cutoff. And Risk will 3-bet the sevens. Sergio in the big blind has ace-queen, and this has to be close for him. This is a very appealing spot to just rip it in against these positions. But if you're wrong, you are out of the tournament. So he's got a decision to make here. He's got a decision. Ewer took him out of his element a little bit there. I do think they should just count the time banks and collect them from you after the hand rather than distracting you mid-hand like that. I think if Sergio had found the shove there, it would have worked, but I can understand why he passed. Risk has not been particularly active on 3-bets and things. 7 should just be a flat there, but the 3-bet did the trick. He got a fold and won the pot instead of having to fade the king and the jack, so.
So you're lucky that you tilted.
Maybe. You know?
I'm sure. You will see.
We'll see. I'm not sure.
Ace queen minimum.
Milad finally wakes up with a real hand. He's got ace-king. He's been making it happen with a bunch of trash so far because he's had to, but this time he's got ace-king.
I have ace queen last time. I think that's ace queen. No, okay. Okay? Yes, you can see it.
Sergio telling the table he folded ace-queen last hand. That was a legitimately difficult spot.
Put all in? Autocall.
Autocall?
Yes. Then here's jacks. Queen. Maybe better. Raise 100, 300. Yeah. I have this. Possible. You are from Lebanon, yes? Yes. 100% possible.
All right, here's Milad with the King 7 suited. Weiron is going to fold right behind with Jack 9 suited. A hand you can play in a lot of spots, but not this early in position. And Varuchu is going to defend. This one's a little more defensible. This hand can make a few straights and things. That's not his flop, though. That is Milad's flop. And I'd imagine Milad will win this hand with minimal fuss. And it looks like the players are going off on dinner break. Oh, okay, the hand is continuing somehow. All right. Can't say I was expecting that. You got to squint real hard to see any sort of potential for 6-5 here. I would like a check from Milad. I think you want to try to let your opponent bluff with his busted draws and his 6 highs apparently, but Milad is going to win the hand. And now we are going on a 40-minute dinner break. We will see you folks then. We're coming back with, I believe, 14 players left. And they are playing for a lot of money. We're going to come back and we're going to see which 6 of them are lucky enough to make the final table. Thank you for joining us.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
WPT Global, exclusive player protection. Our platform automatically identifies each player's skill level and ensures no more than 2 pros play at any table. If the pro spots are full, other pros must wait or switch tables, effectively protecting the recreational player pool's ecosystem. WPT Global, fair game, always. WPT Global, world-class security team. We use smart AI to detect in real time all forms of cheating, collusion, bots, real-time assistance, and other prohibited software, making cheating impossible to hide. Transparent hand history and instant reporting. Review every opponent's hand history instantly. See something suspicious? Report with 1 click. If confirmed, you'll be generously rewarded thanks to our rewarding integrity and poker program. WPT Global, fair game, always.
WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour, where champions are crowned every day. Join the action and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
The WPT Asia Series Overdrive is here. From July 19th to August 30th, 43 days, over 200 million yen guaranteed. Every week, the night run lights up the strip. Climb the series leaderboard for a share of 2 million yen in cash. Clear daily missions and flip your way into the nightly finals. 2.1 million yen in prizes. Shift through the phase pathway, day 1 flights into the day 2 finale. Chase one of 13 WPT rings, from ignition all the way to the Grand Prix. Win 3 and the 3 million yen bonus is yours. Start your engines. WPT Asia Series Overdrive on WPT Global.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000, The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Queen 10 offsuit. Going to be patient. That's a hand you can open, but you're pushing the envelope a little bit from that position. I think in the Cyprus metagame, you probably want to err on the tighter side. Tournaments in this region tend to play a lot more loose and aggressive. So passing on some of those marginal opens seems like a reasonable adjustment to make. So Mehdi opens a button with sixes. Saeed is just going to call in the big blind with king 10 suited. This is a hand that you could shove with, but the hand calls very well. It would be profitable to shove this hand, basically, but you'd rather have it strengthening your calling range. And Mehdi is going to be ahead on this flop. But Saeed does have the right price to call if he wants to. And Mehdi's made a full house now. And he is running insanely hot. We're 2 orbits in, or something like that, and he's already made some incredibly strong hands. Unfortunately for him, his opponent's not going to be able to call multiple streets. But he's still going to win the hand. And I guess I was wrong. His opponent is going to be able to call multiple streets. Well, he surely can't call a 3rd street. I'm confident in making that prediction. I was wrong about the turn call, though. Mehdi has announced all in, which is the right sizing with this hand. You want to try to maximize the times your opponent has a 9 or a good ace. Basically just targeting a 9 at this point, but I mean, I guess any ace can talk itself into calling. But king 10 gonna have a hard time calling here, I think. He is thinking about it. And from our perspective here in the booth, we know that Mehdi has just been running extremely hot, but from the table's perspective, it looks like he's being aggressive, trying to run people over. He's putting in a time chip. I saw him flick a chip in and I was like, no way he actually called, but it was just a time chip. This is a pretty long tank with king 10. You'd have to really be catching your opponent blasting here to make this call, I think. I mean, Mehdi could be multi-barreling with something like a 7-8 or busted clubs or busted hearts. But he also has plenty of 9s in his button opening range. As well as, of course, all of the aces. And he does find the fold eventually. And wisely so. He was certainly not beating 6s full of 9s.
5 pass.
How much is this?
Please. Thank you.
And Saeed is going to be all in with the ace 10 on the button. Anatoly in the big blind with ace 3 has to think about it.
6 call. Showdown, please.
Ace 3 is going to make the call. It's only about 13 big blinds, so ace 3 is within the calling range. No help for Anatoly just yet. And Saeed is going to hold and get the double up here. Comfortable ones. Our new player at the table has aces. Welcome to the table, sir. He's going to come in for a raise to 40,000. And Andres has picked up ace king, and this is very likely going to be the end of Andres. And Andres is going to need a lot of help to stay alive here. Very unlucky spot. This is sort of just like stepping on a landmine in a tournament. Ace king. You're supposed to get all the money in pre. You're in pretty good shape against everything but aces and kings. Even against kings, you have 30%. Aces is the one hand that you really do not want to see. And Andres might be tanking for a pay jump or something here because he doesn't really have a decision. He's put in most of his chips already. I don't know the pay jumps off the top of my head, but it's possible there's one at 39. And that would explain him waiting a bit. That is an option to use your time banks in this fashion. Of course, if he ends up winning the hand, he might wish he had him later in the tournament, but... we may be sitting here for another minute and a half, waiting to see if he wants to put in his last 90K with 300 already in the middle with ace king. He does put the call in. And he is going to get the bad news. He's up against the one hand he very much did not want to see. Well, he's got some life on the flop. All he needs is a queen. When your spot is that bad pre-flop, you're happy to flop a gut shot. You're happy to have any live equity. 8 on the turn, that is not it. He needs a queen on the river or he will be out of the tournament. And that is a deuce. So Nariman is going to come to the table, get aces against ace-king immediately, and add to his million chip stack. He is up to 1.6 now. That's one of those hands that just plays itself. Nothing Anders can do there.
Alright, guys.
Seven days, 40,000.
Anatoly's opening the eights. Ron will be all in with the ace-10 of diamonds. We're going to have a coin flip on our hands here.
135,000.
We are going to be flipping some coins. Anatoly a very slight favorite as we head into the flop here. And now he is a big favorite. Ron is going to need an ace or a 10 or backdoor diamonds. There's the ace.
Right? Так, короче, надо вот здесь с тобой.
To call is a nice place to start. Your opponent will not have a pair to jam on you the vast majority of the time, but Bernardo did have one that time. Anatoly with aces. He's been pretty patient today. Been playing well, and now he gets aces. Mihai in the big blind with the king 10. I imagine we'll see him make the call here. And he does. We're going heads up to the flop. Anatoly is well in the lead so far. And it doesn't look like that flop is good enough for Mihai. It's got something, though. He does have top pair. It's good enough to continue. But it's not good enough to beat aces. Not yet, anyway. Mihai's still about a 5-1 dog against the aces here. Anatoly going for the small c-bet here. I might like sizing up a little more on this texture. Turn is a 9. That does not help Mihai. He still has 5 outs going into the river.
bet 45.
Mihai going to do a blocking bet on the river here. That is not going to win him the hand. But he is setting his own price. Avoiding check calling a larger bet. Anatoly is going to raise for a little bit extra value. Oh my goodness, this hand got interesting real fast. Wow. Mihai is turning his hand into a bluff on the river, and this might actually work. Anatoly is, he cannot be happy about seeing this. This is some, this is not how I expected this to go. Ooh. What a fantastic bluff there from Mihai. Wow. Anatoly getting a little greedy there with the value. I mean, he was ahead, but then he wound up getting blown off his hand, and that is an incredible line from Mihai there.
Rolling 165.
That was certainly the hand of the day so far. Mihai getting himself in a rough spot on the flop. Top pair, good kicker against aces, and finding a way to win the hand on the river. Ron just managed to get eights to fold. He was going to be in rough shape there, but the eights was in too early a position to call. Too many players behind. So Ron finds himself in a much better spot now. Oh, he's running to tens. Never mind.
6 call, all in call.
You take your chips back.
But anyways, good luck.
Mando tahash. Tahash.
I can't beat you. It's fourth time.
There's the 4 on the flop.
Why are you trying? Very bad round, kid. Flop and bad beat it.
And it looks like Ron is going to stay alive here, hitting the 2-outer. He had to shove. He only had about 10 big blinds. Certainly a fine shove with a pair. You are going to run into a higher pair sometimes, but when that happens... Bernardo coming in for a raise under the gun one with the ace-10. Mihai on the button with ace-king. Man, I'm still just marveling at that king-10 hand. That was very impressive from Mihai. Really, really sick hand. Anatoly's going to be all in with the 7s here. And he's actually in quite good shape. This is a little bit of an out-of-line jam. not totally out of the question or anything, but it's a little out of line. Perhaps steaming a bit from that ace's hand.
Либо дама, либо король, ну, с блокером на нас. Ну, да, нет, я помню. Спокойно превратил.
And Mihai is going to take the rest. Mihai just crushing Anatoly's soul there. Getting him on that river 3-bet and then winning a huge flip. We are proceeding at a decent clip as Mihai picks up kings. Looking to add to his already very hot start today. Anatoly played a great game the whole day, and then the 7's hand, I mean, he got it in ahead, but I think that was a little bit ambitious to 4-bet jam that much. Ron is going to call the cutoff with deuces. And Bernardo is folding a deuce, which means Ron is in very rough shape here. One has caught the last deuce on the turn. Mihai does still have a live flush draw. And Ron is going to be in fantastic shape here. Mihai in disbelief. The pre-flop call was a little bit ambitious. Mihai does still have quite a few outs to win the hand here. And this is quite a large pot. If Ron holds up, he's going to have almost $1 million. And a full house on the river is going to be more than enough. Mihai's hot streak has Alexander's got another shove in hand here. He's got 7s under the gun 1 for 9.5 big blinds.
Yes, it won't just fold.
One pass. Two all in.
And we got a big coin flip spot here. Alexander has run into quite a few strong hands behind. He's going to need a 7. Bernardo is going to be in the lead against Saeed's ace-king, and if Bernardo can win this pot, he will have quite a lot of chips.
How much? 580 here.
Can I count this one?
Oh, okay, I fold.
6 plus.
Mister, I go.
Cards plus.
What the hand? Okay, I tell after. I don't block any outs, but I tell after.
You can say.
No, maybe some outs for someone for straight.
Like this?
I don't know.
Bernardo's holding up. Joao sounded like a Portuguese name, so I assume these guys know each other. Bernardo is going to scoop a massive pot there. That is the type of hand that makes or breaks your turn. Barbot on the cutoff has a nice one. Pair of jacks. That's going to be an open. Ito in the small blind with a short stack. He's got to start looking for some spots here, and he is going all in. Unfortunately for him, he's up against a very strong hand. Bit of a loose shove here. I think this is a spot you can call the small blind with, try to hit a flop. Queen 10 suited, definitely a spot you want to play. Queen 9 suited is right on that borderline. He's going to have to hit his 32%er to stay alive here. No help on the flop. He needs exactly a queen. He can also hit a backdoor straight. That actually gives him a lot more outs. His opponent turning a set has given him 2.5 times as many outs. 10 on the river's not going to do it, though. Farbod's jacks are going to hold up. And Ito is going to be eliminated in 24th, I believe. Good run. Ran out of gas at the end there, and I think the bust-out hand was perhaps a knock. We're on the button with a pair of 8s. A fine button hand, and that's going to be an open. Barbod passing on the king 4 that time, and Cosmin with ace jack. Now this is an interesting spot because your hand is good enough to 3-bet. You don't really want to be getting it in for 40 big blinds. So he can 3-bet, he can call. We're going to see which one he chooses here. Looks like he is going for the 3-bet. And now Wayron with 8s. Certainly not going to be folding. But he does have a choice between all in and call. There's upsides to both. If you call, you get to play in position. But your hand's probably not getting any better. And if you can go all in and fold out a hand like ace-jack offsuit, that is an even better outcome, because now you don't have to worry about losing the coin flip. Now Cosmin has put himself in a bit of a pickle here. And this is why the spot is interesting pre-flop, because he is flipping. But on the other hand, this is a lot of chips to risk at this stage of the tournament. The chips you lose tend to be worth more than the chips you can win when you get to the ICM stages of tournaments.
Calling call.
And it looks like he has made the call. And now these players are involved in a very high variance spot. Whoever wins this flip is going to be in fantastic shape. It's all Wayron so far. But he's still got to fade 2 more cards. That's nothing. Cosmin needs an ace or a jack exactly. He did not pick up any backdoor equity on the turn. River's a king. And Wayron is going to win this one.
1,140,000. 1,140,000.
Those are the flips that'll make or break you deep in tournaments. Rand is going to move all in on the hijack for about 10 big blinds. Farbod has 6s. And this is a close spot for him. He expects to be doing pretty well against the all-in, but he also has to fade a couple players behind if he makes a call. It's not a huge chunk of his stack or anything. This would be an easy call on the small blind or the big blind. It may still wind up being a call on the button, but it's a little bit dicier.
Call. Big call.
He is going to make the call. Cosmin, though, is lurking right behind with a pair of 7s, and this is an interesting spot for him, too. He's got great equity here, but it's a tremendous risk to his stack if he tries to risk all 40 against Farbod. And overcalling gets kind of ugly too, because then he has to play out of position post-flop. It will be a dry side pot, so he's a little bit less likely to get bluffed. But definitely a difficult situation. It looks like he has announced all in. And based on the hands, it turns out that is the right move, but it's a high-risk maneuver. Risky business. And Farbod now with 300k stranded out there already.
1,265,000 all in.
Needs to get away from this one or he is going to be in for a world of hurt. He does get away.
Calling call.
And we have a fair fight here. But Rayan actually has a great spot because if he wins this flip, he will triple up. Thanks to the dead money call.
Hold on for a good in the fleets.
They say 7 is always coming. That's what they say.
Oh.
Rayan has hit his jack. And that's 2 flips in a row for Cosmin that he has lost. He still has plenty of chips. He's still got about 1 million. An unfortunate string for him and a very, very nice spot for Rayan. Tripling up for Rayan there. Those are the spots you dream about when you're short.
One raise 60.
Folds over to Cosmin on the button. He's going to open with the ace and the king. And Sergey's got ace queen. Oh boy. This is going to get ugly real fast. Sergey is all in for 30 big blinds, which is pretty much what you want to be doing here.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
14. 3 raise 120. 6 raise 350.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to play down to 6 players in this, the WPT Cyprus main event. I'm your host for today, Brian Paris. We'll be back tomorrow for the final table, joined by Matt Savage, the legend. And wow, we are in a pretty big spot already. These all just popped onto the screen real quick, and we got 3 monster hands.
7 raise 1,075,000.
My goodness.
Plus 9 plus. 2 plus.
What is everyone going to do here? If you're Malad, you only have the raise invested. So you could get away from this. He does get away. A good fold. I mean, he's in bad shape because there's another ace-king out there. And now Risk also is at risk for his whole stack here if he continues. So I could see him folding too. This is a hell of a spot to come back to first hand after break. We are right in the action. No run-up or delays or anything. If you're Risk, you're basically hoping that you're up against ace-king. Because it's unlikely that Ayub would do this with 10s or something of that nature. And Ayub is going to win it uncontested. He shows the ace-king suited. And that was a doozy to start us back off here, folks. Had some big hands already today, but that could have been bigger if somebody had actually called, of course. Still a pretty big spot, even with nobody actually making the call there. Ayub picks up a whole bunch of big blinds with no showdown. That is a lot better than having to win a flip.
Small big blind.
Your favorite,
No. 4 pass. 6 pass.
And Ayub now with Jack-9 suited on the hijack. Should be a raise. And he is going to raise.
8 pass. 9 pass. 2 pass.
9-6. I have 9-5.
And he's going to win that one uncontested, a little bit less exciting than the previous one, but At this stage of the tournament, you'll take any pot you can get. First place in this tournament is going to win almost $400,000. Which is a hefty sum.
One, two. 120 raise. You said 1, 2. 120, yeah.
Verrucci's still having trouble announcing his raises here. There was a big dispute earlier when he announced a bet size and people weren't sure what it was supposed to be.
3 all in.
Milad is all in from the small blind. Pretty good spot for it, but he is going to run into quite a big hand if he gets called.
$1,365,000.
And Verrucci does have the best of it by quite a bit.
1,450,000.
But he's also faced with the prospect of calling off well over half his stack here with pocket sevens. And he does make the fold. I think that one is probably supposed to be a call, but it's on the borderline. For less than 20, it's an easy call. Once you get up to 25, it's a little dicier. But Milad is going to be shoving with a wide variety of hands there, including suited ace X, which is what he had.
Raise 125. Call. Two pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 6 pass.
Excuse me. So Doshti apparently has flatted this hand, which I'm pretty sure is not a thing off this stack size, but he was ahead pre. Not going to matter here, of course, as he has basically no prospects. But these are not flats you can be making this deep in the tournament. Sergiu has flopped a flush draw, of course, so he is betting. This deep in the tournament, you can call this hand out of the big blind exactly, and you can't really flat it anywhere else. Your chips are simply too valuable. You need to find spots where you can jam over opens, or open yourself, or open jam yourself, but flatting hands like this is going to leave you stranded, as we see here. I'm not really sure what he's thinking about on this board. This is about the worst flop you can get with this hand, or pretty close to it. But he is thinking. I guess we'll see what he comes up with.
Pass.
He is going to make the fold. Seems like the only option there. And Sergey will pick up the pot.
You just put them in front so she can take every time. Yeah, but the floor told her.
I didn't hear it. I don't know.
She said not throw everything.
He's saying he didn't see the bet. That would make sense.
I didn't.
Because once you see the bet, I don't know what there is to think about there. But maybe he thought he was still waiting for him to act or something.
Don't throw like this because they take it all.
In any event, we are on to the next hand.
Yesterday they told us you don't have to do anything. They will take it automatically.
Okay, but you put it.
As you can see the trophy there. And our stacks, Doshti is pretty low now. Everyone else has almost 30 big blinds, so we are very much in the space where players can still play. Ayub is leading the table with 66. Sergey right behind him with 44. Everyone else kind of hanging in there except for Doshti, who is at risk. But if he gets a double or two, he'll be right in the thick of things. It's important to never lose hope, no matter how short you get deep in a tournament. Don't feel compelled to take bad spots. No matter how short you are, you're always a couple doubles away from being right back in contention.
Yes, I will squeeze it out.
Doshti watching the clock there, using his allotted time before eventually making the fold. Something you'll see pretty commonly deep in these tournaments is people are trying to make pay jumps. With 13 players remaining, if you can outlast a couple players at the other table, that can be a nice extra payday for you.
انا بتعطل بعد واحد عشان شويه اصعد. ايه شويه تعطيل عشان جاي في 30. لا بعطل. اذا تقدر عطل، اذا ما تقدر تفرق. يمكن.
Folds it of Ayub in the small blind. He's got the 6-5-0. He's going to try to limp in. And Sergey's got the 9-7, which is a hand that should be right in the checking range. But you can always mix in some raises. He does decide to check. Let's see the flop. Flop is ace-5-3. Ayub is out in front with a pair of fives.
75.
Sergey is putting the pressure on. Ayub not going anywhere just yet. He's going to call. We'll see what happens on the turn. Turn is a deuce. That gives Ayub a gut shot. Sergey basically going to be on a pure bluff if he keeps firing here, but might be able to convince his opponent to fold if he keeps betting enough streets. And he is going to keep going for it. His only hope of winning the pot at this point. Ayub, though, does have a pair and a gut shot, so might come along for one more. He is going to call again. Now, if Sergey can empty the clip on the river, he is likely winning the hand. I don't think Ayub will call a third bet, but it's possible. We're about to find out. Sergey might also cut it off on the river here. Looks like Ayub might be thinking about leading or something. He does come up with the check. And now Sergey, is he going to go for it? Or is he going to give it up? He does give it up. And he is going to lose to a pair of fives. Good effort. One more might have worked, but also there's certainly hands that Ayub could have that would not be folding. Ayub on the button now. King 8 suited. A fine button hand. He is going to raise. Doshti in the big blind with aces, and this is a spot where I think you want to flat. You got to trap a little bit here. Trapping is generally not much of a thing this deep in tournaments. But with this specific spot, you have less than 10 big blinds, you have aces in the big blind. You just want to call and let your opponent at least put a c-bet out there before you spring the trap on him. We'll see if he does. He does go for the all-in. And Ayub might be tempted to call this. It's kind of close. He's getting a decent price. He's getting close to 2-1. Of course, we know that he is not actually getting anywhere near to 2-1 against the hand he's up against, but Doshti could be shoving all sorts of like ace-5 offsuit type stuff here, given how short he is. So it would not surprise me to see Ayub go either way on this one. He makes a fold, good fold. And Doshti, I think, wasted the potential of his hand a little bit by going all in. You don't want to trap with many hands there. Basically just aces and maybe kings. Everything else should just go all in. But with exactly aces, I think you definitely want to just trap. If you want to buy one of our official hats, you can do it on the Shop WPT. 15% off your order if you use code WPT Stream. Let them know you're a stream viewer. Represent the greatest brand in poker next time you're playing at the live tables.
I saw it coming. I still did it. It's like magic. It's like magic. You know, it's coming. You need to do it. Yeah, well. It's good though. In my case, it's good. I'm glad I did it.
3, 4, 4.
Milad gonna get out of there. And Sergio on the button has a very nice one with pocket eights. Doshti should probably jam this. I mean, obviously he'd run into eights if he did, but just in terms of his general ranges in theory, offsuit ace-x should be a jam versus the button open here. He should be glad he avoided this one because he would have been in very bad shape. But Sergio should be opening a pretty wide range on the button, so having an ace in your hand is generally good enough to jam there out of the blinds. Baruchu is all in. And now it's back over to Sergio. He's got a pretty damn good hand for the button, but he's also facing a 30 big blind all in, which is most of his stack.
1,670,000.
And he's got to figure out what to do here. This is not an easy spot. Not easy at all. Very borderline.
I'll let you go.
Sergio makes a great fold there.
Good card. Yeah.
Not an easy fold by any means.
These are better. Are better? Maybe. You trust. You can trust. Maybe. I know you play fair.
Sergio dodging bullets. Would not have blamed him at all if he decided to make the call there, but he decided to pass, figured his edge is a little bit bigger, keeping his stack intact. And that's probably true. Doshti on the button with some garbage. Going to take his 15 seconds and then fold. Really wants to lock up that 12th place payout. And he's still got a whole bunch of time chips left, so he can afford to do it. This is one of those collective action problems you get deeper in tournaments because everyone's sort of incentivized to take a lot of time. If they're on the shorter side anyway, the big stacks want to speed things up. But the nice thing about the time bank chips is that it gives you sort of a clear guideline for how long you're allowed to take in these sorts of spots. So that, otherwise it just kind of turns into a... people just tank as long as they can get away with sort of thing. Doshti will eventually make the fold. And Virtue in the small blind has the ace-4. That's good enough to see a flop. Milad will oblige him, so we go to a flop.
Where are you from? Iran. Iran?
Flop comes, no help for anybody. Virtue is in the lead here. He's going to check call. And Virtue has made a backdoor flush. Does Milad want to try to represent the flush? It's a close spot. And he is going to try to represent the flush. And we will see if Virtue folds the 4. Very small bet. I don't think he can fold to this size. I think if Milad's going to try to steal it on the river, he's got to go a little bit bigger than that. He's trying to fold out exactly a deuce. Maybe trying to fold out ace high that didn't make a flush. The nice thing about that smaller sizing is it only has to work like one time out of 4, one time out of 5 to be the right move. But you were certainly never going to fold out any diamond with that size.
Raise 125.
Sergiu opening the hijack. And Doshti with 4 high will eventually be making the fold here. There it is. Wayron in the big blind has 7s. And it's a little too much to jam. I mean, if you had 20 big blinds, you'd love to jam here. 30 is just too much. So he's going to see a flop. And Wayron is, well, I guess he's slightly behind in equity. But he does have the best hand. I'd imagine Sergio will be betting the flop, though. And it's hard to see Wayron continuing without a diamond in his hand.
775.
Wayron does call the flop. In turn, pairs the middle card. The card Wayron could maybe do some leading on for a small size. Not sure if he's going to do it here, but it is something to consider. Looks like he is. And this actually works quite well against Sergio's hand because Sergio does have pretty good equity to go into the river with, but it's not really easy to call this small lead. You don't know if either of your cards are even good if you hit them. And that's the beauty of doing this small lead here. It's kind of win-win for Wayron. Either he gets the fold and doesn't have to fade the river, or even if he gets the call, he's putting in a little bit of money while he's still technically ahead. So nicely played by Wayron there. Hitting that small turn lead. And having it work out perfectly for him. Doshny now has picked up a monster hand, pair of queens. He's had about 14 big blinds. I believe the solver play here is to min raise. But if you don't want to risk going post flop, you can jam. They're both making money, of course, but it's nice to maintain the flexibility to have some min raises in your range at this stack depth. If you play strictly push or fold, it limits your options quite a bit. He is announcing all in. I understand wanting to mitigate downside risk this close to a final table, but there's also a risk of just not maximizing with your good hands. We've seen Doshny take the safe option of jamming twice now, first with the aces out of the big blind and now open jamming queens rather than min raising it. And he won both pots. He didn't risk getting drawn out on, but he didn't make as much money as he possibly could have. And that's its own sort of risk, because you are going to have to survive in the tournament for many, many more orbits if you want to win it, or even final table it.
2 4.
Gonna fold around to the small blind here. Risk has Jack 8. And with the final table in sight, we are definitely seeing some players tighten up quite a bit. And this is where your ROI can really go through the roof if you can figure out how to leverage the pressure against these tighter players, steal their blinds more, push them out of pots a little bit more. If you're one of the big stacks here, this is an opportunity for you to accumulate a lot of chips going into the final table. And knowing how to play the various stack sizes is one of the things you have to master if you want to be truly great at tournaments. In a lot of ways, this is the most interesting part of the tournament. Because all these players have locked up a decent payday for getting this far, but the real money is in the top 3. And if you can take the right risks at this stage of the tournament, you can give yourself a much better chance to hit that top 3 once you go into the final table.
3 raise 115. No, sorry, 20.
Milad certainly doesn't seem to be shy about taking those risks. He is opening with 6s here. Perfectly standard open, but we've seen him do some very well-timed out-of-line plays going into this. Sergiu in the big blind. Queen 7 offsuit. Right on the borderline of hands you might want to see a flop with. He is opting to take the flop, but in this case, he's right to do so. He has great equity. I would not mind folding this hand either, though. I think once you get to Queen 8, you're calling for sure. And Milad has flopped a set of 6s. And a small bet's going to be enough to take that one down. Sergiu without enough to continue on the flop there.
Too fun. 3 4.
We're on the hijack, ace-9 suited. That is certainly going to be an open. And I would imagine Doshti is going to be letting this one go in the big blind. Started the day with 45 players. We are down to 13, unless we lost one at the other table. Get a glimpse of the Champions Cup there.
Hello, welcome.
Players are playing for almost 400K, plus a chance to get their name on that cup. You can see the big blinds here. A lot of 30-ish big blind stacks. And if you're Ayub here, it's a good spot to start opening up your ranges and pushing people around. He's got quite a big lead on the rest of the table.
Three, pass. Four, pass.
I'm going to pass on that one.
Six, pass. Seven, pass. 8, raise 125.
Sergiu raising with the ace-7, and Doshti in the small blind has 6s. And this has to be an all-in. We are down to 12, so if there was a jump from 12 to 13, he's made it. Not going to find a much better spot than this.
Why can't you put the clock here? You can't see it from here anyway.
Sergiu might be priced into calling, and then he has to win a coin flip, but
Background's more important than you. Yes.
9, pass.
he is not going to take that one.
Second, pass.
And Sergiu is going to win uncontested. In a spot where he should have had to call it all in. You're not going to get dealt better hands than that too often. You got to take those, especially against a button open. If it was against an earlier position open, I could see folding. Against a button open, you got to slam that one in there. Sergiu very well might have folded.
Yeah, it's just bigger. I had 60, so he had 70 and above.
Not an automatic call for him by any means if he gets jammed on there. It's close.
Four, 6, raise 125. 7, pass. 8, pass.
Risk is raising under the gun with 5s. This is the type of hand that I think you would like to cut from your range at this stage of the tournament. You'd much rather have even something like ace-8 offsuit here
Pass.
than 5s.
4, pass.
But it looks like it's going to work for him. He got that one through. As long as you get your raise through, you can raise with any damn thing, but when you have an ace in your hand or even a king in your hand, it's a little less likely that your opponents have something to play back at you with. So you'd like to optimize your lighter opens to have one of those two cards and start folding hands like the low pocket pairs. The low pocket pairs in particular go way down in value the deeper in the tournament you get. They're good for jamming on people, like the 6s a couple hands ago, but they're not so good for opening, especially from earlier positions.
So let me keep on going and shoving.
7, pass. 8, pass. 9, pass.
Doshti folding quickly that time over to Verruccio on the button. He's got a pair of deuces. When you're on the button, you can probably get away with opening this one.
Call. 4, pass.
Or limping, I guess. And we're going to have a coin flip situation. Risk is going to have queen jack in the big blind against deuces on the button. Let's see who hits the flop. Well, deuces are still in the lead for the moment.
6, check. 2,
Bet 75. 6 pass.
And the deuces are going to take it down on the flop there.
Pass. 9 pass.
Now this is a nice hand, pocket jacks.
2 raise 100.
He's going to be raising this one
25. 125.
to 125. And Weyron's got ace queen on the button. He's just going to make the call. I like this a lot. If you 3-bet, you do not want to get into a 4-betting war. You have position. You can just e-cards with position. There's no reason to blow this pot out of proportion. You'd much rather 3-bet with a hand that you're actually actively happy to get it in with, or with a hand that you're actively happy to fold when you get 4-bet.
7 call.
Ayub is also going to make the call with queen jack suited. So Ayub has a pretty good hand in the abstract, but in this particular case he is drawing close to dead, and Weyron has ripped this flop with top 2 pair.
2 bet 125.
Virtue is going to c-bet here. Very bad flop for jacks though. Weyron just going to make the call. And Ayub now deciding whether he wants to see a card. He does have a backdoor flush draw to go with his hand, which might be the tiebreaker here. That is the only way he can win, pretty much. But it certainly does help to have that as an escape route. And he is going to make the call. All 3 players will see the turn. The turn is a club. Ayub has picked up the backdoor flush draw.
Check. 7 check. 2 check.
Now Weyron has been checked to, and he has top 2 pair. He is certainly going to bet here. The question is how much? I think he wants to size a little bit on the bigger side with 2 other players and 2 flush draws out there. So I'm going to say he bets something like 400,000.
Bet. 4 bet is
575, a little on the bigger side. I think that is fine. And now Ayub has a decision to make. He's sandwiched. So if he calls to try to draw to his flush here, he could get pushed out of the pot by Virtue behind him. That's not going to happen in this case, of course, but it is something that could happen. Well, Virtue has an easy decision. Ayub does not. It is a big bet. Even if he makes his flush, he has to act first on the river. And if he calls and gets check raised by Baruchu, he loses his entire investment. We in the booth know that is not happening here, but he has to worry about it. He does decide to make the fold. And Baruchu will also fold. Wayron picks up a nice big pot there. Baruchu will fold the hijack with Queen 7 suited. Wayron on the cutoff with the same hand. And I think we're going to see him raise.
3 raise 125.
Sergey's got a nice one in the big blind, the King 10 of clubs. That is very much a calling hand. You don't want to 3-bet and open yourself up to getting jammed on. And it's plenty good enough to call, so we're going to the flop. And Wayron had better hope he doesn't hit clubs here, or else he's going to be in a lot of trouble. No clubs, but Wayron does have a gut shot, and Sergey does not have a whole lot to continue with here. So this flop is actually favorable to Wayron, even though he technically has the worst hand.
For bet 175.
Wayron sizing up a little bit here, betting about 3.5 big blinds on the flop. And that's going to do the job. Wayron seems to be approaching this very confidently. I suspect he's been in this position before. And he is playing for the win. Baruchu under the gun, ace-jack offsuit. The hand you want to be raising with. It looks like he is going to.
2 raise 125. Four pass. Seven pass.
Sergey in the small blind has queen-jack offsuit. Probably not a hand you want to be messing with here. And he does make the fold.
9 pass.
Ruchu is going to take that one down uncontested.
طلع لا لا طلع ولا؟ لا شلون استراتيجية السلفات تربح أحسن من الأرنب. الأرنب طلع قفز الأرنب كالأرنب
نسميه ارنب انت؟
لا لأنه سريع لعب طلع أنا ما عندي شيء لعب لعبة نسميها الحيوسة شوي
4 pass.
$150.
160. 150. 50. 6 race 150.
Risk coming in with a pretty marginal hand here. The Jack 4 suited.
7 pass.
Very good bet there, my friend.
8 pass. 9 pass.
You will tell me or I have to wait for the video? You will tell me or I have to wait for the video?
2 pass.
I have to wait. Huh? I don't know why.
It looks like that's going to work out.
Keep free hands. Go. That's 6.
Six pass.
$11 players left now.
7 pass.
Some bust outs at the other table.
Race is 130.
Yeah, we are due for one at our table. We haven't had any bust outs at our table for a minute.
9 pass. 2 pass. 4 pass.
And Sergio is going to win that one.
Seven pass.
Sergio's got a nice hand to open with here. The King 9 suited.
8 race 130. 9 pass. 2 pass.
We're on in the small blind with Ace 6 suited. This is a hand you can consider some things with. Could call, could 3-bet, could fold.
450.
I think all the options are on the table here.
450.
He is going for the 3-bet. And this is a nice spot to leverage the stacks. Sergio is going to have a hard time continuing here for less than all in. And he's not going to want to go all in with this particular hand. So I would imagine this works out for Wayron. Nice hand selection, taking an ace, a suited ace, one that doesn't call particularly well, and turning it into a 3-bet bluff. Wayron has been doing a great job.
8 plus.
The light.
Yes, I'm gonna call now for minutes. Just when it's going to be darker.
And he's going to take that one down.
Blinds up. Thank you. Huh?
The light bigger.
I believe that maybe charger is going down. That's why. That is the problem. I did already.
Thank you very much.
I did see during this hand it get down. Blinds up. 80. 48.
Sounds like the blinds have gone up to 40-80, I believe. That is going to put a lot of pressure on our shorter stacks here.
Pass. 9 pass.
I give back the power bank. Thank you.
2 pass. 4 pass. 6 pass. Sorry.
Those blinds coming around awfully quickly.
Pass. 2 pass.
Wayron's going to open the king-9 on the cutoff.
4 ace.
Certainly a hand you can expand your range with a little bit.
160. Pass.
Ayub in the small blind, awkward spot, folds the deuces. I like the fold. And Sergio in the big blind, close one. He's going to see a flop. I mean, you could certainly go the other way on this and fold it as well, but he's got pretty live cards here. He's got some straight potential. Let's see what the flop brings. And that's a good flop for Sergio. He's got middle pair and a gut shot. And that's a lot more than Wayron has. But Wayron does have position and the pre-flop initiative, so he might be able to steal this one. Let's see.
4 bet 225.
Wayron sizing a little on the bigger side on this texture. Which I think is optimal. A lot of ways for his opponent to have a gut shot or a weak one pair hand, and you want to put more pressure on those hands rather than letting them stay in for too cheap. I don't think Sergio will be folding the flop, but the turn may change things. Looks like Sergiu's raising the flop. And that is going to win him the pot against Wayron here.
4 pass. And 10 bunches.
Not wanting to let the board change anymore. Sergiu takes the decisive action to raise the flop there. A little bit dicey if the money goes in, because he's going to wind up calling off with like 35% equity a lot of the time, but it does protect his hand, so it worked out for him there. Can't really check raise fold that one, so if you check raise, you're basically check raise calling. And that does protect your hand, but it also is very risky the times that you're up against an 8 or an overpair, and then you have to just run it with 35%.
Thank you.
You're not going to open the button with that one, which I think is a reasonable choice. Dashti is all in with the King-9 suited. And he's going to win uncontested there.
Finally. It's hidden though.
Finally. He has been waiting quite a while. He does get one through that time.
Excuse me? 20?
Wayron's got the ace-9 suited under the gun. Then imagine he's going to raise.
Yeah, I put before and you told me 20.
Sorry. Raise is 160. For raise 160. I thought about this one.
Ah, this one. Ah, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand.
I realized.
Okay.
6 plus, 7 plus. 8 plus. 160. 9 plus.
Looks like nobody's going to give him any action there, but that's fine. Oh no, Baruchu might defend with the Queen 3. This is very much not a hand he should be defending with here. But he has defended almost every spot so far, so wouldn't surprise me if he did it again. The problem with defending this hand is it's hard to actually reach showdown. Like, let's say he flops a queen and then gets multi-barreled. He's going to be in an absolute blender on the turn. We'll see what the flop brings, though. His defends have mostly worked out for him so far. And that's a decent flop for Queen 3. He does have a gut shot. This is the board he could even consider leading on. Not that his hand's amazing or anything, but Weyron is not going to hit this board very often. At least not in a very convincing fashion. Weyron's going to do the betting.
For bet is 125. 125.
150.
Oh, it's 150. Sorry. 150.
And now Verruccio has to decide whether he wants to call again. He does have the right price, but this is sort of the problem with defending pre, is you get roped into these types of spots, bleed a few more chips post-flop, or you fold when you have the right equity to call. Very hard to navigate a hand like that on a final table bubble.
Change dealer, good luck. Thank you. Small blind, please. Sorry.
شلون؟ انا هناك ما ادري والله ما افتكر بس انا اتوقع الشوط ما ادري.
We're going to look at our updated chip counts here. Ayub is still leading the table with 46 big blinds. Dashti is in last with 9 big blinds. Everyone in between's got between 20 and 40, but Weyron is pulling away from the pack a little bit. He's up to almost 40 big blinds. He's been navigating these spots very well. As we approach the final table, I believe we are going to combine tables at either 8 or 9, but then we'll play down to 6. At least that's what we did last year. I think that's how it works on the World Poker Tour. But we'll find out for sure soon enough. Ayub on the hijack with ace-10. This seems like a fine hand to open with. Got a couple of high card blockers. This is very much the type of hand you do want to be opening with at this stage of the tournament. Weyron in the big blind, he's got some suited cards, and they're somewhat connected as well. He is going to fold. Weyron showing off that big blind discipline. Even suited hands, you don't want to defend all of them at this stage of the tournament. I think he probably could have got away with defending that one. It's a lot better than the Queen 3 offsuit, but I do think that it's showing good discipline to fold there. That is, of course, a hand you defend in chip EV, the early stages of the tournament, pretty much all the time, but in the later stages, defending the big blind is not nearly as good. And Verrucci's got a monster hand here. Weyron might get himself in trouble with this one. This hand probably should be 3-bet jammed against a button open. But if he does take the 3-bet jam, he is going to find himself in a very bad spot. Let's see how he navigates it. He's done well so far. He's just going to call. Weyron saving himself from a potential disaster here, at least pre-flop. Could still go wrong for him post-flop, but we shall see. Ooh, oh boy. That is a good flop for Weyron. You probably didn't need me to tell you that, but probably wishing he jammed pre and got it in bad now. Weyron going to start betting. 150 is not going to get ace-king to fold just yet. And now how much can Weyron get out of him on the river? The river's actually kind of bad because now all the ace highs are chopping. Weyron also has an ace in his hand, makes ace high a little bit less likely for his opponent. I think if he bets like 300, he's going to get called for sure. If he bets more, he might start getting folds. Let's see what he decides on. There's definitely a psychological aspect here as well, where Verruccio might be more inclined to call here with ace-king, even though it's the exact same as having like ace-3, just because he had ace-king pre-flop and, you know, doesn't want to give up on the hand. Weyron, how much did he bet? Doesn't say yet.
7, 8, yeah.
He bet pot. Okay, that might scare his opponent away. I understand wanting to go for max value. This probably is a good size against the whole range, but against this particular hand, I think he's going to lose him. It's possible Verruccio talks himself into calling, though. Weyron is going to have a lot of hands like Jack 10, Queen Jack.
Yes, I know. You can't see it.
That sort of thing.
You can't see them.
He's grabbing chips, but he's also pump fake folding. All right, he is folding. So Verruccio gets away from that one without losing too much. Weyron perhaps getting a bit greedy on the river there, but he did have the nuts. I can understand going for the maximum. Certainly not going to fault him for that one.
You can know, but I lost twice with king with kings. I had one table, I had 4 times king. 5. And I lost twice with
I have 8. We have 9
with king. One with another, and I win 2 with him, but not
Yes or no? We have 9? Sure? too expensive.
ولا
For shaking.
ولا ايه راح تشوفه ها ايه الحين انحرف عصر
Nice answer. See you next corner. Oh. Not this corner.
Doshti is heads up against Ayub here. Doshti has flopped the superior hand. He's trying to navigate post-flop with a very short stack here. It's probably going to work out. It did work out that time. But I think he should have just jammed pre. We saw him open jam queens earlier for 14 big blinds, and then with ace-5 suited, he's trying to go post-flop, which seems a little bit backwards. But it did work out for him that time.
راح تدش الجنة عشان هاي. يا بعد عمرك. حبيبي لا أنا بطيب. إيه أنت عندي. فقير. فقير. أنا فقير. الله بيج بلايند مع كارت محترم ما نعطيه. وناطر خاصية كذا. هذا شيء جاي. لا لا. حبيبي طول لي عمرك.
Wayron with ace-jack. He will be coming in for the raise here. Ayub is 3-betting. Very, very small. Interesting to see how Wayron navigates this. Excuse me. I think for this sizing, he can probably just call. Calling is not the most appealing thing in the world with this hand, but he does have position. He's getting a fantastic price. I think this sizing for Ayub would be appropriate if both stacks were shorter, but at 40 big blinds effective, I think he has to go a little bigger than this, especially if he's 3-betting with a hand like this. It really does not want to go post-flop. Ayub has been fairly quiet at the table so far, though, so Wayron may give this credit. He's trying to figure it out right now. Looks like he is going to make the call. So we're going to go heads up to the flop. Ayub is going to need to put a lot of pressure on post-flop to win here. Depending on what the board is, of course, but I don't think Wayron's going to give up for one small bet or anything. Flop is nothing. Now, this is a problem with 3-betting small with a hand like this, is now you're out of position. You're basically behind your opponent's range. And he's beating like king-queen suited type stuff, but he's behind everything else. He is going to bet one street. What's the sizing? 275. All right, so Wayron is really only beating bluffs. But he's, again, getting a very good price. And we'll see what he does here. It's legitimately close. He is going to make the call. Now Ayub is going to have to keep blasting if he wants to win this hand. If it goes check, 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 then Wayron is winning the vast majority of the time. A 4 on the turn. That gives both players a gut shot. So from Ayub's perspective, you have a little bit more equity against something like a pocket pair. But your opponent also picked up the gut shot if they have a better ace-x.
I see one guy, you know, no, it's, the shortest is 1.5 million.
Check, check, and that's exactly what Weyron wants to see. River is a 3, so now they're chopping. So Ayub might get off the hook easily here. I don't think Weyron is going to bet if it checks to him. I also don't expect Ayub to try to bet now, but it is possible. It looks like he's reaching for chips. He's going to do something. And this might actually work. Though Weyron does have to sort of wonder what pair is he checking this turn with. If he's got something like 10s or 9s, he's probably betting again on the turn most of the time. But Weyron is in a legitimately difficult spot now. You can see it on his face. This is the first legit tough spot he's had in a while here. He's only beating a bluff or a chop. And if he calls here and he's wrong, it is a pretty big chunk of his stack. What to do? Is ace high good here? Well, he's hit all the decisions correctly for the most part so far. We'll see if he manages to find the answer on this one. He is going to make the fold, and Ayub gets away with one there.
You'll see it. You'll not like it. Okay. You want to tell me advance? Ace high not good? Ace high good? I have it.
That's okay, that's okay.
Huh?
That's okay.
No, but ace high is good. Ace high. Okay. Champion. Welcome. 7, pocket 8. What pocket do you have?
I don't have it.
Really? Lose? Then you lose.
It means he has ace king. So you have ace less than king. Yeah.
That's two. There's two pairs. The king doesn't play.
Big? Okay. You have ace king one, you have ace jack.
Very tough spot for Weyron there. He navigated it perfectly until the river. Sergey going to get a walk there. Nice spot for it.
We could
don't interpret the sound. Yeah, yeah, of course. Of course. The feeling. Hey.
Let's not make the same mistake again.
Risk is raising to 3x with a pair of 4s. And this might actually convince Sergey to fold the 5s. It does. And can Baruchu defend for 3x? He's defended pretty much every other time, but not for 3x. Well, we found the way to get him to fold the big blind. You just got to 3x it. Holding around to the cutoff here. And Doshti on the button. That is not going to cut it. Looks like Wayron's going to get a walk. Gets a little bit of chips back there.
The buzzer? Yeah, the buzzer. Is it on mute, the buzzer? The sound, right? Huh? The sound. So we hear. Yeah.
We can't hear it.
Can you put the volume up, please? Yeah, thank you.
Ayub counting out the raise. He's got a pair of jacks. Oh boy. Well, we're going to be flipping for a lot here, folks. Wayron is simply announcing all in. Not wanting to play a bloated pot out of position with ace-king offsuit. And Ayub with a nice hand, but facing a very big all-in. Can he really fold jacks here? Probably not, but I can understand why he's a bit hesitant. If he calls here and he loses the hand, it's most of his chips. And he's already a big chip leader. But when Weyron just jams like this, it's very unlikely he has queens, aces, or kings. So what do you do with jacks? Do you take the likely coin flip? You could be up against tens occasionally. He's in a fold. Weyron, very happy to see that. He's willing to flip for it all, but he certainly doesn't want to.
It's a big fleet.
And if you're Ayub, I can understand passing on that one. But, you know, it's a chance to win that big flip and go into the final table with an overwhelming chip lead. It's a tough one.
Ace.
Small blind, big blind.
Pocket ace.
Small blind, big blind.
Okay. Yeah.
The only hand that really wants to just straight up shove for that much is exactly ace king offsuit.
Snowman?
Ace king or pocket ace?
Ah, okay, that's you. Yeah, you have it.
Maximum. Yes.
For the most part, he's going to be using non all-in 3-bets and flats. I do think that Queens Plus is going to non all-in 3-bet. So it's very hard for Ayub to actually be beat there. But he also doesn't want to flip for that much. And that sort of shows you how these final table spots are like a game of pre-flop chicken. If you can be the one to put the all-in bet in there, your opponent has to be the one to decide whether they want to actually call it off and be at risk. Well, I mean, he wouldn't have been at risk, but it would have been a massive chunk of his stack. It's always better to be the guy who's all in with fold equity than it is to be the guy calling the all in a final table bubble situation. Weyron coming right back out with the 3-bets. He does have slightly the worst hand, but it's going to be hard for Sergey to do much about it from these positions.
كان في اول ان هناك واحد دبل.
دبل؟
ما ادري.
Well, Weyron continues his streak of finding the right spots. Sergey's only options there are all in or fold. Calling is not really going to be good on a final table bubble. And he didn't want to go all in, so he chose fold. Can't blame him. But he did get bluffed by a hand that was 1 pip worse than his. Risk is raising the button with ace-9. Once again, using the 3x sizing, Sergey in the big blind has one of the worst hands you can have. So I don't think we'll see him continuing here.
Thank you.
Take a look at our updated stats. Doshti still hanging in there with 10 bigs. Ayub's got 50. And Weyron is right behind him with 40 now. Recovering nicely from that hand where he folded ace high against another ace high.
I got
nobody calls. Queens, nobody calls. Oh, lucky. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Like, yeah, now. Target thinking.
Pass.
Two pass. Two. For raise 200. Six pass.
Wayron's going to open with the king 10,
7 pass.
making it a little bit bigger. I assume that's because a shorter stack is in the big blind. And I think that is correct. Dashti is indeed in the big blind. That's one of the spots you do want to size a little bit bigger when someone has a stack like that in the big blind. You don't want to give them the right price to just see a flop with whatever hand and then get it in when they make a pair. You want to make it a little more expensive. And Wayron executing on that perfectly.
Four pass. 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 raise 165. 9 pass. Two pass.
Sergio is going to open the button with Queen Jack. And take it down uncontested. Ayub on the hijack. Gonna pass on that one. Dashti is running out of chips here, but he can't do much with that hand. And Varuchu getting a little bit short as well. Wayron gonna get the walk. Wayron's been working a few walks here. Those definitely help quite a bit. Every time you can just win the blinds, it matters a lot this deep in the tournament. The early stages are about slugging it out for big pots. The late stages are about stealing the blinds and winning pots uncontested. Maruchu on the button. He folds king queen. Did I see that right? He just open folded king queen, or did someone raise in front?
240. 240 raise.
I don't know what you're waiting for. If you're going to fold king queen there, that seems not going to get much better spots than that. You get a chance to open jam king queen for 10 bigs. Risk is going to make the call. We go to the flop. Wayron trying to steal the blinds pre. But he does still have some equity going into the flop. And that's a pretty good flop for Wayron. Not for his hand, but for his range. His opponent did not jam on him pre-flop, so he's a little less likely to have an ace. If he puts a small bet out there, he's probably just going to win it. Risk does not have anything here. He doesn't even have a backdoor flush draw. And there's the small bet. We'll see if it works. Does. Wayron taking it down. The real story of that hand is folding king queen on the button. I mean, the blinds are going to come around and hit you every orbit. You got to find ways to pick up pots when you can, and having it fold to you on the button with 10 big blinds and king queen, that is a dream shove spot. You are not going to get many better spots than that.
For raise 160.
Wayron coming back for more. Opening the button with the 10-7 suited.
6 plus.
Plenty good enough for a button open. Fortunately for him, he has run into aces from Ayub. But the good news for Wayron is he can easily fold this hand to a 3-bet. Wayron gets away from that one pretty cheaply. His hand was not good enough to call a 3-bet pre-flop. Luckily for him, because he was up against actual aces that time.
All in. 9 all in. Two pass, 4 pass. All in 570.
Doshti has picked up a hand. He's got the queens. And with this stack, you really can't do much but go all in. He shoved it for 14 earlier. I thought that was too much. For this stack, you basically just have to go all in. And Ayub has aces again.
7 all in.
Some people are just blessed, I guess.
Queen.
And he's guaranteed to get action on this one.
The queen's still alive.
Last time, back to back, I had aces with you.
That's the queen's still alive.
Back-to-back
Good luck
hands
to you.
with aces. And he's got a customer this time. So Doshti's going to need a queen to stay alive. And there's 2 jacks and a king, but no queen. Doshti looking for another paint card here. That's an 8. Nobody has a diamond. And Doshti hit a 2-outer to stay alive. Looks like the answer is no. Any diamond would have won the hand, but nobody had one. Aces are going to hold up. And Doshti will be our 11th place finisher in this tournament. Nice run.
What did you have last time?
He did get a few very good hands near the end. Might have missed a couple opportunities to maximize, but at the last hand, there's nothing he can do. Queens are going in and aces are calling, and that's all there is to it. There's a lot of hands like that in tournaments where the hand just sort of plays itself. There's nothing you can control, but that just makes it all the more important to maximize on the hands that you can control. Give you a little bit of extra ammo to survive a cooler like that, although he wasn't surviving with any stack size there. Very unfortunate ending for Doshti there. But he's still going to take away a nice payday for finishing 11th.
For race 160.
We are down to 10. Veyron picks up kings.
6 plus.
When you're hot, you're hot.
7 plus. 8 plus.
Baruchu not going to defend this time.
Lucky guy, lucky guy. Lucky China. China man. Strong, very strong. 8-4. Sweeted. Can you change this? Thank you. Okay. 14, yeah?
Baruchu in the small blind, going to have to walk him with that one. Veyron happy to win the pot. So we're down to 10. I'm not sure if we combine at 8 or 9, but we will play all the way down to 6 today, I believe. Folds over to Sergio on the cutoff. He has been fairly card dead the last few orbits, but he passes on that one, and I think that is the right decision. And Veyron in the small blind is going to raise again. And that should get Risk to fold the Jack 2. No, he's 3-betting. Oh, wow. Man, Risk. Look at that. Love it. A little bit of a dicey hand selection, but he's got the right instinct here because Weyron is raising his blind every orbit with trash. Jack 2 is a little bit dicey, but it gets the job done. Weyron certainly can't continue with this, and Risk had the right idea there. As long as you get a fold, it doesn't matter what your hand is. I think that's a better move with something like King 4. But Jack 2 gets the job done as well if your opponent is opening with any 2 cards. And that was a nice heads-up move by Risk there. Realizing what's going on, your big stack opponent is raising blind versus blind against you with anything. And taking a very trashy hand and turning it into a win. I gotta say, I wasn't expecting that, and I think neither was Weyron.
8 pass. 2 pass. 4 pass.
Risk has got the moves.
For race 160. 6 pass. 7 pass. Pass.
Risk on the cutoff now with a similar hand, Jack 4. A little bit less favorable of conditions to attack, though.
6 pass.
He is going to wisely pass on that one.
7 pass. 8 for win. Pass.
Back keys are coming off.
Sergey finally finds a win, winning uncontested with Jack 9 suited there. And you can see our updated stacks. Baruchu is our new short stack with 6 big blinds.
Enjoy your job.
And I believe we're going to be on a break before too long here. Possibly right now.
Так, ще прайс.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
WPT Global, exclusive player protection. Our platform automatically identifies each player's skill level and ensures no more than 2 pros play at any table. If the pro spots are full, other pros must wait or switch tables, effectively protecting the recreational player pool's ecosystem. WPT Global, fair game, always. WPT Global, world-class security team. We use smart AI to detect in real time all forms of cheating, collusion, bots, real-time assistance, and other prohibited software, making cheating impossible to hide. Transparent hand history and instant reporting. Review every opponent's hand history instantly. See something suspicious? Report with 1 click. If confirmed, you'll be generously rewarded thanks to our rewarding integrity and poker program. WPT Global, fair game, always.
WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour, where champions are crowned every day. Join the action and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
The WPT Asia Series Overdrive is here. From July 19th to August 30th, 43 days, over 200 million yen guaranteed. Every week, the night run lights up the strip. Climb the series leaderboard for a share of 2 million yen in cash. Clear daily missions and flip your way into the nightly finals. 2.1 million yen in prizes. Shift through the phase pathway, day 1 flights into the day 2 finale. Chase one of 13 WPT rings, from ignition all the way to the Grand Prix. Win 3 and the 3 million yen bonus is yours. Start your engines. WPT Asia Series Overdrive on WPT Global.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
We're on the button with a pair of 8s. A fine button hand, and that's going to be an open. Barbod passing on the king 4 that time, and Cosmin with ace jack. Now this is an interesting spot because your hand is good enough to 3-bet, but you don't really want to be getting it in for 40 big blinds. So he can 3-bet, he can call. We're going to see which one he chooses here. Looks like he is going for the 3-bet. And now Wayron with 8s. Certainly not going to be folding, but he does have a choice between all in and call. There's upsides to both. If you call, you get to play in position, but your hand's probably not going to get any better. And if you can go all in and fold out a hand like ace-jack offsuit, that is an even better outcome, because now you don't have to worry about losing the coin flip. Now Cosmin has put himself in a bit of a pickle here, and this is why the spot is interesting pre-flop, because he is flipping, but on the other hand, this is a lot of chips to risk at this stage of the tournament. The chips you lose tend to be worth more than the chips you can win when you get to the ICM stages of tournaments.
All in call.
And it looks like he has made the call. And now these players are involved in a very high variance spot. Whoever wins this flip is going to be in fantastic shape. It's all Wayron so far. But he's still got to fade 2 more cards. That's nothing. Cosmin needs an ace or a jack exactly. He did not pick up any backdoor equity on the turn. River's a king. And Wayron is going to win this one.
1,140,000. 1,140,000.
Those are the flips that'll make or break you deep in tournaments. Rand is going to move all in on the hijack for about 10 big blinds. Farbod has 6s. And this is a close spot for him. He expects to be doing pretty well against the all-in, but he also has to fade a couple players behind if he makes a call. It's not a huge chunk of his stack or anything. This would be an easy call on the small blind or the big blind. It may still wind up being a call on the button, but it's a little bit dicier.
Call. Big call.
He is going to make the call. Cosmin, though, is lurking right behind with a pair of 7s, and this is an interesting spot for him, too. He's got great equity here, but it's a tremendous risk to his stack if he tries to risk all 40 against Farbod. And overcalling gets kind of ugly too, because then he has to play out of position post-flop. It will be a dry side pot, so he's a little bit less likely to get bluffed. But definitely a difficult situation. It looks like he has announced all in. And based on the hands, it turns out that is the right move, but it's a high-risk maneuver. Risky business. And Farbod now with 300k stranded out there already.
1,265,000 all in.
Needs to get away from this one or he is going to be in for a world of hurt. He does get away.
All in call.
And we have a fair fight here. But Rayan actually has a great spot because if he wins this flip, he will triple up. Thanks to the dead money call.
Hold on for a good in the flips.
They say 7 is always coming. That's what they say.
Oh.
Rayan has hit his jack.
Not this time.
And that's 2 flips in a row for Cosmin that he has lost. He still has plenty of chips. He's still got about $1 million. An unfortunate string for him and a very, very nice spot for Rayan when you're short.
One raise 60.
Holds over to Cosmin on the button. He's going to open with the ace and the king. And Sergey has got ace queen. Oh boy. This is going to get ugly real fast. Sergey is all in for 30 big blinds, which is pretty much what you want to be doing here against the button. A quick call from Cosmin, and all he needs to do is fade a queen, and he's right back where he was.
That's not my flip.
Can he do it? So far he can. Oh my goodness. What a string of bad luck for Cosme. He loses 2 flips in a row, and then he gets 3 outered. That is brutal. Absolutely brutal ending for him. Goes from 2 million to out. Prefer 3-bet in that spot.
2 pass. 3 pass.
Oscar find a hand to go with. Sixes for 3.5. Oh man.
We need to be sure.
200, right?
140. Right.
That is brutal.
Not 240. Oh, not.
Poor guy finally picks up 6s to go with his last 3 big blinds, and he's running into 10s right behind him. He grabbed his cards for a sec there like he was in a fold, but I'd imagine he's deciding between raising and calling.
7 call.
He is going to make the call.
9 pass.
1 pass. Calling calls.
And Oscar will see the bad news here. That is very unfortunate. You wait all day, you get 6s on the cutoff with 3.5 bigs. That hand looks great.
2 players.
You think you might have to win a flip or something, but you don't expect to run into 10s. And a 10 on the flop is going to kill any last hope he had. He does still have a running 4-5 for the straight. That is neither a 4 nor a 5.
Thank you. Yine bekleriz. When I come your country, we play
Of
again.
course. Of course. Anytime. Yeah, 100. Oh, of course. This time Queens.
Next time I get the same mistake, I swear to God.
You sure?
I promise.
Ayub is going to keep the limping going.
I mix something.
Yeah,
I mix something.
Keep that limp train going. It worked out for him with the jacks. He's trying it now with the ace queen.
Raise you. I'm afraid to raise.
He's going to go multi-way post flop, which is not ideal for ace queen offsuit, but he's getting a lot of light over limps. Throwing a limp and everyone loses their mind. Peter is going to...
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
of the World Poker Tour Cyprus. We're going to play all the way down to 6 players. All right, so we got a heads-up situation. Ayub has raised the cutoff. Wayron has defended the big blind. Both players miss. Ayub's going to take down a small one there. We are in the thick of it now. 10 remain. 6 will make it to the promised land. Only 1 will win the tournament and get their name on the trophy, as well as a giant chunk of cash. This is what it's all about, folks. And Veruku finally finds a hand to shove with, but unfortunately for him, Wayron is lurking right behind with ace-queen. That is going to be bad news for Veruku.
Sit for raise only. Can you give me the chips? Claro, I should count every win. Unfortunately, yes. So 2, 2 and 5, 3. 3,625,000.
And oh my goodness, Risk is behind with jacks as well. Wayron could take us to the final table right here if he hits an ace or a queen. Even if he doesn't, Veruku is basically drawing dead.
Good.
No shame, no shame. Oh, what?
And we have a three-way all in here, folks. Risk is at risk. That might be the last time I get to make a pun on his name today. And Wayron can get 2 eliminations here with an ace or a queen. Veruku needs a miracle. And Risk just needs to hold.
Okay.
Who's going to win it? We are about to find out. This is an enormous equity pot. If Wayron wins this, he might be the chip leader. I don't know the stacks at the other table. No dice yet. Veruku does have the backdoor nut flush draw, and he also hit a 2. That's actually a pretty good flop for him. It takes him from dead to unlikely, but still having outs, which is a lot better than being dead. And Risk is going to hold up. So Wayron's still alive, but he took a big hit there.
You know about bigger.
This is out. 1,500,000 1,000,000.
لا عم بيطلع انه هي ده اذا طلبت الكاسه ما بيطلع مصاري.
And that is going to send us to the final table, I believe. Here's our 4 remaining players from the table. Risk has moved up to 3.7. Wayron still hanging in there, but he's down to 2 million. Sergiu hanging in with 1.7. And Ayub is still our chip leader at this table with 5.2. I think we're going to take a quick final table redraw break, and we'll be back shortly.
Welcome to WPT Global. Let's turn up the fun. Pick your game. MTT, No Limit Hold'em, Flash, PLO, Short Deck, or Global Spins. Every hand's a new adventure. Every game, a shot at glory. With top-notch design and non-stop thrills, you're always in for a great time. Join the party. Play your way at WPT Global.
WPT Global, exclusive player protection. Our platform automatically identifies each player's skill level and ensures no more than 2 pros play at any table. If the pro spots are full, other pros must wait or switch tables, effectively protecting the recreational player pool's ecosystem. WPT Global, fair game, always. WPT Global, world-class security team. We use smart AI to detect in real time all forms of cheating, collusion, bots, real-time assistance, and other prohibited software, making cheating impossible to hide. Transparent hand history and instant reporting. Review every opponent's hand history instantly. See something suspicious? Report with 1 click. If confirmed, you'll be generously rewarded thanks to our rewarding integrity and poker program. WPT Global, fair game, always.
WPT Global, the online home of the World Poker Tour, where champions are crowned every day. Join the action and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
The WPT Asia Series Overdrive is here. From July 19th to August 30th, 43 days, over 200 million yen guaranteed. Every week, the night run lights up the strip. Climb the series leaderboard for a share of 2 million yen in cash. Clear daily missions and flip your way into the nightly finals. 2.1 million yen in prizes. Shift through the phase pathway, day 1 flights into the day 2 finale. Chase one of 13 WPT rings, from ignition all the way to the Grand Prix. Win 3, and the 3 million yen bonus is yours. Start your engines. WPT Asia Series Overdrive on WPT Global.
Now is the perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Pass.
Oscar find a hand to go with. Sixes for 3.5. Oh man.
You need to be sure.
200, right?
140. Right.
That is brutal.
Not 240.
Poor guy finally picks up 6s to go with his last 3 big blinds, and he's running into 10s right behind him. He grabbed his cards for a sec there like he was in a fold, but I'd imagine he's deciding between raising and calling.
7 call.
He is going to make the call.
9 pass. One pass.
And Oscar will see the bad news here. That is very unfortunate. You wait all day, you get 6s on the cutoff with 3.5 bigs. That hand looks great. You think you might have to win a flip or something, but you don't expect to run into 10s. And a 10 on the flop is going to kill any last hope he had. He does still have a running 4-5 for the straight. That is neither a 4 nor a 5.
Thank you. Yine bekleriz. When I come your country, we play again.
Of course. Anytime. 7, 4. Yeah, 100. Oh, of course. This time queens.
This time I get the same mistake, I swear to God.
You sure?
I promise.
Ayub is going to keep the limping going. Keep that limp train going. It worked out for him with the jacks. He's trying it now with the ace queen.
Raise you. I'm afraid to raise.
He's going to go multi-way post flop, which is not ideal for ace queen offsuit, but he's getting a lot of light over limps. Throwing a limp and everyone loses their mind. Peter is going to go for the big raise here, and we'll see if Ayub wants to flip against him. It is about a 16 big blind jam. And if the money goes in, both players will have about half the equity with a bunch of dead money in the middle, so it's kind of a good spot for both of them.
behind.
280.
Ayub is putting the rest in. So we're going to have a coin flip. We'll see who comes out on top. You're probably going to be pretty happy to see that he is not up against a higher pair.
See, he was not trolling. Let's see if he's trolling again.
So Ayub does have quite a few outs here. Picks up a few more. 9, 10, jack, ace, or queen. That's almost half the deck.
skrev down.
Can he get there? Oh, it's a 10. The most painful way to lose there. Getting counterfeited. So that is the end of the line for Peter. He found a pretty good spot.
It's good though. In my case, it's good. I'm glad I did it.
3 4 4.
Milad gonna get out of there. And Sergio on the button has a very nice one with pocket 8s. Doshti should probably jam this. I mean, obviously he'd run into 8s if he did, but just in terms of his general ranges in theory, offsuit ace-x should be a jam versus the button open here. He should be glad he avoided this one because he would have been in very bad shape. But Sergio should be opening a pretty wide range on the button, so having an ace in your hand is generally good enough to jam there out of the blinds. Baruchu is all in. And now it's back over to Sergio. He's got a pretty damn good hand for the button, but he's also facing a 30 big blind all in, which is most of his stack.
1,670,000.
And he's got to figure out what to do here. This is not an easy spot. Not easy at all. Very borderline.
I'll let you go.
Sergio makes a great fold there.
Good card. Yeah.
Not an easy fold by any means.
These are better. Better? Maybe. You? All in.
9 all in. Two pass, 4 pass. All in 570.
Doshti has picked up a hand. He's got the queens. And with this stack, you really can't do much but go all in. He shoved it for 14 earlier. I thought that was too much. For this stack, you basically just have to go all in an
Now is the
Ayub.
perfect time to discover WPT Global and take advantage of our best ever welcome offer. We're giving you back 100% of your first deposit as cash, from $10 all the way up to $3,000. The bigger your deposit, the bigger your reward. You can earn up to $248 in tournament and global spins tickets, plus $100 in other bonuses. Discover now and make WPT Global your new online poker home.
Card a button.
Welcome back, everybody. We are at the final table of 9. We're going to be playing down to 6. You can see the stacks here. Ayub is leading the pack with 52 big blinds. Norman is bringing up the rear with 8 big blinds.
Players, you will be getting 5 more time banks when we get to the official.
Bernardo and Sergio still in.
The screen final table, that's when we are going
You can
to
see the
bet.
payouts. Everyone still in the tournament has locked up at least 36,000 US dollars.
As a reminder, there's no electronic devices, no backpacks.
Keep that in mind as people start busting here. There are no losers at this point. Everyone's a winner. Everyone who's still in, anyway. Let's It's just a matter of how much you can make. We're going to play down to the final table of 6, and then we're going to come back tomorrow to finish it off.
All right, we are still at 51-1. Button is in the 1 seat. Let's go ahead and shuffle up and do.
We are still at 51-1. Button is in the 1 seat. Let's get going here. So we've seen almost everybody at this table play so far today. Now we are combining the remaining 9 players remain out of 520 who entered. Everyone who's still in is at least 10xing their investment. Not bad for a weekend in Cyprus, which is a pretty nice destination to be in anyway. Sergio is going to open the cutoff here with the ace-7 suited to kick us off at the final table of 9. Let's see if he gets any customers. Ayub in the big blind is certainly going to come along, and he's coming along for a 3-bet. And that should probably do the trick here. Sergio's got a nice hand to open with, but he does not particularly want to face a 3-bet. And he will make the fold. He had the best hand slightly, but it's pretty close to a flip. And he caught Ayub with one of the worst hands he's going to 3-bet with. I think King-Queen suited should probably err on the side of flatting. The hand just plays so well post-flop. But it is also good enough to 3-bet and get it in with. Just a matter of which range you want to strengthen there. Rayanne under the gun with a pair of 10s. And that's good enough to open, but these final table of 9 spots are interesting. Nobody wants to be out. Nobody wants to be the next one out. Barbot is going to flat with the ace-9 suited. He should be able to over-realize his equity. It's going to be hard for Rayanne to put too much money in post-flop, even if he gets a good flop. It's just simply so risky to play a big pot at this stage of the tournament. So we go heads up to the flop. Rayanne does have the best of it so far, but Barbot is in a fine spot with position. And he flops an ace. And Rayanne cannot like seeing that. I would imagine he starts with a check here. But I've been wrong before. He is starting with a small bet. And Barbot is going nowhere here. He's got top pair. He's got a backdoor flush draw. I don't really like betting with 10s here. I don't know what you're trying to accomplish. Unless you plan on multi-street bluffing, but there's better hands to do that with, and it's not going to work on this turn anyway. Barbot has turned the backdoor nut flush draw. And is going to start checking now. And I think Farbod should probably just check behind. He's got plenty of showdown. He's got his draw. He does check behind. Let's see the river. Hits a club. Doesn't actually change anything because Farbod was already winning the hand, but if Rayan had any dreams of trying to turn this into a bluff, they are dead now. Not that it's a particularly great candidate to do that with anyway, but... Safe to say Rayan is not winning this hand through any method now. He does check, and Farbod is going to bet some amount. I don't think it really matters, because I don't think he's getting paid for anything. He went on the smaller side, which is probably his best shot at getting paid here. He blocks an ace, so it's less likely his opponent has an ace. There's an overwhelming amount of ICM pressure against Rayan here. It's going to be hard for him to call much. I'm not even really sure what he's thinking about. Seems like a pretty trivial fold at this point. I guess when you're playing for this much money, you should think about everything, but you'd have to really reach to find a hand that Rayan is beating now. You're beating like 8s and 9s and like king, queen that floated and then didn't bluff to earn. It's thin. He did make the call. I don't know what he expected to see on the river there. You are simply not beating any hand. But Farbod is happy to see the call. Farbod got a nice return there on his pre-flop flat. And that's going to put him that much closer to the trophy. Farbod is now in the chip lead after that hand. Rayan still in 6th place, so he's not out of it by any means, but that was a big hit to his stack. Been that relatively small river bet. It's something you don't want to be losing at a final table. Knocked him down slightly below Wayron. Farbod going to come in with an open with the 10-9 suited. And Sergey's got ace-queen. Now this is a great hand, of course, but he is going to shove with it. That's the right answer, but it is a little bit riskier than it looks. If he runs into something here, he's out in 9th. Of course, Sergey is already towards the bottom of the standing, so he's got to take a spot somewhere or another, and this one seems as good as any. Sergey going to take that one down uncontested. A very good result for him. He would much rather just win uncontested than have to win an all-in. Even if he got called by ace-jack or something, given the final table situation, he might prefer just winning uncontested. I guess he'd be okay getting called by exactly ace-jack, but he'd rather win uncontested than get called by something like king-jack suited, for sure. Everyone is on edge, wondering who's going to be the next one out. This is the most exciting time of the tournament. Sergey opening Ayub is 3-betting. I like the sizing. And Sergey's in a tough spot already. He's open from a fairly early position. He has a good hand, but he's got to wonder what he's getting 3-bet by. Ayub picking a good sizing. It's enough to pressure his opponent's stack without committing too much. He's picked a good combo. He's got ace-jack offsuit. Perfect combo to 3-bet fold here. And Sergey has to decide, does he want to jam this hand and risk going out of ninth, or does he want to pass on it? I don't believe calling is a very good option. Jamming and folding both seem fine, and this hand seems right on the borderline between those two. He is going to fold. Jam would have got through, but can't know that while you're sitting at the table. Ayub has a pretty crappy ace here. Folds over to Mihai on the button. He's got the same hand he did the heroic river 3-bet with earlier, the king 10. And he is just going to fold. That is a keenly aware of ICM sort of fold. Obviously, the vast majority of the time when it folds to you on the button, you are happy to raise king 10. In this case, the shortest stack is in the small blind, and he would like to just get out of the way and let the big stack bust him. Nariman's going to try to limp. And Farbod's got the same hand. We'll see how this works out. Is Farbod going to take the free flop, or is he going to go for the rest? This limp does look pretty trappy. Of course, as we know, it is not a trap, but Farbod has flopped the flush draw to go with the same middle pair. Nariman is putting the money in, and Farbod is not going to fold this hand. And Nariman's getting free rolled here. We might be down to 8. If a spade hits on the Turner River, we're going to be down to 8 players. That is a diamond. Farbod's got one more shot to hit a spade and get our first knockout of the final table. That is a heart. So we got a chop on our hands here. Nariman's got to be pretty happy to escape with a chop there. Rayanne is opening the hijack now with the king 10 suited. Certainly a hand you can take a stab with here. And he will take that one down uncontested. A much needed pickup for him. When you got 20 big blinds, every time you steal the blinds, it is worth quite a bit. Risk under the gun. Not wanting to put his chips at risk here, he will fold. And Bernardo with ace-10 offsuit. This is a pretty reasonable hand to go for the open. Your range looks very strong. This is pretty much the bottom of it. You got two good blockers. You put in the raise, and then you fold to any heat behind. And Farbod is going to put some heat on him here. He's just going to call. We're on with the same hand. Might be going all in here. He is. all the money is in for Weyron, and Bernardo, I think, has an easy fold. Barbad's decision is going to be a little more interesting. Weyron going to win that one uncontested. Barbad folding with the same hand, but that's kind of his upside, his same hand. And he's got a massive stack he would rather keep intact. So I totally get the fold from Barbad there. Bernardo not going to enter the pot with that one. Nariman with ace-4 on the hijack. He's got 6 big blinds. This might be his spot. Not an amazing spot by any means, but when you're this short, I don't know if you're going to find a better one. He is all in, and Weyron behind has 6s in the small blind. That's probably going to be a call. Might be a fold from a different position, but in the small blind, seems like it should be good enough. Weyron does make the call. And risk in the big blind is going to fold the ace-5. So Nariman is in bad shape. He's only got 2 aces left in the deck. Weyron's 6s just have to hold, and he will secure our first elimination of the final table here. No help for Nariman on the flop. He's going to need an ace or some backdoor straight, possibly. That is nothing that helps him. He needs exactly an ace on the river. It says there's 3 aces, but we know there are only 2. The big blind folded an ace. And that's going to secure our first elimination of the final table. We are down to 8 players now.
Tomorrow,
yeah, no. Yeah. I'll run on the 10 minutes.
I think old school things like WPT used to make it 6 and look at the card also. This card is old school.
So everyone's made a jump. Everyone at the table just made 10K or something. Bernardo coming back in with the ace-10 again. Didn't work the first time. but it is a sound spot to go for an open. And Ayub in the big blind has Queen Jack. That is a hand that can see a flop. And he will do so. We're going heads up to the flop. Ayub looking for a queen or a jack. He has hit neither. Could be an interesting spot for Ayub to bust out the small lead. It's under the gun range. If they don't have an overpair, they basically cannot have anything else on this board. But he is going to check. Bernardo weighing his options. He is going to go for the c-bet. He figures to have the best hand here a lot. Needs to protect it. Can't be given free cards. And Bernardo's going to win that one post-flop. Yeah, I think from Ayub's perspective, a small lead on the flop there on a low-card flop like that makes a lot of sense. It's very hard for Bernardo to float enough with his hands like ace-10, king-queen, and then if a straight or something comes in on the turn, you can just keep bluffing. That is something you see a little bit more in these skewed ICM spots, is more leading out of the blinds from the big stacks versus the small stacks. King-queen might not be the best hand to do it with. You'd rather have like medium cards, but could have overperformed in that spot. Ayub in the small blind against the short stack in the big blind. Raising to something like 2.7x might overperform here. Looks like he is going to raise to 3x. Unfortunately for him, Bernardo does have a hand, ace-jack, and this is going in. This is going in, no doubt about it. I think well played on both ends there. It was definitely correct for Ayub to try to take a stab at stealing his blind, and definitely correct for Bernardo to jam over the top with ace-jack offsuit. At earlier stages, you might just call with that hand, but in ICM, you're definitely just jamming a lot of the offsuit aces. You're very happy to just take down the pot uncontested. You are not looking to go post-flop. You are looking to win pots without a showdown wherever you can. And that seemed like a great spot to do it. Risk on the cutoff. He has the jack-9 suited. He is not going to enter the pot. Plot probably reasonable, being one of the medium stacks. There's a lot of pressure the bigger stacks can put on him anytime he enters a pot. And jack-9 suited is normally going to be an open from the cutoff, but things change a bit this deep. Ayub, however, has no such qualms. He's going to open the button with the Queen 10 suited. And that is going to get the job done. It's good to be the big stack. Barbad with ace-10 suited under the gun. That's going to be an open. Mihai has a fantastic spot now. He's got a full house up against top pair from Farbad. Mihai not jamming pre-flop, not looking to flip for that much. Happy to go to a flop, and he's betting very small on the river, trying to induce a raise from his opponent. Big fan of how Mihai has played all the hands I've seen him play. And he didn't get the raise, but he did get the call. Against this exact hand, it's possible he could have extracted more value on this river. But against the range, I think the small bet is going to make the most money. A lot of incentive for the big stack to attack that small sizing with raises. So another nicely played hand by Mihai. And of course, an excellent board for his hand. Certainly doesn't hurt. Players remain. 2 more eliminations. We will be at the official WPT final table of 6. The low-hanging fruit has been gone. Narman, who entered with 6 big blinds or whatever, is out. Who's going to be next? Everyone at this table hoping it is not them. Risk has the ace-king suited. That's a good hand to take a risk with. He's coming in for his usual 3x raise. Going to quickly fold over to the big blind, who's got 6-3 suited. This is a hand he could take a flop with against a smaller raise sizing. But against the 3x, he is also going to have to get out of the way. We are on under the gun with ace-7 suited. He is going to come in for the raise. This is certainly a fine category of hand to be raising with. He does have kind of an awkward stack. He's got one of the medium stacks, which means the big stacks can put the most pressure on him, but never too bad of an idea to go for the under the gun open with a suited ace. Bernardo's got a very interesting decision here. He can try to 3-bet to like 450 or 500, get Wayron to fold.
They raise 500.
He does make it 500. A well-placed 3-bet and a great hand to do it with. Has both an ace and a jack in his hand. Makes it less likely that Wayron has one of those premium hands that could 4-bet shove here. And Wayron, unless he wants to be a hero, is going to have to let this one go. He could decide to be a hero, and if he does, Bernardo's going to have to fold. He is not going to be a hero there. He is going to fold. Ace-7 suited is towards the bottom of his under-the-gun opening range there. So, makes sense to fold it to a 3-bet, but Bernardo choosing the good sizing there. Notably not going all in. See a lot of these smaller 3-bets. The deeper in the tournament you get, it's simply difficult for your opponent to call and see a flop out of position, so there's just no reason to make it too big. You'd rather make it smaller and maintain more flexibility. Risk going to fold under the gun. Ayub's got the ace-5 suited. He is raising. And Sergio in the small blind, this might be the hand he goes with. He is going to go with it. And I assume Ayub will be folding, but if he does call, he's going to be pretty far behind here. Ayub not getting the right price to call with this hand. He is going to fold it. Sergio stays alive to fight another day. Doing a nice job of navigating his short stack here. Bernardo under the gun +1 with ace-9 offsuit. This is a hand you can open, get a little out of line with. And he is going to open. It's exactly the type of hand that goes up in value the deeper in the tournament you get. Very little post-flop playability, but a decent amount of high card blockers. Wayron in the small blind has ace-10 suited.
I think that I saw something like that.
He's going to continue. It looks like he's going to make the call. I think is an entirely reasonable way to play the hand at this stacked up. So Wayron is way ahead in the hand, but he is out of position and facing a pre-flop aggression. So we'll see what happens on the flop. I don't think Wayron's going to fold the flop to a bet. So we'll see how Bernardo wants to navigate this. He's up against the small blind and not the big blind. I think against the big blind he would bet for sure. Against the small blind it's a little tougher. The small blind's going to have a lot more of these Broadway type hands. This is basically a pretty good board for the small blind's flatting range. He is going to try to bet. Very small. Wayron is certainly not going to fold the flop for this. He's got backdoor diamonds. He's got the gut shot. He's beating a few of Bernardo's weaker hands, such as this one. The turn gives Wayron the backdoor nut flush draw. And that is a very good turn for him. I don't think he's going to do much leading here. I think he will check call again if it comes to that. Well, looks like I'm wrong. He is going to lead. And I think Bernardo has to give up to this. He's pretty much at the bottom of his range. Almost every other hand that he raises with pre-flop and then bets the flop, but is going to have better equity than this. Well, looks like he is going to continue. He must have a plan to bluff the river, but it's not going to work on this card. Wayron has made the straight. It's not the nuts. There's some full houses possible, and those are relatively more likely given how tight both players' pre-flop ranges are, but Wayron does have a straight. Bernardo only has slightly more than the pot behind. Kind of surprised to see Bernardo call the turn here, but he knows his stuff. He's very accomplished. If he called the turn, I'm sure he had a good reason. And now Wayron deciding how to make money off of this. He has hit a very good run out for his hand. How does he make money off it? He is going to go for another bet. And Bernardo would have to shove all in as a bluff if he wants to continue here. Certainly not going to beat anything by calling. He must have found Wayron's turn lead to be suspicious for him to continue in the hand from that point. He is going to shove all in as a bluff. Holy moly. Is Wayron going to make the call? I mean, Wayron's really only beating a bluff. It looks like Bernardo has a full house. And this is an intense spot. My goodness. I didn't know Bernardo had this level of hero in him. This is a crazy line, man. And Wayron sitting there with a fantastic hand, and he is not excited about it. If he calls and he's wrong, he's in pretty bad shape. And it certainly looks like a full house from Bernardo. I think Wayron's decision to lead the turn might have sunk him here. My goodness. Bernardo. That's the hand of the tournament right there, folks. Holy smokes. Wayron just rivered Broadway, and Bernardo bluffed him off it without a care in the world. I think the turn lead was just too suspicious. It doesn't make sense. Bernardo didn't think it made sense. And he just had the plan to bluff him the whole time, and that is a very impressive hand from Bernardo there. I mean, that's for a massive equity pot, too. If he's wrong there, he's dusting like 50K in equity with just a stone airball. And he just took Wayron out to the woodshed there. That was incredible. We are witnessing some incredible poker here, folks. Wow. Well, I already had a lot of respect for Bernardo, but I have a whole new level now. Because that was just one hell of a hand. I think I said this already, but I do think Wayron's decision to lead the turn cost him the hand there. If he had check called the turn, he would have been able to see the river more cheaply. Bernardo would not have been able to put the same level of intense pressure on him. He might have tried to 3-barrel and do a similar thing, but if he gets 3-barreled, I think Wayron winds up calling. But since he led twice and then still got jammed on, he convinced himself he was no good and folded. Either way, just a massively impressive hand from Bernardo there. Taking the stone bottom of his range and finding a way to win with it against an opponent who made Broadway. Just incredible stuff. I didn't even see that last hand. I was so blown away by the hand before it. It looks like Farbod won a pot.
Not on that board, I say free.
Wayron's going to watch that stream back and realize that he just got wrecked. That hand's going to haunt him. I don't like the turn lead, and I'm not just being results oriented there. It's just your hand has enough showdown. Like, what are you really trying to accomplish by leading the turn there? You can just check call again. You have a great draw. You have ace-10 high, which has some showdown against the bottom of his range. I've logged plenty of hands online against Bernardo in the past, and I never knew he was capable of something like that. I'm starting to wonder how many times I got bluffed. I knew he was good, but damn. That was beyond. That's one of the most impressive hands I've ever seen. Sergey opening with the king-queen under the gun. Ayub deciding whether he wants to pop him with ace-jack. He already did a similar thing. And he's got a pretty good hand to do it with. Bernardo lurking behind with queens, though. He is going to move all in. Ayub had the right idea going after the bottom of Sergey's under the gun range, but Bernardo woke up behind with queens, and now Bernardo's going to be dangerous here. He's got a lot of chips. He's got to be extremely confident after successfully pulling off that bluff. I mean, he doesn't know what he made his opponent fold, but I liked Ayub's 3-bet there. He just ran into something behind. That's going to happen sometimes. He still gave himself room to fold. That is poker at its finest, folks. All the money on the line. You form a plan on the turn and you stick to it on the river. My goodness. Risk is coming in for an open with the ace-king. Mihai will fold with the queen-2. Well, prior to that, Mihai had the most impressive hand of the tournament when he 3-bet bluffed the river with king-10 earlier, made his opponent fold aces. But I think Bernardo just surpassed that. Bernardo is up against Farbad. Farbad does have the best of it so far, but as we just saw, I'm sure Bernardo can find a way to steal it away if he wants to. Let's see how this plays out. He's going to start with the C-bet. Pretty standard stuff so far. I expect we'll see Farbad make the call. This is probably the type of hand Farbad should be folding pre-flop. Especially against Bernardo. He's going to find some way to make your life miserable with a hand like this. Turns an ace. That's going to give Bernardo the best hand. And I would imagine he's going to bet again with 2 flush draws out there. Needs to protect his hand a bit. He figures to have the best hand a lot here on this turn. He is going to fire another bet out there for $500,000. And Farbad did have the best hand on the flop, but this is a very bad turn for him. Bernardo is certainly going to have a lot of aces in his pre-flop range. A lot of hands with an ace. Blinds are going up, 125,000 big blind. Overhead view of the table there. time I think I've got this game figured out, I see a hand like that, and it reminds me of how much work I have left to do. As you see risk opening here with the ace-queen suited, Mihai's got an interesting spot. He's got king-queen suited. Pretty strong hand. He's not in great shape here, though. He does have the button. And king-queen suited is quite good. He's going to fold. Good fold by Mihai. Sergey in the big blind with a hand that would be worth calling sometimes, but certainly not at a final table, and he will make the fold. We've seen some very impressive play from a few of these players.
Not this hand. And Mr. Rebounded.
Folds around to far bot on the button. He's got the 4-3 suited. He's going to try to steal it. But it's not going to work because Sergey has queens.
No, it's okay. ماشي همشي لك اياه.
And Farbod is going to have to fold.
How much?
125.
25?
The big blind is 125,000. Mihai going to fold the ace-5 on the hijack. And we have a blind versus blind. Wayron's got ace-4 suited. For about 12 big blinds, that is going to be an all-in. And that's going to be good enough to win the pot.
350.
Risk is raising blind versus blind with the 7-6 suited. That's going to win. Ryan under the gun. He's got King Jack suited. A hand you could min raise with. Looks like he's going to go all in, basically. He's doing that thing where you leave a few chips behind just in case multiple other players go all in, then you can try to ladder. Doesn't look like anyone has much to call him with so far. And that one's going to get through. We got our updated stacks here. Bernardo has rocketed into the chip lead on the back of that incredible river bluff. Arbad right behind him. Ayub is hanging in there as well. And Risk is also moving up the standings a bit. Towards the bottom, we have some 13, 15, 17 big blind stacks.
Raise 250.
Aaron's got the queens under the gun. He's going to raise it. And Ryan in the big blind has a nice hand as well. Ace Jack suited. We'll see if he puts it in or if he just calls. He is going to put it in, and Wayron's going to call with the queens. And if Wayron can fade an ace or some clubs, he is going to be doubling up here on this hand. Let's see what we got here. All right, so Rand can also hit a queen to win the hand, or he can also hit backdoor clubs. He's got one so far. Turn is a 7. That gives him a few more outs. He can hit an 8 to make it straight now. River's a king. Wayron is going to double up. Rayan is still in with 50,000, which is not very much.
$1,650.
And barring a miracle comeback, Rayan is going to be our 8th place player here. Wayron goes back into 5th place after that hand, making up for the hand against Bernardo a little bit. Rayan's going to put his last few chips in here with the King 10 suited. As good a hand as any to do it with.
9 plus. 1 plus.
And he is looking for a double to start his comeback. He's going to need more than one double, but you got to start with the first one. Ayub looking to raise the cutoff and a little bit of protection here.
3 raise. 300.
Bernardo on his immediate left is sitting there with a pair of 5s.
4 call.
He is going to see a flop. If you're Ayub, you do not want to be playing post-flop out of position against Bernardo. He does have a decent shot, though. He can hit a jack or a 10. Of course, if it's a jack, he's still not going to bust Ryan, but he will win the side pot.
It's okay. And then he took 100 and I did 325. Mine. Yeah.
So Bernardo's out in front so far. Ayub does have overcards and a gut shot, though. So a few different ways to win the hand.
3 bet 200.
Ayub is going to see bet 200. I don't think Bernardo is folding just yet. He is going to stick around for the turn. The turn is a 6. That gives Bernardo the low end of the straight. Of course, he doesn't want to actually hit it because Ayub would hit a higher straight. But it may convince him to call another bet if another bet is forthcoming.
Bet 575.
475.
Ayub is betting again. Will Bernardo stick around? He's had great instincts so far. We'll see here if that continues.
4 plus.
He is going to fold the turn. He was ahead. And Ryan is going to double up unless the river is a jack or an 8. Of course, even with a double up, he's still in pretty bad shape, but it will keep him alive for the moment. River's a jack, and that's going to send Ryan out of the tournament. In 8th place. So one more elimination and we will be at our official WPT final table of 6. Who's it going to be? And that is the question on everyone's mind here.
Nine pass.
Well, we're going to find out soon enough.
Two pass. Three raise 250.
Ayub is going to open the cutoff here.
Four pass.
Bernardo cannot continue with that one.
Six pass. Eight pass.
And Queen 10 going to take it down.
One pass. $350 raise. Three pass.
Risk is going to come in for an open with the ace jack.
Four pass. Six pass. Eight.
Barbad's going to see a flop with him.
Nine pass.
And we're going heads up to the flop. Barbad's got decent equity. But Risk has hit very well on this flop. He's got top pair, top kicker. Farbad is drawing to a gut shot. He does not have a backdoor flush draw.
Eight check. To bet 450.
Risk continuing with a fairly large c-bet here. And see if Farbad wants to draw against this size. It's going to get expensive for him pretty quickly. Already was kind of on the expensive side pre. His Risk made it almost 3x the big blind. And that's going to be good enough to take it down.
Two pass. Three pass. Four pass. Six pass. Eight pass. Call. All in.
Are you going to go for the limp, and Wayron is going to jam with ace-9 offsuit. And that's going to do it.
big blind anyway. ما طلعت ما شو ذكرت.
Three pass. Four pass. Six pass. Eight pass. Nine pass.
Holds around to weigh on in the small blind. He's got ace 10, or ace 10-7, excuse me. Sorry, it's been a long day. There is no ace involved. He has 10-7.
450.
Risk is going to raise the limp here with king 7. If that's normally a hand you'd want to check back, but it does the job. The reason I say you would want to check that back is because it's too good to bluff raise with. You'd rather bluff raise with like king 2 or king 3. King 7 has a little bit more showdown. But if it does the trick, that's good enough. And Risk is happy to win the pot without having to go to a flop, I'm sure.
Four pass. Six pass. Raise 250. Nine pass. One pass. Two pass. Three pass.
Barbad going to take that one down uncontested with the 8-6 suited.
Six pass. Eight pass.
Sergey with king queen suited on the hijack. This is going to be an all-in.
Two pass.
I know I'm folding. I just
A fine hand to do it with.
Three pass.
And that's going to get through. Nobody has anything to call.
Nine pass. One pass. Two pass. Pass. All in.
Bernardo in the small blind is going to put Mihai all in. And Mihai has picked up aces. Not getting him to fold that one. Bernardo is going to need an incredible run out here to knock Mihai out. We'll see if he gets it. It is unlikely. He's got backdoor straight possibilities, but that's pretty thin. Nope. Mihai is going to secure the double.
$2.25.
Bernardo trying to apply some ICM pressure there, running into the best hand in the game. I think it's a pretty well-placed jam. Mihai's calling range is very thin there, but aces certainly makes the cut.
Pass, 1 pass, 2 pass, 3 pass.
Bernardo now towards the bottom of the standings. He's got King 10 on the button.
For all in.
He is going to go all in for about 15 big blinds. And that's going to be good enough to win the pot. Bernardo not going to be able to play this one. And neither is Mihai. Our bottom, the small blind, though, has a nice hand. King, Queen.
Raise 300.
He is going to small raise. Sergey's got 10-7 in the big blind. Not great. And he is not going to see the flop. Sergey going to issue the walk there with Jack 6. We're on the win by default with Jack 4. First place in this tournament is just shy of $400,000. 45 players entered this day 3. 6 will remain. We currently have 7. Mihai is going to come in for an open on the hijack with the King 10. Heads up to the flop. Risk has flopped top 2. That's pretty good. We'll see how Mihai navigates this one.
175.
Right.
350.
And Risk should probably just check call here, let Mihai keep bluffing. But he is putting in the raise, and I assume this is going to scare Mihai away. I think with top and bottom pair, you might want to raise. Top 2, you probably just call. But it is a fairly low top 2, so he wanted to protect it. And he shows. You got to keep him guessing, man. You're playing the final table. He'll be showing hands.
Good hand.
King queen.
Bernardo under the gun with the 9-5. That's not going to cut it. Barbot on the hijack, ace-4 offsuit. I think if he had an overwhelming chip lead, he could open this. Looks like he's going to open it anyway.
8 raise 300. 9 pass.
We're on with 3s on the button. I would imagine he passes on this one. Risk in the small blind with ace-queen, though.
650.
650.
Very small 3-bet out of position. Very, very small. He does have the best of it by quite a bit.
You reset the...
We'll see if Barbot wants to try to continue here.
For me also.
Barbot will see a flop. Getting a very good price. So Risk has found himself out of position in a slightly inflated pot with an offsuit unpaired hand. How will he navigate it? Looks like he's going to wind up winning anyway. Barbot has flopped absolutely nothing.
5-5.
Bet 550.
A risky move, 3-betting there out of position, especially so small, but I think it's going to work out for him. Barbot would have to execute some true heroics to steal this pot. And he's going to fold.
Yeah. ده كام استعشوا معي استعشوا معي فما شيء طلب في السلوك مع اس كوين لا لا ما نتصل بس انه عرفنا اللعبه عرفنا اللعبه
Six pass. 8 pass. Nine all in. One pass.
Please count.
Oh boy. Sorry, had to take a quick bathroom break, and it looks like we are in the middle of a big pot. Risk is folding. Ace Jack. Oh, it's a hijack open jam. Okay, that makes sense. Looks like I didn't miss anything just yet, unless Bernardo wakes up in the big blind. And he very much has not woken up in the big blind.
500, 1 million, 1 million 500,
1,700,000.
Are you gonna get that one through? And we'll take a look at our updated standings here. We got Risk is actually the chip leader now. Wow. Bernardo in the small blind with Queen Jack. I'd imagine he will be moving all in with this one. And he's going to take that down uncontested. Folds around to Mihai in the small blind. And he is going to try to limp in. Barbad's got a nice one, though. He's got king, queen suited. And he's going to raise. Mihai will obviously fold that to the raise. He was trying to limp in for cheap. Ran into a good hand. Bernardo on the cutoff is going to move all in. And nobody woke up that time. The battle continues. And it's a battle. Nobody wants to be the next one out. It is a fight for survival. Everyone wants to make the prestigious official WPT final table of 6. We have all been at one table since 9, but it doesn't count as a WPT final table until we hit 6. We will be coming back tomorrow with Matt Savage joining me to do the final table commentary. Folds around to Sergey in the small blind. We got to walk this time. Everyone is walking on eggshells here. We're going to need a couple of big hands to run into each other here to get us down to 6. We might have a break coming up soon, followed by a blind increase. Ayub's opening with the ace-jack under the gun. And he is going to take it down uncontested. We did get that fantastically interesting river bluff from Bernardo at this final table. But past that, final tables tend to be a little bit slow-paced. Nobody wants to bust. Takes some big hands to get into a confrontation. Or some medium hands from late position. Barbad on the hijack has ace-8 offsuit. It's a decent hand. He might go for the steal here. Risk has queens. Raising big, but Ayub does not have enough to call him. It's funny the spread we got at these final tables. You got these guys joking around and showing each other their hands, and you have Bernardo, the absolute killer, on their immediate left. We get all types together here at the WPT. Mihai has played very well also, although mostly just got fortunate to pick up aces on a blind versus blind shove so far at this final table. Risk will fold the button with king 3, and Ayub with 3-2 in the small blind is probably not going to want to go after Bernardo with that hand. Bernardo might have to show that one. Ayub very lucky he got dealt such a shitty hand in the small blind, or that could have been bad for him. You guys are interested in getting a WPT hat? Check out the Flex Fit, the official hat of the World Poker Tour. Use promo code WPT Stream to get a 15% discount. Rep the greatest brand in poker with our Flex Fit hat. Next time you go play live, let them know. If you're itching to get in on the action, you can also check out our online websites. If you're in the States, Club WPT Gold, highly recommend. If you are abroad, WPT Global. We got everyone covered. Both excellent sites. Bernardo's going to limp the small blind with Jack 8 against Mihai in the big blind with Queen Jack. I think we'll see Mihai check this one. There are better hands to shove with. He doesn't want to raise not all in and potentially get limp jammed on. The hand flops pretty well with position, and he does actually have Bernardo dominated here. I'm sure these guys have played some together before. Bernardo very accomplished. I think Mihai has his share of accomplishments as well. Check, check on the flop. Pair of jacks on the turn. That's the action card. I don't think Bernardo's getting stacked or anything, but I do think a couple of bets are going in now. Bernardo content to check, and Mihai may try to extract some value now. Mihai in a very good spot here. Bernardo actually cannot win the hand. The best he can do is chop. I guess you could never say that Bernardo cannot win the hand after that ace-9 versus ace-10 earlier, but he can't win the hand at showdown. River is a 7. And I think we will see Mihai go for value. Bernardo has checked. How much is Mihai going to bet? He is betting very large on the river. And we'll see if Bernardo can reach the right conclusion here. This is a big bet. Mihai gets max value there. Very nicely played. And Bernardo takes another hit to his already somewhat short stack. He is in trouble now after being chip leader for a brief shining moment. Running into some perfect sizing from Mihai there. You were watching two high-level players at work. Bernardo has enough respect for Mihai that he did not want to fold the river with a hand that's so high in his range. I think he would have found the fold against a lot of the players at the table, but Mihai very capable of doing that with a bluff. As we see Ayub open the cutoff here with ace-jack suited. And Farbod in the big blind with a pair of queens. This could be our hand that eliminates somebody. Although Farbod does have less. So even if he gets all in and wins, he's not going to eliminate Ayub. Farbod does put in the big 3-bet. Now Ayub's got a fantastic hand of his own. He's going to make the call. And we'll see what the flop brings. No help for Ayub. The good news for him is that he will be able to get away from the hand without losing it all now. The bad news for him is he is probably not winning the hand.